The female protagonist is forced by her family to marry a powerful man in a vegetative state in exchange for benefits. Thinking the marriage would be just a formality, she didn't expect that the comatose husband was actually a big shot, feigning sleep and secretly observing everything. After waking up, he gradually shows his protection, intelligence, and decisiveness, drawing the female lead into family and business conspiracies. Through many trials and tribulations, they go from strangers to understanding each other and developing genuine feelings. The story interweaves romance, drama, and humor, depicting the interesting love process of a couple who marry first and then fall in love. Everyone, please follow Lisa to watch this fascinating and dramatic story. Strong arms stretched out, not just one, but many men were trying to humiliate someone. A man said in an exhilarating voice, "Tear her close for me, or the photos won't be revealing enough." Xiao Ming's eyes were half open, as if a layer of mist still covered her vision. Suddenly, Xiao Ming's eyes changed, as if she had been awakened from a nightmare by something. At this moment, the little girl Xiao Ming realized what was happening to her. Xiao Ming tried to cover her body with her weak arms, and she shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" Regardless of her resistance, the group continued to push Xiao Ming down, some grabbing her arms. Xiao Ming's elbow hit the ground hard with a thud. The current Xiao Ming was surrounded by a bunch of men, and she, like a small, injured cat, huddled in a corner, trying to stammer, "Get out, get out." Suddenly, a girl's voice sounded, "Good sister, be obedient and let me take some indecent photos, then you can suffer less." Xiao Ming was both angry and scared when she heard Lin Yan's words. In fact, she was already holding a camera aimed straight at her. Xiao Ming shouted, "Lin Yan, I am your sister, do you know what you're doing? If mom knew you were doing such a wicked thing, how disappointed she would be." When Lin Yan heard her mention her mother, the corners of her mouth curled up in disdain. Lin Yan said indifferently, "My mother? It's come to this, I don't mind telling you. My mother came up with the idea for me, telling me to directly put the drug in the water you drank. As long as I take indecent photos of you, you will obediently marry that vegetative man for me." Who knew that the person in power of the Ling Corporation would become a vegetative state because of a car accident? "I won't go into a marriage alliance and remain a widow for the rest of my life." As Lin Yan spoke, her eyes glanced elsewhere. At this moment, Xiao Ming herself couldn't believe what she had just heard. Her ears were ringing, and her eyes widened in shock. "No, it's impossible." Seeing Xiao Ming's expression, Lin Yan felt a little pleased. She revealed a few more truths to her. "You think my mother treats you sincerely? That's just a trick to deceive a child without a mother. Like you. Even the inheritance and company shares that your mother left for you, my mother has already coaxed Dad to transfer them to my name." Xiao Ming stood up, one hand still holding her dress strap. The wind from the window was very cold, but not as cold as her heart at this moment. "How can you be so cruel? I treat you as family, but you treat me like this." In anger, Xiao Ming pointed at Lin Yan's face and scolded. Anger and disappointment filled her, causing her tears to fall uncontrollably. From childhood to adulthood, I gave you everything, pampered you, and treated you like my own sister. I just refused to marry in your place, but you harmed me like this. Lin Yan held the camera, adjusting something, and then stepped closer to Xiao Ming. She smiled, "Of course I know you're kind-hearted, always treating my stepmother as my real mother. As long as my mother says a few pitiful words to you, you will definitely feel sorry for my mother and marry in my place." Suddenly, Lin Yan's expression changed. She frowned and looked at Xiao Ming with sharp eyes. "But if you enter a wealthy family like the Lu family, we definitely won't be able to control you in the future. Only when you are no longer pure and your reputation is ruined can you obediently listen to us forever, and I can rightfully take everything your mother left for you." Xiao Ming was now standing near the windowsill. She was surrounded by the group. Lin Yan ordered her subordinates, "Drag her down from the windowsill for me. This is the 25th floor. I don't believe she'll really dare to jump." After she finished speaking, a man grabbed Xiao Ming's wrist tightly. Immediately, the man pushed Xiao Ming hard, causing her to fall to the floor. Lin Yan angrily ordered, "You guys can have fun today, as long as you don't kill or cripple this beautiful sister of mine." The group of men showed a perverted smile. "Thank you, Miss Lin Yan." With Lin Yan's permission, several men began to approach Xiao Ming. One of them grabbed her hand, his face flushed. "Come on, Miss Su, let me have some fun." Xiao Ming's tears streamed down her face. She tried to struggle wildly, constantly shouting, "Get out." Xiao Ming hurriedly covered herself, but suddenly her face flushed, and sweat covered her beautiful face. She thought to herself, why is my heart suddenly beating so fast? Before she could wonder for too long, Lin Yan answered all of her questions. I put 6 doses of aphrodisiac in the water you drank, 6 times the normal amount. It seems the drug is working. Then, she started taking several pictures in a row. The corners of Lin Yan's lips curled up with delight. She said, you will soon lose consciousness and act like an animal, huh? Afterwards, seeing Xiaomeng once again stand up and lean against the windowsill, Lin Yan threatened, don't struggle anymore, this is my 25-story building. Inside and outside are all my people. It will be difficult for you to escape even if you grow wings. Immediately, Xiaomeng propped her hands on the windowsill, her hands trembling with fear and anger. Seeing her unyielding attitude, Lin Yan ordered, what are you guys standing there for? Go over there together and pull her down. If she gets hurt, I'll pay for it. Outside, a large lightning bolt struck. Xiaomeng suddenly spoke, her eyes filled with hatred as she looked directly at her. Su Lin Yan, I will not forgive you even if I become a ghost. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaomeng pushed herself towards the open window behind her. Lin Yan hurriedly reached out to hold her back. Xiaomeng's entire body fell down. The group of people on Lin Yan's side were both frightened and worried. Oh no, she really jumped. Suddenly, there was the sound of rain falling. Xiaomeng's eyes opened slightly, and she saw several people standing in front of her. She thought to herself, it hurts, my cheek hurts so much. Still not realizing what had just happened, Xiaomeng touched her red cheeks, as if she had just been slapped. The middle-aged man in a black suit standing in front of Xiaomeng angrily pulled at his tie and scolded, let me tell you, tomorrow you must marry the only son of the Lu family in place of your sister. Now, Lu Yunshin, the only son of the Lu family, is a vegetable. Do you want your sister to marry over there and remain a widow for the rest of her life? These words felt very familiar to Xiaomeng. She widened her eyes, and her father continued to say, as an older sister, you don't understand things at all, you don't know how to feel sorry for your sister, you really disappoint me. Didn't I already die? Recalling that she had jumped out of the 25th floor window, Xiaomeng wondered, didn't I already die? Xiaomeng's face turned pale. She subconsciously looked at her hands and the clothes she was wearing. Why was this scene exactly the same as the scene 3 hours before I was forced to jump? To make sure this wasn't a dream, Xiaomeng pinched her arm hard. At that time, her father forced her to marry Lu Yunshin, the comatose only son of the Lu family, in place of Su Lin Yan. She felt that something was wrong. After her stepmother instigated him, she was slapped by her father. At that time, her father scolded her like this. Her face wrinkled, and the sensation from the pinch ran up to her brain. It hurts so much, it's a real pain, I've been reborn. Afterwards, Xiaomeng struggled to stand up, tears already filling her eyes. She was reborn 3 hours before she was drugged by her stepmother's daughter and forced to jump from the building. It was because heaven couldn't stand it anymore. Xiaomeng's tears fell all over her face, possibly tears of joy for being reborn, or possibly tears of hatred for Lin Yan and her mother. She thought to herself. Su Lin Yan, Lin Yanlan, everything that the two of you did to me in my previous life, I will make you pay back 100,000 times in this life. Regardless of Xiaomeng's reaction, her father seemed to have lost his mind, pointing directly at her face and threatening, if you don't agree to marry in her place tomorrow, then get out of this house. I don't have a daughter like you. Husband, don't be angry. Xiaomeng, even if she doesn't listen, she's still your daughter. She will listen to you. Although Yunlan outwardly meant to speak up for Xiaomeng, everyone there understood that she was instigating and provoking Xiaomeng's father. She doesn't even consider me her mother. Not even a small matter like marrying in her place is she willing to help Yen Er with. Suddenly, beyond everyone's expectations, having lived another life, Xiaomeng had to do things differently. She spoke up and said, I agree to marry in her place. These words were said by Xiaomeng so lightly that her father, Yunlan, and Lin Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Now, she only had one thought in her mind, only by marrying into the Lu family could she escape the control of the Su family in the shortest amount of time. Lin Yan whispered in Yunlan's ear, Mom, she agreed. Yunlan glanced at Xiaomeng, her eyes flashing with triumph. She thought to herself, this little bitch is still so easy to deceive, she agreed so quickly. Then, Xiaomeng calmly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She made a request to her father, Dad, I can agree to marry in her place, but you must give me 60% of the company's shares as dowry. Yunlan next to her didn't accept it. She frowned and scolded, "What, are you crazy?" Lin Yan was even worse. She wanted to rush towards Xiaoming in distress but was stopped by Yunlan. She angrily shouted, "What are you? You want 60% of the shares." Yunlan standing next to her said softly, "Don't get excited, this little bitch is a bit unusual today." Xiaoming didn't care about the excessive reactions of the mother and daughter. She looked at her father and smiled, "Dad, I'm helping our family. The only son of the Lu family. Even if he's a vegetative state in a coma, they still have a mother sitting there. Wealthy families like the Lu family are always a powerful force in the world." Lin Yan was so angry that she couldn't speak. You. Her father immediately interrupted Lin Yan. "Okay, I'll give you 60% of the shares as dowry." His words were spoken as if an order had been issued. Lin Yan standing next to her seemed as if she wanted to cry. "Dad, no, I don't agree." Yunlan wasn't doing any better. Her face was full of discomfort, but she still had to try to restrain herself. "Alright, calm down a bit." Afterwards, Yunlan whispered in Lin Yan's ear, and another scheme was being calculated by her. Su Xiaoming is a pitiful person, very easy to deceive. After the company stabilizes, I'll say a few nice words and coax her to transfer the shares back. Your mother's company will still be yours in the future. Your father is angry right now, you should hurry up and show some consideration. Yunlan's words sounded very reasonable. Even if Lin Yan was angry, she still had to restrain herself and try to please her father in front of her. She cursed in her heart. "Su Xiaoming, just you wait, you dare to snatch my shares, I will definitely make a bitch like you wish you were dead." When it comes to changing faces, Lin Yan should be called the main actress. She hurried to Xiaoming's side, her voice gentle, "Sister, thank you for helping me. You will always be my best sister." The moment her words ended was also the moment a cold slap resounded. Xiaoming slapped her so hard that she didn't even have time to react. Lin Yan was a little startled in her heart. Me, I was slapped by that bitch Su Xiaoming? Seeing her little daughter being hit, Yunlan immediately rushed to her side in a rage. "Are you crazy? How dare you hit Yan Er?" Xiaoming's father wasn't doing any better. He was about to rush over and hit her, but she managed to dodge in time. His mouth kept quacking, "You wicked thing, what are you going crazy for again?" Afterwards, he directly pointed at Xiaoming's face and warned, "You still dare to dodge, you actually dare to hit your sister, how are you worthy of being an older sister?" Xiaoming angrily questioned back in a stern voice, "Sister?" The marriage alliance was her idea. If she really considered me her sister, she shouldn't have forced me to marry in her place. Xiaoming even calmly provoked her father. Moreover, "Dad, if she really had you in her eyes, why would she have unilaterally gotten engaged to the Lu family without your consent?" Having been hit where it hurt, Lin Yan immediately stood up to defend herself. "Dad, don't listen to her nonsense, my engagement with the Lu family is to save our company's crisis." Afterwards, Xiaoming pretended to hold her head, pretending to reveal Lin Yan's bad habits. "She's really good at talking, if she didn't mess around outside, would the company be in danger?" When she was young, she liked the young master of the Lu family, and Dad tried to get her engaged to the Lu family. When she grew up, she changed her mind and dumped the young master of the Lu family. They terminated their cooperation with us, which caused the company to face a crisis. She added a few more words. Not only did she not go to the Lu family to apologize, but she also wanted to take a shortcut to marry into another wealthy family, unilaterally signing a marriage alliance contract with the Lu family when they were looking for a daughter-in-law to ward off bad luck. In addition, Xiaoming added fuel to the fire, like a dagger stabbing into a top balloon. The anger was clearly visible on Xiaoming's father's face, now that she's discovered that the only son of the Lu family is likely to never wake up again. She's instigating you to force me to marry in her place. His hands clenched tightly when he heard Xiaoming's provocation. If she didn't mess around outside, the company wouldn't have had any problems at all. She basically doesn't have me in her eyes. Lin Yan frowned. She angrily scolded, "You bitch, since when have you become so eloquent?" As soon as the words were spoken, a powerful slap landed on her fair cheek. Xiaoming's father scolded, "Enough, get out and reflect on yourself." Lin Yan didn't have time to react and fell to the ground. Xiaoming's father's face looked at her with anger. Unable to believe that the man in front of her hit her, Lin Yan stammered, "Dad, you hit me." Yunlan ran over to help her up. She reminded her, don't say anything else, your father is angry, we will have a chance to teach that bitch Su Xiaoming a lesson later. Afterwards, Yun Lan led Lin Yan away. She secretly turned her head back, holding a grudge in her heart. Su Xiaoming, you made me get slapped twice, you're dead meat. Conversely, Xiaoming was also looking at her with cold eyes. In her heart, Xiaoming had already made a decision. Su Lin Yan Lan, this is just the beginning. I will take back everything that belongs to me from your hands. The last thing that Lin Yan saw before leaving was Xiaoming's sharp eyes and confident smile. The next day, at the Lu family's mansion, the light shone through the leaves, and white camellias bloomed to greet the sun. Xiaoming was wearing white heels today. The person next to her spoke up and said, Madam, due to the special health condition of our young master, it is not convenient to hold a banquet. Please forgive us. Xiaoming got out of the car and smiled at the young man next to her. It's okay. Afterwards, the young man invited Xiaoming inside. The space was extremely luxurious, and the interior design was extremely exquisite. In front of Xiaoming, a woman exuding an elegant temperament was sitting. Butler Zhang bowed and said, Madam, the eldest daughter of the Su family has arrived. The woman with black hair and a not-so-friendly face, she was Lu Madam, Lu young master's mother. Xiaoming took the initiative to come in front of Lu Madam. She politely smiled and called out, Mother. Lu Madam's face didn't change. She stood up and glanced at Xiaoming up and down and then said, President Su is really smart, keeping the daughter that he loves and sending you to marry in her place. But your body is clean, so it can be considered to meet the requirements. Then she also added, since you have obtained the marriage certificate, then you are my son's wife, you follow me. After she finished speaking, she led Xiaoming to the room. The two of them arrived in front of the room door. Lu Madam gently pushed the door open. Before getting close, Lu Madam introduced, this is my son Yunshin's room. Xiaoming's eyes lit up, and her face also turned somewhat red. This is Lu Yunshin, the CEO of the Lu Corporation who has been in a coma for 2 years since the accident. The son lying on the bed, he looked like he was sleeping very soundly, without a sound. Xiaoming thought to herself, he is so handsome, he is even more handsome than those stars. At this time, Lu Madam spoke up, starting from today, you will take care of his daily life, there will be a professional nurse to teach you. Yunshin has been lying there for 2 years. You usually need to regularly massage the muscles on his body to promote blood circulation. Xiaoming looked around, her eyes stopped at Yunshin's legs, and she couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Strange, according to reason, he has been like that for 2 years. Under normal circumstances, the muscles will have a little atrophy. Why is his figure still so good? Suddenly, Lu Madam gave her a golden card. She coldly said, you are Yunshin's wife. Every month I will transfer 200,000 yuan to you in place of Yunshin for pocket money. I hope you can take good care of him. Holding the card in her hand, Xiaoming's face turned a little pale. She tried to force a smile. 200,000 yuan? This amount is more than my monthly salary. To take back the company's legacy that my mother left, it is definitely impossible without money. Afterwards, she happily said to Lu Madam, Mom, don't worry, since I have agreed to marry Yunshin, I will do my duty as a wife well. She also thought to herself, of course, just for this money alone, I should take good care of him. Seeing that her new daughter-in-law's performance was quite good, Lu Madam smiled, it sounds nice, who knows if you will really be well behaved in the future. You can directly say that it is because of the money, it sounds more comfortable than those fake polite words. Suddenly, she started to become serious again. There is one more thing. I hope you can have a child with my son. Each child is rewarded with 10 million yuan. Xiaoming shyly blushed and stammered, Have a child? She glanced at Yunshin lying on the bed. Her voice whispered, how can a vegetative person have a child? Lu Madam sat down and pulled the blanket over her son. She said, you don't need to worry. I'm not making things difficult for you, although Yunshin has been in a coma for 2 years. His body is like a normal person, he can do that kind of thing. Then, she turned to look at her and reminded her, our Lu family's affairs are basically not announced to the outside world, you probably don't understand our family's situation very well. Yunshin also has a younger sister and a younger brother, but for some reasons, even if they grow up in the future, it will be difficult to get married. The Lu family has many problems that Madame Lu needs to worry about. She looks very tired from taking care of everything. In short, I hope I can have a grandchild soon. While Yunshin's body is still normal, we should have a few more children. Who knows what will happen to Yunshin's body later? Hesitating for a moment, Madame Lu frowned and looked at her with sharp eyes. Your education isn't high, and you don't have any backing. I don't need you to be more capable than other wives. I just need you to be able to have children. The children will protect you. I will definitely not let others bully you, but if you have any crooked thoughts, I won't spare you. Xiao Meng smiled happily. She obediently agreed like a little cat. Mom, you don't have to worry that I will harm Yunshin. If I marry Yunshin, then I am his wife. Moreover, the children I give birth to can not only inherit the Lu family's business, but after they are born, you will also help take care of and educate them. I can save so much effort, and I get so much bonus money every month. I won't lose out. That's what she said, but thinking about how she was better off than other women, she felt a little better. This was the reason Xiao Meng made up to reassure herself. After all, many women after marriage not only have to earn money but also take care of their children and use the money to support their husband's family. If their husband has a bad temper, they will also be beaten and scolded and have affairs. Talking about abandoning the child and keeping the money, she doesn't lose out no matter how she thinks about it. Madame Lu left. Before leaving, she even praised her. You really know how to coax people. I hope you remember what you said. Zhang, go in and teach Madame how to take care of Yunshin. Butler Zhang entered the room. He looked at her and politely announced, Madam, young master needs to take a bath now. Xiao Meng brushed her sleeves. Let me. Xiao Meng's enthusiasm made Butler Zhang a little worried. He stopped her and said, just let me help young master bathe. Madam can't carry young master. Madam only needs to help young master wash his face normally. Ignoring Butler Zhang's reminder, Xiao Meng went to Yunshin's side. She gently supported his head and said, it's okay, just let me. It's easy to hold him. Butler Zhang still didn't give up. Madam, young master is 1.89 meters tall. You can't carry him. But what he didn't expect was that Xiao Meng could lift Yunshin up without using much strength. What, madam, you're really strong. Xiao Meng looked at the young man in her arms and replied. I used to work part-time, carrying goods for a long time, so I'm quite strong. Finally, Xiao Meng carried Yunshin into the bathtub. She sat beside him, looked at the water that had been filled, and asked, after putting him down, can I start bathing him? Butler Zhang was still in shock from what had happened just now. He stammered, yes, you can start bathing him. Then I'll go out first. If madam needs anything, just call me. Xiao Meng smiled and replied, okay, but it seemed that no one noticed that Yunshin's face seemed to be wrinkling with anger at this time. After Butler Zhang left, Xiao Meng prepared to start her work. She looked at the shirt on his body and thought to herself, if I'm going to bathe him, I have to take off these wet clothes first. Just thinking about this, the vigorous aura from just now disappeared. Xiao Meng shyly wanted to puff out smoke to cover her face. Although she had prepared herself mentally, she was still a little embarrassed. Taking a deep breath and regaining her composure, Xiao Meng reminded herself, don't be shy. It's just bathing my comatose husband. It's simple. After a while, Yunshin's shirt was finally taken off. She considered that she had learned a little experience. It wasn't easy to take it off in the water. Next time, she should take it off first before putting him in the water. Next, it was the pants. She looked inside and thought to herself, the water is a little deep. The button on the trousers isn't easy to feel. Xiao Meng's hand began to go into the water, following the muscle to find the button on the trousers. Suddenly, she touched something, and she was startled. What is this? Her hand touched something that was protruding. Realizing what she had just touched, Xiao Meng shyly retracted her hand quickly, feeling her heart pounding. This is, how could she accidentally touch that place? Xiao Meng struggled for a long time and still couldn't unbutton the pants. She thought to herself, no, the bathtub is too deep. I can't unbutton them from a distance. After thinking it over, Xiao Meng decided to pull her skirt up high and climb straight into the tub. Forget it, a vegetative person won't open his eyes. There's no need to be shy. One foot went into the water, and the warm and comfortable water spread. Xiao Meng sat down and said with a self-deprecating smile, it'll be much more convenient to bathe like this. Then, she directly touched Yunshin's body, wiping his body. Suddenly, his face showed a hint of blush. Xiao Meng was a little startled. Is it an illusion? Why does his body feel a little hot? Quite worried about Yunshin's abnormal body temperature, Xiao Ming quickly pressed her forehead against his, muttering, about the same as my forehead temperature. He probably doesn't have a fever. Was it an illusion just now? His face doesn't look red anymore. Then she continued to gently wipe Yunshin's face. Here, let me wipe your face. Looking closely now, you're really handsome. It's a pity you can only lie in bed for the rest of your life. Xiao Ming reached for the shampoo on the chair, muttering, don't worry, if I marry you, even if you can't wake up, I won't mess around outside and make you lose face. Yunshin's eyes suddenly opened slightly when he heard her say this. So he was pretending to be a vegetative person. But before Xiao Ming turned around, Yunshin had already closed his eyes tightly. Xiao Ming said again, here, here, here. Then, she happily washed his hair. I'll lather you up and wash you clean. Down below, Xiao Ming, who was standing unsteadily, suddenly tripped over Yunshin's leg and slipped. Xiao Ming's other leg couldn't hold on either. Xiao Ming lost her balance and fell on Yunshin's body. He was startled and opened his eyes wide to look at the girl lying on his chest. Xiao Ming sat up and rubbed her nose, which was throbbing in pain. Your skin is really elastic and firm. Have you really been lying in bed for 2 years? As if remembering something, Xiao Ming quickly groped Yunshin's chest, which was now red. I didn't hurt you just now because it was too slippery, did I? Yunshin's face twitched slightly, showing pain. Xiao Ming jumped back in shock. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Before she could recover from her shock, Xiao Ming suddenly widened her eyes. Wait, what am I sitting on? She quickly stood up, her eyes darting down to the area where she had just been sitting, and realized that it was Yunshin's private parts. Xiao Ming hurriedly climbed out of the tub. Sorry, I hope I didn't damage its function. She secretly glanced at Yunshin and saw that he had no reaction, so she quickly patted her forehead. Luckily, it should be okay, right? But she didn't know that the young man in the tub was trembling with anger. Yunshin's face wasn't much better either. His face was flushed, trying not to reveal any flaws. Xiao Ming was still in shock at this time. She stammered, I'm so sorry. Suddenly, she turned to look at Yunshin's unusual face. Why is your face so red? Afraid that something unfortunate would happen to Yunshin, Xiao Ming seriously observed his condition carefully. Looking closely, it doesn't seem red. No, I have to quickly help him finish bathing. And then find Butler Zhang to come and check. Elsewhere, Madame Lu was reading a file in her hand. She didn't bother to look at Butler Zhang and asked, what do you think of Su Xiaoming? Butler Zhang honestly replied. For the time being, I only feel that Madame doesn't dislike young master for being a vegetative person. Many people feel disgusted when they have to bathe a vegetative person. Madame Lu read the new daughter-in-law's information. The file contained both photos and information about Xiao Ming. Name, Su Xiaoming, born in 2001, education. Ordinary bachelor's degree, occupation, delivery person. Butler Zhang continued, but Madame not only doesn't dislike him, she even actively helps. Moreover, Madame is very strong. Madame can easily carry young master into the bathroom. He smiled and looked at Madame Lu. Normally, it takes me a bit of effort to carry young master. Madame Lu frowned and looked at Xiao Ming's resume. There was a hint of incomprehension in her eyes. She has such strength? But it's also very normal. This child has been tormented by her stepmother. And her stepmother's daughter ever since her mother died of illness when she was 10 years old. Ignoring Xiao Ming's past, now that she's married, we'll wait and observe the situation. Madame Lu closed the file. Butler Zhang next to her poured her a cup of tea. Madame Lu suddenly said softly, her strength is definitely different from ordinary people, but I don't know what her character is like. However, she's better than her younger sister. That Su Linyan was initially pretending to be gentle and obedient in front of me. She added, how could such green tea tactics be worthy of causing trouble in front of me? Taking the cup of tea from Butler Zhang, Madame Lu continued, as a result. After hearing that Yunshin couldn't wake up and couldn't inherit the Lu family's largest group. Taking a sip of tea, Madame Lu seemed unhappy and criticized Lin Yan. She went back on her word, not wanting either the person or the betrothal gifts, and directly waited for her sister to marry in her place. Luckily, she didn't become my daughter-in-law, otherwise, there would definitely be trouble. Butler Zhang smiled. Luckily, Madame mentioned the matter of inheritance at that time, eliminating those with malicious intentions. Hesitating for a moment, Butler Zhang continued. Madam, just now, Several madams from the ancestral home called, saying that the old madam wants to meet her granddaughter-in-law, saying that she has time tomorrow. And conveniently teach madam how to be filial to the old madam and take care of young master. These words seemed to have made Madame Lu unhappy. Madame Lu immediately threw the cup of water to the ground. She shouted loudly, "Nonsense, those shameless bitches, why Yunshin had a car accident, isn't it clear in their hearts? Do I still need them to teach me? What do you mean by teaching my daughter-in-law for me? Does my daughter-in-law need them to teach her?" Anger was evident on Madame Lu's face. She was so angry that she slammed her hand on the table. "They deliberately used the old madam's name to call my daughter-in-law over there. Isn't it to establish their authority and humiliate me in front of Su Xiaoming? Relying on Yunshin being in a coma and not waking up, feeling that our Lu family's main line is no longer anyone? Making things difficult in every way, it's really bullying people too much." Suddenly, a maid came in from outside the door and announced, "Butler Zhang, Madam is looking for you." Hearing the maid say this, Madame Lu's anger subsided a little. "It must be that Xiaoming has something she doesn't understand and wants to ask you. Go quickly." Then, Butler Zhang left the room. Entering Yunshin's room, he was a little surprised. In front of him, Yunshin had been bathed and changed into clean clothes. Butler Zhang spoke up, "Madam, you're really amazing. You've already helped young master bathe." Xiaoming leaned Yunshin's head on her body and smiled, "I still have a lot to learn from you." She glanced at Yunshin, "Is Yunshin sick? Just now when I was bathing him, his face turned red twice. I just used a thermometer to measure his temperature, and it's normal. Or should I find a doctor to come and check?" Hearing these words, Butler Zhang hurriedly ran over to check. He thought to himself, young master actually blushed? Butler Zhang suddenly became more pensive. In the 2 years since Qi Chuxiao left, not to mention blushing, young master has never been moved by a woman again. Looking at the scene of Xiaoming taking care of his young master with concern, he wondered, what happened in the bathroom just now? Then, Butler Zhang smiled and said to Xiaoming, "Just leave the rest to me to take care of young master. Madam has been busy for so long, you should rest for a while." "Right, tomorrow Madam will take Madam back to the ancestral home. In the afternoon, Madam will personally take you to buy clothes. Madam can prepare in advance." Leaving the rest to Butler Zhang to take care of, Xiaoming waved goodbye to him and walked out. She called out, "Thank you." The door slammed shut. Butler Zhang then spoke up, "Young master, the soundproof door is closed." He continued, "Madam probably didn't discover that you are a fake vegetative person." At this moment, Yunshin slowly opened his eyes slightly. He sat up, feeling so helpless that he had to rub his forehead a few times. That stupid woman really makes people angry. Butler Zhang next to him saw that he was unhappy and asked, "Young master, are you angry with Madam?" Yunshin angrily scolded, "No." But in his heart, Yunshin was roaring, "How can I not be angry? Her whole body." Then, Yunshin returned to his original state. He instructed Butler Zhang, "Pay close attention to the ancestral home, secretly send more people, and be sure to quickly find out where uncle and the others are hiding my grandfather." Butler Zhang bowed his head and replied, "Okay, I'm just a little worried that the ancestral home might make things difficult for Madam tomorrow. I feel that Madam's temperament is quite kind and very easy to be bullied." Yunshin frowned uncomfortably. He opened his laptop and said, "If she can't stand it, then leave early. The Lu family doesn't raise white rabbits that can't stay." Returning to the Yun Lam and her daughter, Lin Yan said jealously, "Mom, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I really want to beat that bitch Su Xiaoming to death." She unhappily muttered jealously at Xiaoming. "Yesterday, she was like she'd been possessed, actually daring to turn against me, and even exposing what I did in front of Dad." Lin Yan's beautiful face became even more distorted with anger. Her words also made Yun Lam unhappy. "If she hadn't married into the Lu family, I would definitely make her taste the consequences of offending me." Yun Lam was unhappy. She raised her glasses and said, "What's there to be angry about? Do you think she'll have a good ending marrying into the Lu family? Not to mention keeping her chastity for the rest of her life. That old woman of the Lu family isn't easy to get along with either. I heard that when she was young, she was a famous tigress." The two went up the elevator. Yun Lam still displayed her dignified demeanor. "I heard that before, her daughter only brought her boyfriend home to meet her, and she was driven out by her. Su Xiaoming was forced to marry in her place, How could she willingly take care of that vegetative person? When she gets to the Liu family, if she dares to be contentious, I'm afraid she'll be slapped a few times by that old woman. She continued, who knows, today, that old woman of the Liu family might drive Su Xiaoming out of the door. Hearing such flattering words, Lin Yan covered her mouth and giggled. Being driven out of the door on the day of her wedding, wouldn't that be laughed at to death? She deserves it. But no matter what, the humiliation that Xiaoming brought could not be relieved in Lin Yan's heart. She gritted her teeth, damn it, she took away so many shares. It wasn't easy for me to transfer the inheritance that her mother left her to my name. On the contrary, Yun Lam was calmer. Her eyes narrowed like a fox, and her lips were raised with calculation. What's the hurry? She'll come back in 3 days. Your father will ask her to return the shares. Can she not give them? If she doesn't give them, just use the only relic of her mother to threaten her, and she will immediately hand over the shares like a good dog. The mother and daughter were walking on the street when they suddenly stopped. Wait, that is. Lin Yan pointed to the girl walking in front. Mom, why do I see that bitch Su Xiaoming going into the most expensive high-end fashion store in the shopping mall? Yun Lam didn't believe her daughter's words and quickly took off her glasses. Impossible, someone as low as her isn't even qualified to kneel and wipe the floor in front of people's doors. How could she go into that store? Lin Yan frowned worriedly, but I really saw her go in just now. That store is super expensive, I usually don't even dare to go in to buy things. To be sure, Yun Lam pulled her daughter to go together. We'll go over there and see, won't we? I don't believe someone as poor as her can enter such an expensive high-end store. Going inside, Lin Yan finally saw the doubt clearly. She looked at the girl in front of her. Is it really Su Xiaoming? How is that possible? Yun Lam next to her was also unacceptable. How could such a poor and lowly person enter such a high-end fashion store? Lin Yan frowned, the corners of her lips raised angrily, deliberately looking down on Xiaoming. You can't just take out the share money and use it. Could it be that she came here to deliver food? Seeing her stupid daughter speaking vaguely and imagining things, Yun Lam reminded her, use your brain a little. How could the Liu family let their daughter-in-law continue to deliver food? Lin Yan muttered, I understand. Then, she walked towards Xiaoming and called out, oh, sister, why are you here? Lin Yan covered her mouth and ridiculed Xiaoming, if you don't have money, don't pretend to be a rich lady. You can't afford the extra digits for the clothes here. These words were deliberately spoken loudly, causing everyone in the store to look over curiously and discuss. Lin Yan, emboldened, continued, hurry up and put the clothes away, don't let my sister dirty them. Xiaoming ignored Lin Yan and continued to choose clothes, muttering, she's still the same, still always likes to scold me. These words made Lin Yan speechless with anger. After the mother, it was the daughter's turn. Yun Lam stepped forward to speak for her daughter. She raised her voice to remind, Yan, your sister is teaching you how to be someone else's daughter-in-law. Why don't you appreciate her good intentions? Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing Yun Lam's face to turn green. What are you two? Does my daughter-in-law need you to teach her? The person who spoke was Madame Liu. Seeing her unhappy face, Yun Lam stammered, Madame Liu. Meeting her in-laws, Yun Lam switched to a kind face and asked, Madame Liu, why are you here? Madame Liu coldly replied, the meaning in her words showing her utmost doting on Xiaoming. Is there a problem with me taking my daughter-in-law shopping for clothes? Xiaoming saw that such good treatment fell into Xiaoming's hands, and she angrily cursed in her heart, that ghost Su Xiaoming actually had this old woman personally take her to buy such expensive clothes? Looking at her smug expression, Lin Nan couldn't resist the urge to slap her a few times. This old hag should hate Su Xiaoming, but why is she being so nice to her? Her face darkened, impossible, I don't believe it. On the other side, Yun Lan pretended to be a good mother, rushing over to hold Madame Liu's hand, saying, thank you, Madame Liu, for being so fond of my daughter. Seeing this, I'm truly overjoyed. Madame Liu remained expressionless and brushed Yun Lan's hand away, her voice sharp, your daughter? You're the type of mistress who became a stepmother, infuriating someone's mother to death. And you still want to act like their mother? Xiaoming, standing nearby, heard these words and felt Madame Liu's protection. Being backed by her mother-in-law made Xiaoming's heart flutter. In contrast, both Yun Lan and her daughter were stunned by Madame Liu's words. What? The customers in the fashion boutique at this moment were whispering amongst themselves. The girl in the blue dress frowned and said, so shameless, talking so arrogantly. Turns out she's a mistress. The girl in the yellow dress beside her also looked displeased, so shameless, stealing someone's husband and bullying their daughter. Being made a laughingstock for outsiders to criticize, Madame Lu couldn't swallow this anger. She pursed her lips in anger, cursing inwardly, it must be that little slut Su Xiaoming who tattled to this damn old woman. Lin Nan couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up, cursing, this damn old hag. Instantly, Yun Lan's face darkened, and she reached out to stop her. Yun Lan switched to actress mode, pretending to be pitiful, Madame Lu, I think there's some misunderstanding between us. Madame Lu didn't bother to pay attention, focusing on selecting clothes. If you're not buying clothes, then get out quickly. Her cold and decisive reaction directly shattered the self-esteem of Yun Lan and Lin Nan. The others gossiped, while the mother and daughter could only swallow their anger in silence. This damn old woman is really looking down on us too much. Unable to endure it anymore, Lin Nan went to the employee and said, we're here to buy clothes, of course. Miss, I want to buy a set of clothes just like the one she's wearing. But instead of receiving a respectful bow from the employee, Lin Nan was further humiliated when the employee ignored her and called out, Madame Lu, should these sets also be wrapped up? Madame Lu turned to look and said, call them all back for my daughter-in-law. Lin Nan, not wanting to be outdone, shouted, Miss, I want those sets too. Yun Lan, standing beside her, frowned and reminded, Nan, you're buying too much. She was unhappy, muttering with an angry face, it's just a few clothes, I can still afford them. Then, her wish came true, and the employee wrapped up the clothes Lin Nan had chosen. Miss Su, 6 sets, totaling 3.07 million. Standing there dumbfounded by the sum of over 3 million, Lin Nan cursed inwardly, 3.07 million, why don't you just rob me? At this moment, her spine went cold as if thousands of electric currents were running through her. She couldn't hide the worry in her eyes, what should I do? All the cards I have now only add up to a little over 1 million. The employee noticed her expression and smiled, suggesting, if you feel it's too expensive, you can return them. Lin Nan, for the sake of face, didn't do so. Who said I want to return them? I just forgot to bring my card. Madame Lu came from behind and teased, if you didn't bring your card, this store can accept payment by facial recognition. Knowing full well that Lin Nan didn't have enough money but was still putting on airs, causing a lot of trouble, Yun Lan, as her mother, had to step in to resolve it. She handed her card to the employee, use my card. It's been a while since I bought clothes for my daughter. Today's the right time. The employee took it and swiped it in the machine. She smiled and returned the card to Yun Lan. Sorry, madam, all 3 of your cards have exceeded their credit limits. They're still 150,000 short. The people around couldn't help but laugh loudly at the scene, putting on a show when they don't have any money. Enough humiliation was enough, she couldn't bear it any longer. Yun Lan grabbed her daughter's hand and dragged her out of the store. I just forgot to bring my money. I'll have the driver bring it over. Bitter on top of bitter, Lin Nan angrily swore revenge. Su Xiaoming, you made my mother and me lose face like this, you just wait. Inside the clothing store, Xiaoming was looking at Madame Lu with grateful eyes. Madame Lu, seeing her daughter-in-law looking at her like this, asked, why are you looking at me like that? Tears welled up in the corners of Xiaoming's eyes. She smiled, Mom, thank you for standing up for me. Madame Lu quickly tossed her a few bags of clothes and reminded, if you really want to thank me, then give me a grandchild soon. These words made her eyes widen. The line between being touched and feeling cold was so thin. Back at the Lu residence, Madame Lu instructed Xiaoming, tonight is like your wedding night, you have to work hard. Before letting her into the room, she gave her all sorts of instructions, the Lu family's lineage all depends on you. Madame Lu's face became sad, I really hope to have a grandchild to hold soon. Seeing her mother-in-law like this, Xiaoming could only say a few words of reassurance, I will try my best. After that, she entered the room, thinking to herself, should I start now? Fumbling onto the bed, Xiaoming's face became even redder, what should I do first? Thinking of this, Xiaoming's face flushed as if she had a fever. She was so nervous that her mind went blank, so nervous, my heart is beating so fast. As for Yun Shen, he also had his own thoughts, how can I react to a woman I just met? Suddenly, Xiaoming lay down and lightly kissed Yun Shen's lips. He unconsciously opened his eyes and looked at her. Xiaoming's eyes were tightly closed, and her thin lips began to move. After that, she sat looking at the motionless boy in front of her, not noticing that his face was also slightly flushed. She thought to herself, he's not conscious right now. So, actually, I don't need to be so nervous. In the next step, Xiaoming fumbled to unbutton Yunshin's buttons. The more she unbuttoned, the more embarrassed she became. Folding the shirt neatly on the bed, Xiaoming rubbed her chest. Calm down, Su Xiaoming, it's just asleep. Then, she leaned in, intending to kiss Yunshin again. Lying there with his eyes closed, Yunshin couldn't resist. He could only mutter, no, no. But because she was too embarrassed, Xiaoming turned her head away, covering her face. Let's do it next time, let's continue next time. Saying that, she glanced at Yunshin, gently pulled the blanket over him to keep him from getting cold, and then smiled sweetly, good night. Seeing that she had fallen asleep, Yunshin slightly opened his eyes and glanced over. Looking at the girl beside him fast asleep, with no intentions towards him, Yunshin smiled, this girl is too interesting. One night had passed, and the sky had begun to brighten. Yunshin struggled to grab the hand that was resting on his chest. He looked uncomfortable and embarrassed because of Xiaoming's terrible sleeping posture. She was currently treating him like a pillow, with her legs thrown over him. Does this girl usually sleep like this? Suddenly, the alarm clock rang repeatedly, directly hitting his eardrums, causing Xiaoming to jolt awake, and the boy beside her also closed his eyes in fright, pretending to be a vegetable. Xiaoming reached out to turn off the shocking alarm. She sat up, stretched, and yawned, I have to get up early, I have to take care of my husband before going to the old house. Saying that, Xiaoming hurried to wash up. Yunshin, lying there, felt worried, take care of me, how? Xiaoming returned with a toothbrush in her hand. She helped him sit up and brushed his teeth for him, exclaiming after a moment, it's white already. Yunshin sat there, speechless. After getting everything ready, putting the white shirt back on him and pulling the blanket up high, Xiaoming happily looked at Yunshin's handsome face, and even pinched it before saying goodbye. A moment later, the housekeeper Zhang's voice announced, young master, madam and miss have already set off for the old house. At this time, he barely opened his eyes. Housekeeper Zhang entered from outside, carrying a pile of documents. The new group, after going public, has occupied half of the real estate industry. He handed Yunshin a copy. These are some of the new contracts signed recently, young master, please take a look. After reading through them once, but seemingly not focusing on the contracts in his hand, Yunshin ordered housekeeper Zhang, send 2 people to secretly protect Su Xiaoming. Hearing him say that, housekeeper Zhang was a little stunned. Has young master started to care about madam? At the Su family's house, someone smashed a phone onto the ground. There was someone yelling early in the morning, that damn Su Xiaoming. Lin Nan was making a racket inside, cursing viciously, go die. Seeing her daughter so dissatisfied, Yun Lan also asked angrily, what are you going crazy about again? Lin Nan couldn't control herself and said what she wanted, I want that Su Xiaoming to die. She agitatedly yelled like a madwoman, the story of how we were ridiculed by that old woman from the Lu family yesterday has spread among my group of friends. Xiaoming also added, some of the rich girls even privately messaged me asking if I couldn't afford those dresses or not. I've lost all my face. These words directly agitated Yun Lan. Her face twisted in anger. Lin Nan tightly grabbed her mother's hand, I really can't take it anymore. That old woman not only protects her, but also buys her such expensive clothes. Yun Lan was even more insane than her daughter. She grabbed her daughter's hand and said through gritted teeth, calm down. So what if that old woman doesn't treat Su Xiaoming badly? The person she married is just a vegetable. She'll have to live a life of chastity with no one to love her. Yun Lan showed a sinister smile. She came up with a dirty plan, it's not hard to teach her a lesson. Wait for her to come home in 3 days, have someone tie her up. Force her to take indecent photos, and then let's see if she'll still listen to us obediently or not. Hearing her mother's despicable words, Lin Nan found it even more enjoyable. She was like someone drowning who had grasped a life-saving straw. I want to humiliate her however I can humiliate her. Yun Lan smiled, moreover, I also received some news. Lu Yunshin's sweetheart, Qi Chuxia, has returned to the country. Having grasped Lu Xiao's weakness, Yun Lan was smug, determined to avenge her past humiliation. That old woman from the Lu family liked Qi Chuxia very much. Comparing the new and the old. I don't believe that old woman can still treat Su Xiaoming well. On the other side, the car carrying Madame Lu and Xiaoming had stopped in front of a house. The driver got out and opened the door for both of them. Madam, miss, we've arrived at the old house. Xiaoming looked around, inwardly exclaiming, so big, like a castle. In front of her was a magnificent castle, like a Disney princess's castle. Madame Lu turned to look at her and instructed, "Follow me in a moment, don't trust anyone." Xiaoming felt a sense of danger. She frowned and thought, is the relationship between mom and the people in the family not good either? Just as they were about to reach the stairs leading up to the house, 3 women stood waiting. One of them spoke sarcastically, "You finally arrived, we've been waiting for you all morning." "How slow?" Madame Lu replied coldly, "It's only a little after 7 o'clock, how can you say you've been waiting all morning?" The woman in the blue dress stepped forward, intending to reach out to greet Xiaoming. This must be Xiaoming, so pretty. "I'm Yinshan's second aunt, greet your second aunt." Madame Lu suddenly stood in front of her. Xiaoming is weak, she can't stand having her hand squeezed. The second aunt smiled, "You're so funny, let's all go inside first." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in the black dress suddenly spoke up, "Wait, the old lady's health hasn't been good recently." Without introducing herself, she directly asserted her seniority, uncomfortably demanding of Xiaoming, "Since you're the new daughter-in-law, kneel and kowtow 3 times in front of the door before entering." This time, Madame Lu stood up to protect Xiaoming. "What nonsense are you talking about? When did the Lu family have a rule that you have to kowtow 3 times to enter the door? Why didn't I see your daughters-in-law kowtow before?" The woman in the black dress explained, "The old lady wasn't sick before. Isn't it normal that our daughters-in-law didn't kowtow?" The kind-looking second aunt agreed with the woman in the black dress. "Kneeling and kowtowing to bring good luck is also for the old lady to get better. Xiaoming wouldn't be so unfilial, right?" Xiaoming's hands clenched tightly with anger, and her body trembled slightly. Madame Lu angrily scolded this time, "You're making my daughter-in-law kneel in front of the door, clearly trying to make me lose face, bullying Xiaoming." Not wanting her mother-in-law to be angry for nothing, Xiaoming quickly took Madame Lu's hand. She smiled, "Mom, I'm willing to bring good luck to pray for Grandma's blessing." Madame Lu replied unhappily, but Xiaoming didn't rush to kneel right away. She brought out the family rules, but according to the family records, kneeling and kowtowing only has an effect in front of Grandma. Xiaoming's sharp words caused the woman in the black dress to pause involuntarily. How does this little slut know so much? Her face became even uglier. Su Xiaoming is the new daughter-in-law, so she will definitely have to kneel before the old lady to recognize her ancestors and offer tea later. At that time, kneeling is to wish her blessings, which is not considered humiliating them at all. Seeing Xiaoming handle things so skillfully, Madame Lu had a bit of admiration in her heart. This Xiaoming is quite smart. Suddenly, the girl about Xiaoming's age spoke up, ending the silent atmosphere. "Third aunt, wait, you can enter the old house, but my sister-in-law Xiaoming can't." Madame Lu gave her another cold glance. What trick is this girl trying to pull? The girl who just spoke was named Ruan Hong, the second aunt's daughter. She smiled and reminded, "Third aunt, I'm only stopping sister-in-law Xiaoming out of good intentions." Ruan Hong stroked her chin, looking Xiaoming up and down as if scrutinizing her. "We are all from noble families with high education, but sister-in-law is from a lower class from an unknown university. And she works as a food delivery person. If she enters the old house, wouldn't she be dirtying the house?" Madame Lu was so angry that she couldn't speak. You. After starting in front of Xiaoming to show off, Ruan Hong was startled. She swallowed her anger because Xiaoming was pretending to be aggrieved. "Oh my god. You are insulting Grandma like that, how are you worthy of being her granddaughter-in-law?" Being reminded like this by her, Ruan Hong couldn't help but darken her face, hissing through her teeth with anger, "What nonsense are you talking about? Where am I insulting Grandma?" Not willing to lose to a slippery person like Ruan Hong, Xiaoming glared and reminded her, "Grandma's generation didn't even have universities. You said that if the education level is not high enough, you are not worthy of entering the ancestral home. Isn't that insulting Grandma?" These words made Xiaoming so angry that she couldn't speak. Even the second aunt and that woman in the black dress were so angry that they had to swallow their anger. At this time, Madame Lu had a different view of her new daughter-in-law, and she seemed much more satisfied. This Xiaoming is really too clever. Then, it was time for a seasoned veteran like Madame Lu to take action. She coldly crossed her arms, adding a few more hurtful words to Ruan Hong. "Ruan Hong, how can you insult Grandma? Do you have any filial piety at all?" Ruan Hong felt like she was being choked, but she couldn't explain it. I wasn't insulting Grandma, I just..." Seeing that the atmosphere was starting to become tense, the second aunt immediately stepped forward to help her daughter-in-law Ruan Hong. She spoke up to defuse the situation. It's all just a misunderstanding, Xiaoming, come in quickly, don't make grandma wait too long. After saying that, the second aunt reached out to grab Madame Lu's hand to hold it quickly. Ignoring her, Madame Lu directly brushed her hand away coldly. After that, she directly grabbed Xiaoming's hand and walked away, her face showing obvious displeasure. She walked and muttered, ridiculous. Watching Madame Lu and Xiaoming walk past her, the second aunt was so angry that her face darkened. Damn it. Ruan Hong, beside her, was no better off. She tried to restrain her anger and advised. Mom, don't be angry, there will still be opportunities to deal with them later. Inside the Lu family's old house, the interior was luxuriously decorated, highlighted by the chandelier in the middle of the hall. Madame Lu led Xiaoming to an elderly woman, gently saying, Mom, I've kept you waiting. Grandma Yunshan looked at the granddaughter-in-law in front of her, a gentle smile spreading across her face. This must be Yunshan's wife. After that, Madame Lu handed Xiaoming a cup of hot tea and instructed, Xiaoming, quickly offer tea to Grandma and recognize her as family. She politely held the tea in both hands in front of Grandma Yunshan, politely saying, Grandma, please have some tea. Xiaoming knelt down at this time to offer tea, as a form of accepting the family's granddaughter-in-law. Grandma Yunshan accepted the cup of tea, praising with meaning, good, very good. After that, Xiaoming kowtowed to her a few times. This unexpected action from her made Grandma Yunshan a little surprised mixed with satisfaction. Xiaoming raised her head and looked at her, sincerely saying, I wish Grandma good health and long life. Grandma Yunshan happily grabbed her good granddaughter-in-law's hand. She exclaimed, good, truly a good child. Then, she took off the red jade bracelet from her hand, come here. Holding Xiaoming's arm, Grandma Yunshan directly put the bracelet on her. This is for you. Taking care of Yunshan will be hard work for you in the future. Receiving the trust and acceptance of Grandma Yunshan, Xiaoming blushed shyly, thank you, Grandma. At this time, the second aunt entered from outside with Ruan Hong. She and the woman in the black dress were extremely shocked, Mom, no, you can't. Seeing her children objecting to her decision, Grandma Yunshan asked coldly, what is it? Feeling that her mother was not happy, the second aunt could only smile and soften her voice. This bracelet is the only family heirloom, I'm just afraid Xiaoming will break it. After hearing those words, Grandma Yunshan turned to look at Xiaoming and smiled kindly, reminding her, then Xiaoming, you must keep it carefully. Xiaoming politely replied. Don't worry, Grandma. Looking at Xiaoming wearing the family heirloom jade bracelet on her hand, the second aunt stood beside her, full of jealousy. She thought to herself, damn it. This family heirloom is priceless, yet it easily fell into the hands of this lowly little thing. I can't let Grandma like this despicable little thing so much. Not only her, but even her daughter Ruan Hong couldn't bear this anger. Suddenly, Ruan Hong rushed to Grandma Yunshan's side and whispered in her ear, Grandma, when Sister Xiaoming came in, she said she had to play a piano piece that you liked the most. Seeing her trying to stir up trouble, Madame Lu frowned and scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? When did Xiaoming say she wanted to play? Not wanting the situation to become more tense, Xiaoming ran over to grab her mother-in-law's arm, smiling, Mom, it's okay. However, Madame Lu was still very worried about Xiaoming, she understood her background well. Xiaoming is a food delivery person, how could she know how to play the piano? A moment later, Xiaoming went to the piano that had just been prepared. Grandma Yunshan had also settled in to enjoy it. Madame Lu, standing beside her observing the situation, felt worried. If she played very badly, her mother-in-law would definitely feel that this granddaughter-in-law Xiaoming was no good, and even Yunshan would be ridiculed by the family. But beyond the second aunt's expectations, Xiaoming's slender fingers gracefully glided over each piano key. Her face darkened as she thought, why are this little thing's movements so skilled? Could it be that she really knows how to play? At this time, Ruan Hong, standing beside her, leaned close to her ear and said, she's just pretending to look the part, she'll play very jarringly later. Grandma will definitely hate this useless granddaughter-in-law. But unexpectedly, Xiaoming, who was said to be pretending, was very skilled. She glided lightly over the keys, and the melodious sound from the piano rang out, echoing throughout the room. Xiaoming confidently closed her eyes and danced lightly, enjoying the royal music. The group trying to stir up trouble felt surprised at this moment, not believing their ears. The second aunt said softly, how could this be, how could she play so well? Madame Lu had also stopped worrying at this time. She smiled, how is this Xiaoming so amazing? A moment later, the last notes of the song had also been played by Xiaoming. She gently placed her hand on the piano keys to end the sound. After that, Xiaoming stood up and politely bowed to Grandma Yunshen. She clasped her hands and said, "Grandma, I'm playing this blessing song for you, wishing you happiness like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain." Xiaoming's perfect actions made Grandma Yunshen even more satisfied. She grabbed Xiaoming's hand and praised her nonstop. "Good child, I'm really happy. Sit next to Grandma when we eat later." The plan to make Xiaoming lose face failed, and the second aunt could only glare at Xiaoming with hateful eyes. Damn it, letting this lowly little thing be proud of herself. On the other side, Madame Lu was a little satisfied. She had a different view of the food delivery girl in front of her. This Xiaoming knows how to increase people's face. Taking the opportunity, Madame Lu raised her voice and laughed contemptuously at the second aunt and her daughter. "In this competition, my daughter-in-law is much better than yours, right?" A moment later, the second aunt led Madame Lu and Xiaoming out to the garden, feigning the reason, after lunch, it's best to take a walk in the garden to help with digestion. The woman in the black dress, standing at the top with Ruan Hong, spoke up and asked, "How's it prepared?" Ruan Hong whispered with a tone full of evil, "My dog has been hungry for a week. It's very fierce and strong, anyone who goes near it except for us will be bitten to death." Remembering how she had been humiliated by Xiaoming earlier, and even received Grandma Yunshen's love at their first meeting, Ruan Hong couldn't help but be angry. Her face twisted. "Even if it doesn't bite them to death, it can disfigure them. I want to wait and see how third aunt and this lowlife can still be so arrogant." Below, Madame Lu walked beside Xiaoming and wondered, "Xiaoming, how can you play so well?" Speaking of which, Xiaoming felt a little sad. She lowered her head and replied, "Before my mother-in-law passed away, she often taught me to play the piano." Seeing the unhappy expression of her daughter-in-law, the old lady also felt a little heartache. Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Auntie was running while holding a dog leash in her hands, calling out, "Xiaoming, wait a moment." But this dog was a bit abnormal. Its eyes were blood red, and it bared its sharp teeth, dripping with saliva, staring at Madame Lu and Xiaoming while barking loudly. Madame Lu felt uneasy. She stood in front of Xiaoming to shield her. Seeing the two women's faces turn pale, Auntie quickly reassured them, "It's okay, it doesn't bite people." She was so confident that she considered it a harmless pet, just taking it out for a walk. As soon as she finished speaking, Auntie directly released the leash from her hand. The dog, now free, frantically rushed towards Madame Lu and Xiaoming. The two women were so frightened that they froze, not knowing how to react for a moment. Suddenly, Xiaoming's mother-in-law faced another unexpected event. At this moment, Auntie pretended to be frightened and shouted, "Be careful." But everything had been planned by her and her daughter, Ruan Hong. Madame Lu fell to the ground while Xiaoming stood still, letting the ferocious hungry dog slowly rush towards them. Unexpectedly, Xiaoming raised her foot and kicked the dog's head with a thud. Her action surprised Auntie, her eyes widening in disbelief. Xiaoming stood in front of her mother-in-law, and the old lady anxiously called out, "Xiaoming, run." Because of righteousness, she couldn't abandon someone in danger, especially since this person was her mother-in-law. Xiaoming quickly grabbed a potted plant from the garden, raising it high, intending to throw it at the dog. The throw hit the dog's head accurately, splattering blood everywhere, and the flower pot immediately shattered. The dog lay on the ground at this moment, a pool of blood forming from its head, its body twitching before falling still. Seeing her dog being smashed to death by Xiaoming with a flower pot, Auntie's face turned pale. Was this lowly girl a monster? The flower pot was so heavy, yet she lifted it so easily. On the other side, Xiaoming rushed over to help Madame Lu up. She said worriedly, "Mom, you're injured from the fall." Madame Lu held her hand and replied, "Mom, I'm fine." "Xiaoming, are you all right?" Hearing the loud noise, the woman in the black dress and Ruan Hong ran out to see what happened. She was shocked to see the motionless dog and cried out, "Xiang Xiang." Ruan Hong sadly hugged the dog and tried to wake it up. "Xiang Xiang, don't die. Xiang Xiang." At this moment, she looked at Xiaoming with tears in her eyes and scolded, "Su Xiaoming, you're a vicious woman. You dare to kill Xiang Xiang. I must make you pay with your life." Not letting her continue, Xiaoming immediately stepped forward and grabbed Ruan Hong's collar. The latter stammered in surprise, What are you doing?" Immediately after, a resounding slap was given to Ruan Hong by Xiaoming as a gift from sister-in-law to sister-in-law. She screamed in pain, "Ah!" Auntie, standing on the side, immediately intervened, "Su Xiaoming, are you crazy? What right do you have to hit Wan Hong? As soon as she finished speaking, another stinging slap landed on her face. Before she could recover from the shock, Auntie quickly touched the burning pain on her face. Had she just been slapped? The person who hit her was Xiaomeng. Auntie angrily pointed at Xiaomeng's face and cursed, Su Xiaomeng, are you out of your mind? You dare to hit me? I'm going to tell the old lady. Ignoring her threats, Xiaomeng only stared coldly and said, go tell her. Let Grandma see how you guys deliberately released the dog and almost killed us. Auntie, caught red-handed, tried to cover it up. Who said it was deliberate? The dog just got loose. Xiaomeng kicked the black dog's corpse on the ground, her voice full of threat, clearly knowing this dog is dangerous, yet you wanted to bring this ferocious dog in front of us. You say it wasn't deliberate? She added, Grandma isn't senile yet. Go report it quickly, let Grandma see your vicious faces. These words made the conspirators angry to the point of madness. Auntie wanted to say something, but could only point at her face and stammer, you. Xiaomeng directly brushed her hand away from her face, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. She declared, today, whoever dares to harm my mother, I will absolutely not let them go. Madame Lu stood aside, letting her daughter-in-law take the lead. Auntie's face was twisted at this moment, her eyebrows almost touching each other. Damn it, this one was a tough bone to chew on. Then Xiaomeng helped Madame Lu leave the place. In the afternoon, the two of them returned to the Lu family home. Auntie and her daughter, and the woman in the black dress, all came out to see them off. Watching the Lu family's car drive away, Auntie felt like her eyes were about to explode. She hissed, just let them go like that? I'm so angry. That little bitch dared to hit my face. Wan Hong immediately spoke up to soothe her mother-in-law, Mom, don't be angry. We still have a chance to kill them. Lu Yunshan's first love, Qi Suxia, hasn't returned yet? She said with a sinister smile, if Qi Suxia helps us, their mother and daughter will definitely break up immediately. Auntie didn't listen to anything, she turned around and blamed Wan Hong, it's all your fault. Raising that damn dog was useless. I don't know why my son even looked at you in the first place. You're not even as good as a low-class person like Su Xiaomeng. Then, she angrily left. Wan Hong, both humiliated and blamed, held a grudge in her heart, Su Xiaomeng, just you wait. On the other side, the car carrying Madame Lu and Xiaomeng was speeding back to the Lu family. Inside the car, Madame Lu spoke up, why did you protect me just now? If you go against them, they might cause trouble for you later. Xiaomeng smiled and replied, because you're my mother-in-law. More importantly, you helped me chase away my stepmother last time. Her words surprised the old lady a little. Not continuing the conversation, Madame Lu suddenly felt sorry for her young daughter-in-law. This child was really conscientious. After a while, the two returned to the Lu family home. Yunshan put down the file on the table, his words a bit doubtful, Su Xiaomeng really protected my mother at the ancestral home? Butler Zhang respectfully smiled and replied, absolutely. The eyes and ears over there personally saw that when the ferocious dog was about to bite Madame, the young mistress immediately blocked her path. He also praised Xiaomeng, the young mistress even vented her anger for Madame, slapping both the second uncle's wife and daughter. Listening to the whole story about Xiaomeng, Yunshan suddenly smiled, she's quite bold. Then, he suddenly fell silent and tapped a few times on the table. Yunshan's eyes changed, he ordered Butler Zhang, the second uncle's family is going too far, daring to blatantly harm my mother. Butler Zhang bowed his head and replied, yes. At the same time, there was a loud knock outside the door. Butler Zhang quickly speculated, perhaps Madame and the young mistress have returned. Seeing this, Yunshan also returned to the bed and covered himself with the blanket. Butler Zhang reminded him, young master, Madame is always saddened by the fact that you are in a vegetative state. Should we tell her about your current condition? Yunshan lay down and closed his eyes, he shook his head, it's not the time yet. My mother trusts people too easily. If the news gets to Grandpa, he might use it as a hostage. She would be in danger. Suddenly, there was another knock on the door. Butler Zhang softly said, young master, Yunshan angrily asked, why are you coming in again? Butler Zhang hesitated a little, it's not Madame and the young mistress who have arrived, but... Seeing Butler Zhang's unusual expression, Yunshan asked, what's with that expression? Just say it directly. Butler Zhang replied, it's Miss Qi Suxia. Hearing the three words Qi Suxia, Yunshan's face suddenly changed. Suddenly, there was a loud voice outside the door. Butler Zhang, I heard the nanny say you're in Yunshin's room. Please open the door for me. Butler Zhang glanced at Yunshin for his opinion. Young master, do you want me to let Miss Qi in? Yunshin coldly closed his eyes and replied, no need. Receiving the order, Butler Zhang quickly went to the door and rejected Miss Qi's request. Miss Qi, I'm really sorry, I need to help the young master take a bath. It's not convenient for you to come in. The girl with long hair and a delicate face standing in front of Yunshin's room was Qi Suxia. She felt angry at being rejected by Butler Zhang. How could Butler Zhang have become so blind? Now that someone important like herself had returned, how could he not let her in? Quickly hiding that terrifying expression, Suxia said softly, then I won't bother you anymore. Outside, the maid respectfully called out, Madam, young mistress, you're back. Seeing Madame Lu and Xiaomeng walk in from the top of the stairs, her eyes were fixed on Xiaomeng. This is Yunshin's newly wedded wife? After a quick glance, Suxia thought, unexpectedly, her figure isn't bad. But for someone as scheming as Suxia, she knew where her advantage lay. She smirked, but just relying on looks, you can't win against me. Then, Suxia pretended to run to Madame Lu with delight. Aunt Lu, long time no see. Madame Lu was a little surprised and asked, Suxia, why are you back? She didn't pay any attention to Xiaomeng, directly hugging Madame Lu. I came here as soon as I got off the plane. Suxia missed you so much. Xiaomeng, on the other hand, stood there blankly, admiring Suxia's talent and beauty. Who is she? She looks very elegant. Madame Lu smiled and looked at Suxia. This child didn't even tell me she was coming back. I should have sent someone to pick you up. At this time, Xiaomeng spoke up. Mom, who is this? Madame Lu replied, this child Suxia is. Suddenly, Madame Lu became awkward, her face wrinkling in discomfort. How should she introduce her? Suxia was Yunshin's ex-girlfriend, who had taken a knife for Yunshin. She was a good girl. If she said these things, would Xiaomeng hate Suxia? Before Madame Lu could speak, Suxia directly introduced herself. Hello, you must be Xiaomeng. I'm Yunshin's ex-girlfriend, Qi Suxia. Hearing this, Xiaomeng was a little surprised. Ex-girlfriend? Seeing Xiaomeng's expression, Suxia was a little smug. She thought, Xiaomeng must be angry when she hears my identity. Aunt will see that she hates me and will definitely know what kind of new daughter-in-law this is. But far beyond what she imagined, Xiaomeng kindly ran over, took her hand and greeted Suxia. Hello, Sister Qi Suxia. Suxia was stunned for a moment. She couldn't react. What's going on? Isn't she rejecting me? Why is she holding hands and smiling at her husband's ex-girlfriend? Suxia snatched her hand away from Xiaomeng, frowned and stared directly into her eyes. It seems like Xiaomeng's tricks are very clever. But that expression only flashed for a few seconds. She had already put on her old mask. Xiaomeng, where did you all go today? Madame Lu interrupted the conversation. Xiaomeng, you should go take care of Yunshin first. Listening to her mother-in-law, Xiaomeng said goodbye to Suxia and went straight into Yunshin's room. Watching her daughter-in-law leave, the old lady thought to herself, I must let Xiaomeng leave this place, to avoid Suxia saying something that would make Xiaomeng unhappy. But before she could take 10 steps, Suxia quickly called out, Xiaomeng, let's go together. I came here today but haven't seen Yunshin yet. Madame Lu beside her helplessly said, this child Suxia, does she still have Yunshin in her heart? Suxia pretended to be aggrieved and begged Xiaomeng, Xiaomeng, can you let me see Yunshin for a little while? It's been a long time since I've seen him. Xiaomeng happily replied, of course, of course. Immediately, she became suspicious of the girl in front of her, agreeing so easily. Then, Xiaomeng walked to the door of Yunshin's room, while Suxia stood outside waiting. She thought to herself, why is she so easy to talk to? What ex-girlfriend wouldn't be angry when meeting their husband? Failing to achieve her goal of provoking them, Suxia gritted her teeth. She doubted her life. Why was there a girl who didn't know how to be jealous? She wasn't angry. How could she pretend to be pitiful in front of Aunt Lu to sow discord between their mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship? The two went inside the room. Butler Zhang saw her and said, young mistress, you're back. Then I'll go out first. Xiaomeng smiled and replied, thank you for your hard work, Butler Zhang. Looking at Butler Zhang's polite attitude, Suxia began to feel like someone had sprayed chili peppers into her mouth. It was really spicy. She glanced at Butler Zhang. Xiaomeng is just a replacement after all. Butler Zhang actually treats her like a real young mistress, being so polite and respectful. Realizing that her position had been taken by Xiao Meng, Su Xia made up her mind, now that I'm back, then I will be the mistress of this house. After a while, Xiao Meng brought a basin of warm water towards Yunshin's bed. Su Xia went to the bedside, pretending to care, and looked at Yunshin with heartache. Yunshin, long time no see, you've lost weight. Performing the role of the Holy Mother, Su Xia ran with tears streaming down her face, embracing Yunshin who was lying motionless on the bed, before the shocked eyes of Xiao Meng. At the beginning, I took a knife for you. You once said that you would give all the good things in this world to me. She stroked Yunshin's face and said with sobs, if you hadn't had a car accident, we would have been married by now. With that acting skill, Su Xia stopped for a few seconds and glanced at Xiao Meng. She secretly guessed Xiao Meng's expression. I said such words, no matter how generous the wife is. She will be jealous and angry when she hears them, scold me, and slap me, so that Aunt Lu can see how vicious she is. But this time, contrary to her expectations, Xiao Meng gently and sincerely said, Sister Su Xia, you and Yunshin have been through such things, then the relationship between the two of you must be very genuine. Xiao Meng, foolishly and naively, stood aside, listening to the tragic story of her husband and his old flame, and crying her eyes out. If you still love Yunshin, then I will fulfill you too, I will divorce. Su Xia didn't expect this reaction. She stammered, what is this? Seeing Xiao Meng's strange expression, Su Xia became more and more doubtful about life. Was she hallucinating just now? What she didn't expect even more was that Xiao Meng kept sobbing. She held Su Xia's hand and said, if your genuine love is not fulfilled, it would really be against the will of heaven. Su Xia was very stunned by her words. In my whole life as a green tea, I have never met such a strange wife. Su Xia scolded secretly, is this dead girl crazy? She's actually willing to divorce to fulfill us. Thinking it over, if Xiao Meng divorced Yunshin, it would be even better. She looked at Yunshin who was lying motionless on the bed and secretly mocked herself. But now Yunshin is a vegetable, how can I be a widow for him for the rest of my life? Su Xia quickly pulled her hand out. She turned to the side and said, Xiao Meng, thank you, but it's all in the past, now Yunshin and I are just friends. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't receive any response. Su Xia glanced at Xiao Meng with some doubt. She was shocked to see Xiao Meng sitting and unbuttoning Yunshin's shirt. Quickly grabbing Xiao Meng's arm, Su Xia shouted, what are you doing? Xiao Meng calmly answered her question, it's too hot, I have to wipe his body before he sleeps. Su Xia's face darkened, her mouth was frozen, damn it, even if it's a man I don't want, I can't let others benefit from him. Suddenly Xiao Meng had an idea. Seeing Su Xia holding her hand, she smiled, I understand, Sister Su Xia wants to help Yunshin wipe his body, right? In her heart, Xiao Meng thought, with someone helping me, I can relax a little. Hearing these words, Su Xia's face turned green. She quickly searched for a reason to avoid it. I don't want to do this kind of troublesome thing. Yunshin can't see it. And I can't get his favor, so why bother? She quickly turned around and pretended to cry. No need, I feel sad when I see him, I'll go first. Then, Su Xia directly walked out of Yunshin's room in one go. Looking at the girl's figure gradually disappearing, Xiao Meng felt very sympathetic in her heart. She sighed, what a pitiful person. Turning back to look at the handsome young man lying down, she felt a little regretful. If you woke up, the two of you would definitely have a perfect ending. Then, Xiao Meng skillfully unbuttoned Yunshin's shirt. As she unbuttoned, she muttered, Sister Su Xia is gone, I will take care of you from now on. Folding the shirt on her lap, Xiao Meng looked at him and smiled. Then, she dipped the towel into warm water, wrung it dry and wiped Yunshin's body. Every time she did this, she talked to herself, don't worry, his mother treats me very well. I will protect his mother. Xiao Meng wiped Yunshin's body. He still lay there, pretending not to know, but he heard all the words she said. In the meantime, Xiao Meng whispered, of course, I will protect you too. Her words made Yunshin's face blush. Xiao Meng then pinched his cheek and teased, after all, you're my money tree. The emotional feeling just now vanished, turning from moving to cold in just a few short seconds. That night, in Yunshin's room, the moonlight from outside shone brightly. Yunshin opened his eyes slightly and looked around. Seeing the girl sleeping soundly beside him, he thought to himself, she really is a foolish girl, not well behaved even when sleeping. Seeing that the blanket had been kicked away by her, Yunshin conveniently pulled it up and tidied it up for her. He complained lovingly, you still want to trouble a money tree like me to tuck you in. Looking at the well-behaved and gentle appearance next to him, Yunshin suddenly felt a bit curious about her. What kind of person are you? The next morning, the sun was overhead. Xiaoming dressed up perfectly and thought to herself, the day after tomorrow is the day to return home. Today is a good day to survey the market and start a business as soon as possible. She stood in front of the mirror and took a final look. Putting the cap on her head, looking at her face in the mirror, her eyes shone with high determination. Su Lin Yan Lan, just you wait, in the previous life. You took everything from me, using dirty tricks to force me to jump off the building. This life I will make you watch everything you care about disappear. Downstairs in the kitchen, Su Xia was at Yunshin's house again. She softly called out, Xiaoming, are you awake? Come and have breakfast. Xiaoming walked down from the stairs, saw the delicious food on the table and asked, you woke up so early? Madame Lu then happily called Xiaoming, Xiaoming, come and try it, the buns that Su Xia made are very delicious. Putting a plate of bread on the table, Su Xia pretended to be polite and replied, Aunt Lu, if you keep praising me like that, I'll be embarrassed. Then, she tried hard to flatter Madame Lu, as long as you like it, Auntie, I'll make it for you every day, it's just a pity, I can't be here every day to make it for you. Then, Su Xia intentionally reminded Xiaoming that she was a daughter-in-law but didn't know how to do housework. She said to Xiaoming, so Xiaoming, you have to get up a little earlier in the future. Or I'll make breakfast for Auntie, and you can be filial to Auntie for me. Xiaoming suddenly realized something. She thought to herself, why do these words sound a bit strange? Leaving that aside, Xiaoming smiled and replied, Sister Su Xia, it's not even 7 o'clock yet, it's said that 8 o'clock in the morning is best for the stomach. Moreover, Mom treats me very well, even if you don't say it, I will be filial to Mom. Her answer always made Madame Lu satisfied. She looked at her with warm eyes. This child Xiaoming is quite kind. On the other hand, for Su Xia, Xiaoming's answer was no different from a slap in the face. Damn it, why isn't that Su Xiaoming easy to fool? Now even Aunt Lu's eyes when she looks at her have become kind. Realizing that her position was being threatened, she decided to draw up a detailed plan. No, I am the mistress of the Lu family recognized by everyone, I can't let Aunt Lu like Su Xiaoming. After a while, Xiaoming spoke up, I'm done eating, you two eat slowly, I'm going out to do something. Su Xia wanted to provoke a family dispute again. Xiaoming, you just got married, what important things do you have to do? Auntie likes to eat the buns that I make the most. You can stay home later and learn from me. She thought that saying these words would probably make Xiaoming not dare to refuse. Su Xiaoming, you dare to refuse, your refusal means you are not willing to make food for Aunt Lu to eat. That is unfilial. But someone like Su Xia didn't think in one direction, she also calculated in another direction, but if she follows me to learn, I will teach her the wrong way. No matter how she learns, she will make very bad buns. In comparison, no matter whether it's Aunt Lu or others, they will feel that she is far inferior to me. At this time, Xiaoming had seen through the trap in Su Xia's words. The look in her eyes changed a little. Xiaoming didn't give in easily. She stood up and pushed the chair in and replied, later, let Aunt Wang follow you to learn. I have to learn a few more things to be good at one thing and reduce the pressure on Mom. These words once again enhanced Madame Lu's goodwill towards her. Looking at Xiaoming's smile, she thought to herself, this child is an aspiring child. Then, she waved goodbye to Madame Lu and left the house. Mom, I'm going out, bye-bye. She carefully instructed, pay attention to safety on the road. Returning to Su Xia, any traps she set were easily avoided by Xiaoming, and even became a whetstone, polishing Xiaoming's character. She was annoyed, damn it. This time I made Aunt Lu have more goodwill towards that bitch Su Xiaoming. Putting her true face away temporarily, Su Xia then turned to look at Madame Lu and smiled. Auntie, is Xiaoming too focused on her career? Madame Lu asked in surprise, why? Pretending to be wronged and worried about the Lu family, saying that married women should focus on their husbands and mothers-in-law. She implied that Su Xiaoming might interact with scheming men. Lu Madame immediately defended Xiaoming, saying that Xiaoming was not that kind of person and reassured her. Without being able to say more, Chu Xia had to stop her insinuations. Well, that was just great. Seeing the smile and trust that Lu Madame had for Xiaoming, Chu Xia hated her even more. She was hateful. Su Xiaoming had changed Auntie Lu's view in just 2 days. She had to quickly think of a way to get her kicked out of the house. On Xiaoming's side, it took her a while to finish her work. Holding the glass of water in her hand, she thought to herself, I'm so tired. I finally went through all the markets. She calculated in her head, it seemed that the beauty industry was basically the most affordable industry today. In a few days, she would study it in more depth. Suddenly, a commotion caught her attention. Beat him. Beat him hard. In the distance, a group of young men were ganging up on a young man curled up on the ground. You drunkard, what do you think this place is? You dare to cause trouble in our territory. Xiao Meng's eyes suddenly lit up. The person being beaten was a young man about her age. She suddenly recognized him. Isn't this Xiao Rui? Then, Xiao Meng stepped forward and pointed at the group of people, shouting loudly, "Stop. If you keep hitting him, you'll kill him." Do you know who he is? He is the young master of the Lu family. The group of young men stopped when they were scolded. The three of them discussed with each other, and everyone began to worry. Lu Rui, the young master of the Lu family? I heard that the Lu family is very powerful. Let's drop it and not pursue this matter anymore. Then, the group hurried away. Xiao Meng went to check on Lu Rui's injuries. She asked caringly, "Xiao Rui, where is your phone? Call your family's driver to pick you up." He muttered, "Sister Xiao Meng." The young man with bruises all over his body was Lu Rui, the young master of the Lu family, Su Lin Nan's former fiancé, her childhood sweetheart. 2 streams of tears ran down his face. "Sister Xiao Meng, Nan, she doesn't want me anymore. I beg you to help me. I've always seen you as my own sister since I was a child. Please persuade Nan to help me. I don't want to annul the engagement. She already has my child. The child can't be without a father." Hearing what Xiao Meng said, she was a little surprised. Su Lin Nan is pregnant? Then why did she want to marry Lu Yunshan before? Lu Rui suddenly became more agitated. He knelt down in front of Xiao Meng and begged, "I gave up the admission letter from the top university abroad for her sake. And even gave up the inheritance of the Lu family." Lu Rui's tears kept falling, making Xiao Meng a little embarrassed. "I really love Nan, I can't lose her." Xiao Meng stood up abruptly. She refused coldly, "I'm sorry, I can't help you." Then, she took out her phone from her bag and dialed a few numbers, saying, "Hello, is this the butler of the Lu family? Your young master is injured. He's now at the entrance of Bar C." About half an hour later, a 4-wheeled car drove from afar. A girl in a cool black and purple outfit stepped down. She was Lu Han, the newly appointed CEO of the Lu enterprise. Taking off her sunglasses, Lu Han looked indifferently at Xiao Meng. "Su Xiao Meng, long time no see." Xiao Meng also replied politely, "Long time no see, Miss Lu." This woman exuded an aura of dominance from head to toe. She looked at her battered younger brother, Lu Rui, and said, "If it weren't for you stopping them today, my brother might have been seriously injured. I thank you for this." At this time, Lu Rui was being helped into the car by the butler. Lu Han looked at Xiao Meng and announced a piece of news to her, "But I never like favors. The urn containing your mother's ashes, which was entrusted to the temple, has been taken away by Lin Yunlan." Xiao Meng was stunned and asked, "What?" Putting her sunglasses back on, she frowned. "She probably wants to use my mother's ashes to threaten you. Su Lin Nan has turned my brother into this. I hope she lives a life worse than death." Then, Lu Han turned to leave. Before leaving, she left a sentence, "If you need help, you can find me." The information provided by Lu Han was like a knife stabbing into Xiao Meng. She turned purple with anger. "Lin Yunlan, you won't even let my mother's ashes go." That night, at the Lu family's house, Chu Xia was still diligently cooking in the kitchen of someone else's house. Suddenly, Chu Xia's phone lit up, notifying her of a new message. Someone had sent Chu Xia a video of Xiao Meng and Lu Rui, along with the message, "Auntie Chi, I've taken the pictures you wanted." Having obtained these pictures, Chu Xia smiled triumphantly. "Finally, I got pictures of Su Xiao Meng and another man. It's really too easy to deal with a fool like Su Xiao Meng." Then, Chu Xia saw Lu Madam entering the kitchen. She turned on her actress mode and pretended to shout, "Oh my god, how could this happen?" Lu Madam asked worriedly, "Chu Xia, what happened?" She pretended to be worried, and 2 streams of tears ran down her face. "Auntie, I..." This made Lu Madam even more worried. She asked, "What's wrong?" Seeing that Chu Xia didn't answer, Lu Madam hurried over to wipe the tears from the corners of Chu Xia's eyes. "Don't be sad. Whatever happened, just tell Auntie." She then showed the picture of Xiao Meng and Lu Rui. "I just feel so sorry for Yunshin. Chu Xia added a few more insinuations. I originally thought Su Xiaoming was a well-behaved girl. Chu Xia's pictures and instigation made Lu Madam waver a little. She frowned and held the phone in her hand. Seeing this expression, she continued, I like her so much, and I wanted her to take care of you and Yunshin for me. Chu Xia suddenly burst into tears, but she secretly went on dates with other men behind your and Yunshin's backs. How could she be so outrageous? Her crocodile tears continued to flow, and she continued to insinuate as much as she could. Although Yunshin is in a coma, he is still the true heir of the Lu group. How could he endure this humiliation? Lu Madam glanced at it and murmured, could there be some misunderstanding? Chu Xia immediately retorted, there can't be a misunderstanding. My friend said they saw them hugging with their own eyes before sending it to me. Hearing the solid evidence from someone she trusted, anger surged in Lu Madam's heart. How could Xiaoming be like this? After a while, the Lu family's house fell silent again. The maid opened the door for her and greeted, Madam, you're back. Xiaoming happily held out a gift. Mom, I heard you like to eat the bird's nest soup from the shop on North Street. She placed it on the table and took out a small black box. Mom, quickly taste it while it's hot. But this time, Lu Madam was not in the mood. Anger was clearly expressed on her face. Xiaoming asked curiously, Mom, what's wrong? Suddenly, the green TB *TCH Chu Xia pretended to be angry and swept the box of bird's nest soup off Xiaoming's table, making a clattering sound. Xiaoming asked angrily, what are you doing? Chu Xia pointed at her face and questioned, Su Xiaoming, you're really good at acting. Xiaoming frowned and replied, Mom treats me well, and I bought a bowl of bird's nest soup that she likes and brought it home. Where am I acting? Chu Xia took the opportunity to press on, are we talking about bird's nest soup now? You're having an affair with another man outside. Do you think you're worthy of Yunshin? Hearing these baseless accusations, Xiaoming was a little flustered. Having an affair? Chu Xia immediately held up the photo of her rescuing Lu Rui this afternoon and said, don't try to quibble. I have evidence. Looking at the photo, she was surprised and thought to herself, isn't this the scene where I met Lu Rui at dusk? Recognizing the conspiracy of the green TB *TCH in front of her, Xiaoming's face darkened. Chu Xia had someone secretly take pictures of me. She deliberately wants to harm me. She saw through Chu Xia's heart. You don't want to marry Lu Yunshin, but you don't allow other women to come near and take care of him. It seems that Lu Yunshin's judgment of people is not good. Either. Chu Xia was angry when she saw Xiaoming sneer, what are you laughing at? Without giving Xiaoming a chance to answer, Chu Xia added a few more insinuations, Auntie, quickly look. After Su Xiaoming was caught, she stopped pretending. Xiaoming looked at Chu Xia with a mocking gaze, I'm laughing at your despicable methods, and laughing at Lu Yunshin for being blind. As soon as she heard this, she stammered, what nonsense are you talking about? Her mind was constantly flustered, why isn't this fool panicking? At this moment, Lu Madam stepped forward to protect Chu Xia and questioned her, Xiaoming, how can you scold Chu Xia like that? This made Xiaoming hurriedly defend herself. Mom, you've been played by her. The situation was so tense that she had to explain urgently, making her facial muscles even tighter. Mom, I spent the whole day today researching the market. At dusk, I met the former fiancé of your granddaughter. Seeing that he was almost beaten to death, I went to stop them, and then his family came to pick him up. Everything Xiaoming said was so certain that it made the wall in Lu Madam's mind shake. There are cameras all along that shopping street. If you don't believe me, you can check. When she glanced at Chu Xia, her urgent voice was now unusually sharp, making the person stiffen. On the contrary, it's you. Why did you deliberately send someone to follow me? Her loud accusation made the fox feel guilty to the point of revealing her tail. Why did you only cut out one picture from it to show my mother, causing my mother to misunderstand? Xiaoming didn't shy away from washing her dirty linen in public. Last night, I asked you, if you still love Yunshin, then I'll withdraw. Her firm eyes were enough to defeat any surprises that might come from the two-faced girl, but you said that the two of you can't be together anymore. Every word made her struggle to retreat. You don't want to marry him in a comatose state, but you don't allow other women to take care of him. Don't you feel that you're too selfish? Her mind was so confused that her lips kept moving, but she couldn't say anything. Damn it, I kicked a steel plate. Using the unique trick of green TB cheese, Chu Xia pretended to faint before the situation became worse. Lu Madam looked at her slender body collapsing, her heart skipped a beat, and she shouted, Chu Xia. Her voice trembled as if she had just been bullied, and she secretly hid her ability to reverse black and white skillfully. Auntie, I'm not that kind of person. I sent someone to follow her because I was too worried about Yunshin, and I wanted to take precautions for Yunshin. Chuxian nestled in her arms, and dirty tears began to flow steadily. Auntie, believe me, I didn't deliberately speak ill of Yunshin. If I wasn't lying there, I wouldn't have taken a knife for him. Before she could say a few words, she pretended to cough a few times to win sympathy from her. Chuxia, don't be nervous, lest you hurt your health. Auntie believes you. As someone who was originally an impartial chairwoman who was dragged into this, Lu Madam didn't want to offend anyone, so she had to say to her, Xiao Meng, you've been busy all day. You should go and rest first. Xiao Meng pursed her lips and looked at the scene in front of her, feeling dissatisfied but not daring to say anything. As night fell, the crescent moon shone more brightly than usual. The large door was tightly closed to hide the thoughts of the person inside from the outside world. She sadly looked out the window and sighed with disappointment. Looking at Yunshin lying quietly on the corner of the bed, she sadly confided, Lu Yunshin, your judgment of people is too bad. I thought she loved you so much. The late-night soliloquy continued without needing someone to respond. Originally, no one wanted to marry you and take care of you, but she deliberately harmed me, wanting to drive me away. Xiao Meng frowned, and her irritated voice mixed with a hint of fatigue echoed in the utter silence, but this time, she shot herself in the foot. Afraid that the patient wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully, she quickly left the bed and said one last word, Mom is so smart, even if she cries and says it's all for your own good. Mom won't completely believe her anymore. In the middle of the night, the pure light of the electric lights dimly illuminated the vast mansion. Yunshin tossed and turned for a long time, unable to sleep. He glanced at the person lying in the same bed, and his heart was restless. Today, we're so far apart. Is she holding a grudge against me? He was anxious because he could see his contract wife lying 800 kilometers away, but he couldn't do anything. But when he saw her sleeping too thinly, he gently pulled the blanket up to cover his wife. Early the next morning, the fresh sun had spread to every corner of the mansion. Xiao Meng happily opened the door and prepared to leave the house. Suddenly, the scene in front of her startled her. Lu Madam and butler Zhang stood in the hall below, seriously waiting for her since when. Xiao Meng was so nervous that she broke into a cold sweat when she spoke to her, Mom, you're. This made her give up her initial mentality and explain, today. You're going back to your mother's house. Yunshin can't go with you. Thinking that Xiao Meng still had something on her mind, she tried to soften her voice and continued, I told butler Zhang to bring bodyguards with you, so that anyone who wants to bully you won't have a good ending. The unconditional care made her choked with emotion and unable to speak. When she regained her senses, she unconsciously said words of thanks and embarrassment, thank you, Mom. Inside the box brought by butler Zhang, sparkling jewelry appeared along with the black card with unimaginable power. Xiao Meng looked at the things inside in disbelief, what is this? Lu Madam gently explained in concise words, but it was like a bomb exploding in people's heads. These are 5 pieces of jewelry and a red envelope of 10 million yuan when you pass through the door. Her kind eyes seemed to melt her wounded heart the day before, although you married into our Lu family in a hurry, whatever the daughters-in-law of other families have, you will also have. Hearing those words, she would not be foolish enough to refuse the gift. Her mouth grinned, thank you, Mom. Then, she led her upstairs, go put these things away first. The precious black box was neatly placed in a compartment of the house. Waiting until she had completed her task, Lu Madam hesitated before changing the subject, about yesterday, I'm very sorry. Her frank words really made her stunned, I shouldn't have gotten angry with you before investigating clearly. Feeling the warm and deep affection, she hugged Lu Madam, Mom, I don't blame you. The words that had not been spoken had to die young in her heart, Mom should trust me. Lu Madam looked at her son sleeping soundly on the bed, and her heart was filled with worry. Suddenly, an idea appeared in her mind, causing Lu Madam to hesitate to show her face, this child, Xiao Meng. Afraid that she would not be able to restrain her emotions any longer, she grabbed her hand and dragged her out, it's not early anymore, you should leave early. Little did she know that Yunshin had opened his eyes from behind, looking at the hurried figures of the 2 women and pondering, Su Xiao Meng, what kind of person are you after all? Xiao Meng looked at the scene unfolding before her, and she could not help but silently mourn for Chu Xia. If Chu Xia knew that after her frame-up, Mom trusted her even more, she would probably be furious. A team of super cool cars and a powerful team of bodyguards had been waiting for her in the yard for a long time. At the Su family's villa, the large house basked in the sun to ward off evil spirits, but unintentionally held the Een soldiers tightly in the house. Yunlan was surprised to see her beloved daughter standing in front of the balcony door. "Why are you up so early?" Lin Nan heard the question and didn't bother to turn around to answer. "Of course it's because I'm excited. I've finally waited until the B*TCH Su Xiaoming comes back." Her words were so despicable that even ghosts would despise her. "She made me lose face, so today I have to find a way to teach her a lesson. She's always calculating others and just opens her mouth loudly. She really doesn't have a high IQ like I thought. I've already prepared those drugs. As long as I can take indecent pictures of her, she'll be my dog." Even her mother had to step in to restrain her game. "Don't fix it. You have to let her go back to the Lu family and get things for us." Lin Ren's harsh voice was like poisonous thorns, affecting the hearing of others. "I don't know if she got anything good in the past few days. I have to ask for everything later." Yunlan recalled what she had learned and excitedly repeated, "Don't think about it anymore. I heard that Chi Chu Xia has entered the Lu family a few days ago." Standing in front of the mirror, she still thought that she was no different from the Empress at the peak of glory, and she spoke with the arrogance of a superior. "That old woman from the Lu family likes Chi Chu Xia. She definitely feels that Su Xiaoming is an eyesore. How can she continue to treat her well?" She listened silently and couldn't help but curse a few times. "Really useless trash. Forget it. At that time, if you see anything, directly ask her to steal it for you. Anyway, even if she's caught, she'll take the blame." Suddenly, the servants in the family ran in to report, "Madam, the eldest daughter is back." The two mothers and daughters exuded a sinister aura, as if they wanted to eat someone alive. "She's finally back." Seeing her coming in, she was constantly gossiping in her head, "Dressed so poorly, it seems that Chi Chu Xia has easily replaced her position. She deserves it." But when she saw the person walking right behind her, Lin Nan's proud expression immediately collapsed. "Wait, isn't this Butler Zhang?" Seeing the small room in the villa quickly filled with the servants brought by Xiaoming, she was surprised and panicked. "Why is he here, and with so many bodyguards?" Seeing the black faces of the two mothers and daughters, Butler Zhang pretended not to see them and said hypocritically, "Madam Lin, the 20 parking spaces in your house are full. And there are 5 cars temporarily parked at the gate for a while. Is that okay?" Yunlan's mind was relatively sharp, and she quickly jumped to the conclusion in her head. So today, the Lu family sent 20 or so luxury cars to bring Su Xiaoming back. Frightened by the imposing manner of the deployment, although she was a little dissatisfied in her heart, she spoke euphemistically, "Convenient, of course it's convenient." Seeing this scene, Lin Nan was so dissatisfied that she clenched her hands to endure the unreasonable anger in her heart. No way, how could the Lu family value Su Xiaoming so much? Her face was twisted with anger, but she lowered her voice to cover up the frustration that was clearly visible on her body. "Where is this disfavor? It's obviously doting on her to the sky. What is she relying on?" When everyone was seated, Yunlan was the first to break the heavy atmosphere in the room. "I'm saying this, Xiaoming, you're back." Before anything else, she began to reprimand Xiaoming. "Why do you have to ask Manager Zhang to bring so many people to take you back? This takes up so much of people's time." Butler Zhang, who was busy serving her at this time, also had to step in to correct her. "Madam Lin is joking. It's my honor to be able to accompany Madam." When this scene fell into her eyes, it was like a small nail that caused long-term discomfort. "Damn it, Butler Zhang of the Lu family is bowing down to Su Xiaoming." Lin Nan, who was sitting next to her, had to wonder in her heart after seeing her smug face, "What's wrong with Chi Chu Xia? Why is this B*TCH Su Xiaoming being favored in the Lu family?" Before the conversation was nipped in the bud because of the domineering calculations, she pushed the plate of cakes towards her and invited, "Xiaoming, eat some snacks. And drink some tea in the hot weather." But she didn't say a word, leaving her speechless and not knowing what to do. Yunlan's face suddenly became uncomfortable because of the thoughts in her head. There's no chance to ask Su Xiaoming for the shares in front of Manager Zhang. With the dirty demands in her heart, she forcefully pulled her hand. "That's right, Xiaoming, I have a few private words to say to you. Come over here." Lin Nan, who was sitting on the other side of the chair, also came forward anxiously. "That's right, sister, my mom misses you very much. There are a lot of things she wants to say to you." But how could she not read the obscure matter and withdraw her hand? Manager Zhang was so worried that he stopped everything he was doing to stop her. Madam. Xiao Meng sighed softly to answer him amicably, it's okay. The door was happily opened by Lin Nan, welcoming her into the interrogation room. When it was slammed shut, the atmosphere in the room was so stifling that no one could stand it. Before anything else, she revealed her true face, raising her hand to interact with her face. Su Xiaomeng, you're rebelling, right? Thinking that she could assault people smoothly, she didn't expect her mantis arm to be quickly grabbed by her. She also got an unexpected Pikachu slap. Her eyes were full of disbelief as she asked again, B*tch Su Xiaomeng, you dare to hit me? Xiaomeng carefully looked at the green tea girl in front of her, and her mouth didn't hesitate to expose the nonsense thoughts in her head, only let you hit me, can't I hit back? Yunlan also lived up to her name as Lin Nan's mother. Seeing her daughter at a disadvantage, she stepped in and chided her as if she were very moral. Su Xiaomeng. It seems that your wings are hard. You dare to resist us. She took the urn containing her mother's ashes and began to open her familiar threat. I'm not going to beat around the bush anymore, hand over the shares. Her shrewish voice was like poison to the ears. If I hadn't stopped her from smashing your mother's ashes, Xiaomeng would never have seen her mother rest in peace. Yunlan said, her face darkening. This time, she didn't bother to hold back. She directly slapped Yunlan in the face to open her eyes. The urn thus flew into the air, but fortunately, she caught it in time. She was speechless, pointing at her face and only managing to utter one word, you. Taking advantage of this, Lin Ren grabbed a vase from behind and smashed it on her head. Su Xiaomeng, you're really crazy. How dare you hit my mother? Thanks to her agility, she quickly dodged the blow without even looking. Not only that, Xiaomeng also added a kick to her butt. Butler Zhang, who was sitting outside enjoying tea, was startled by the loud shouting from inside the room. Afraid that something might have happened to her, he immediately kicked the door open and rushed into the room. Madam. But when he saw her calmly fighting the two women, he froze, secretly praising, Madam is so amazing. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do in the room, he pretended to be blind and deaf and went outside to close the door again. Unfortunately, Su Hai ran over with a group of bodyguards and shouted, what are you doing? Butler Zhang politely greeted with a cold face, Mr. Su. But he didn't care at all and even shouted, get out of the way. He recalled the chaotic scene in the room and decided to stand guard in front of the door. Sorry, Mrs. Lin invited our madam inside, saying that men can't enter. But this short-sighted man didn't listen and even pointed his finger, acting high and mighty. You Lu family, don't bully people too much. Get out. Contrary to his angry mood, he maintained the amiable and professional demeanor of a butler and replied, the weather is hot. Please take a rest, Mr. Su. At his words, the Lu family's bodyguards quickly rushed into the scene, holding Su Hai and his subordinates tightly. Get out of here. Get out. Suddenly, the sound of a door locking echoed, making the noisy space naturally silent. Butler Zhang turned to look at the situation and was stunned. He hurriedly ran over to ask her, Madam, are you all right? And received a short answer from Xiaomeng, I'm fine. But the miserable mother and daughter were not so lucky. Yunlan dragged her daughter out and cried, Husband, save me. Lin Ren immediately knelt down and complained to him, Dad, she wants to kill me and Mom. Without even asking about the situation, Su Hai jumped up, barking like a chihuahua. You wicked creature. Your Aunt Yunlan and your sister treat you so well, how can you hit them like this? Since things had come to this point, she didn't want to hold back anymore to tire herself out, so she told him everything. They wanted to hit me and smash my mother's ashes. Who is the wicked one here? Su Hai heard this, and his ears were buzzing. He looked at the white urn that she was holding tightly, ashes? His face suspiciously turned to Yunlan, you wanted to smash the ashes? Afraid of losing face, she immediately lied without blushing, I didn't. Her shriveled brain only knew how to distort the truth. I just saw that Xiaomeng missed her mother too much, so I took it to let her see it. Xiaomeng didn't show any respect and cursed, slapping them both in the face, Dad, if you even believe this lie, then you're not only blind but also deaf. She didn't want to say anything more, so she quickly turned around and called out to the other employees, let's go. Leaving Yunlan crying and begging him, Lao Su. You have to believe me. I really took the ashes for Xiaomeng's own good. But not only did he not listen, but he also struggled and cursed, why have you become like this? I feel like I don't understand you anymore. Afraid that she would be kicked out in her old age, she knelt down and begged him, "Husband, it's all a misunderstanding. Please believe me." Lin Ren looked at the nightmarish situation of her family, and hatred surged in her heart. "Su Xiaomeng, how dare you tear off my mother's mask?" Her slender hand clenched tightly and trembled. "I will ruin your reputation." Her stupid brain led her to make unfounded accusations on social media. "I am a famous KOL with tens of millions of fans. How dare you go against me?" Same city. Su Lin Nan, does sincerity not deserve sincerity? On the day my sister returned home, she attacked me and my mother. The keyboard warriors immediately took the bait and commented continuously, "Is this Nan Nan's half-sister attacking her? Nan Nan is so kind, how can she bear to hit her? How can there be such a vicious sister in the world? She's worse than an animal." Looking at the malicious comments directed at her, she smiled savagely. Su Xiaomeng, the hot search return home visit, viciously beat stepmother and sister will leave you with nowhere to be buried. At Yunshin's mansion, a cold wind swept through, spreading the fatigue of people to other places. Madame Lu waited at home, and as soon as she saw her open the door and enter, she immediately asked, "How was going back to your parents' home today? Did they make things difficult for you?" Xiaoming snuggled into her arms and summarized everything in a few simple sentences, "Thank you, Mom." With Butler Zhang's people there, everything went smoothly. Hearing those words, she patted her hand as well. "Rest early." She went straight to the bedroom without any hesitation. When she saw that there was no human presence in the room, she wondered in confusion, "Where's Lu Yunshin?" Xiaoming quickly went downstairs to ask Madame Lu, "Mom, where's Yunshin?" Her soft voice quickly and clearly told her, "Yunshin was taken for treatment in the afternoon. Butler Zhang will go over to take care of him later. You rest." At night, the stars began to appear, making the scenery below even more dazzling. Yunshin stood in the study, doubting what he had just heard so much that he had to ask again, "You said she not only snatched back the ashes, but also beat up that vicious mother and daughter?" Butler Zhang bowed slightly and replied, "Yes." Madame returned after arranging the ashes and didn't tell the madam about today, looking like she didn't want her to worry. Remembering his wife's serene face, his voice became dazed. Did Su Xiaoming cry? Thinking back to what happened this morning, he couldn't help but proudly show off before the phone rang continuously, "Madam is very strong and didn't cry." Looking at the news on the phone that kept popping up, Butler Zhang panicked and said to him, "Young master, this is not good. There is negative news about Madam on the internet." Hot search, KOL Su Lin Nan and her mother were, Su Lin Nan, return home visit, beat stepmother. Afraid that Yunshin didn't understand how bad the situation was, he quickly added, "Now many of Su Lin Nan's fans are attacking Madam." He frowned at the dirty things on the screen and ordered him, "Tell the public relations team to suppress the news tonight and push up Su Lin Nan's scandals." Before the person left, he added with a growl to vent his anger, "Dare to touch my woman, courting death." Just as Butler Zhang was about to leave, the phone rang again. The news sent this time made him freeze for a long time. "This is..." His face was full of disbelief as he handed the tablet to Yunshin. "Young master, the situation has reversed." Looking at the comments that kept popping up, Butler Zhang fell into a state of confusion, unable to recover. Madam posted the recording of that vicious mother and daughter online. The keyboard warriors are really following the wind, so the writing is also different from the beginning. This is really Su Lin Nan's voice. Oh my god, how can she be so vicious? To snatch back the shares, she used other people's mothers' ashes to threaten them. Even Butler Zhang, no matter how professional he was, had to reveal his true face to him. The people who were scolding Madam just now are now scolding Su Lin Nan. In a short time, Madam has gained more than 500,000 fans. Yunshin witnessed the game that his wife had set up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Su Xiaoming's mind actually contains quite a few things." To silently support her from behind, he changed the order he had given earlier. "Tell the public relations department to push this recording to the top one of the hot search." Butler Zhang quickly memorized those words and replied, "Yes." When he was alone in the room, Yunshin pondered and dialed the phone. "Add friend. I'm P32531. But the system quickly notified that the friend request failed, making him stunned. Yunshin stiffly looked at the unpleasant reality before him and fueled his anger. Not reconciled. This silly girl actually rejected me. Elsewhere, the yellow phone vibrated continuously on the table. Looking at the continuous notifications on the phone, Xiaoming puzzledly made a sound. Why is this person sending me a friend request? P32531, friend request, P32531, friend request. Her finger hesitated before the new notification. Moments, more information, accept friend request. After clicking confirm, Xiaoming didn't hesitate to ask the other party directly, are you always sending me friend requests because you're curious about me? Receiving a message from his wife, he happily replied, a little. But her sudden message afterwards stunned him. Okay, transfer me 50, and I'll tell you about my revenge plan. Originally just intending to tease, who knew that the notification of transferring 5 million to her made her freeze on the spot. Xiaoming looked at the dazzling numbers and was speechless. 5 million? Is he a fool? Are Su Lin Nan's fans so rich? Her finger clicked delete contact, and her voice was a bit regretful for the premature death of the joke. Not playing anymore. Yunshin was stunned because he didn't think that his generous act would bring about such an unspeakable result. Blocked me again? He sighed softly, but there was some pampering in it. She doesn't take the money either. She's not greedy at all. At the Su family's house, the angry voice of a partner vented directly at Su Hai. Boss Su, let's stop our cooperation. He was working in the study when he heard the news and was so scared that he had to ask back urgently, why? The other end not only didn't calm down but vented even stronger than before. Haven't you seen the news yet? Cooperating with you will only tarnish our company. The unfinished call made him rush to see the hot searches on social media. This is. After listening to the recording, he was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and held on. These two damned wicked creatures. A few minutes later, Lin Ren's door was knocked loudly as if someone had come to collect debts. She was lying on the bed scrolling through her phone when she heard this and frowned in dissatisfaction. But when she heard Su Hai's voice, open the door now. She quickly sat up in a panic. Why is Dad so anxious in the middle of the night? Lin Ren's low IQ brain suddenly sped up. It seems that Dad already knows about Su Xiaoming being cyberbullied. As soon as she opened the door, she didn't care about his gloomy appearance and pretended to be complacent. Dad, you don't need to worry. A thankless person being cyberbullied will only enhance our image. Before she could finish her words, he slapped her hard in the face. Damned wicked creature. One slap wasn't enough to vent his anger. He grabbed her hair and growled, you want to kill me? Having been hit continuously, Lin Ren couldn't bear it and had to beg repeatedly, Dad, don't hit me, don't hit me. Hearing her daughter's screams, Yunlan hurriedly ran over. Seeing the violence, she asked, Nan. Not understanding what was happening, she still tried to pull him back. Husband, stop. You'll beat Nan to death like this. What happened? But even after he stopped the violence, Su Hai still cursed in frustration, damned wicked creature. Why did you post the family affairs online? Hearing this, Yunlan was shocked, and her face turned visibly darker. You posted family affairs online? Since the matter had been revealed, Lin Ren not only didn't know how to repent but also arrogantly showed off, it's because Su Xiaoming is too arrogant. I just wanted to teach her a lesson for Dad. Su Hai pointed his finger at her as if he had been stepped on the tail. You're teaching her a lesson for me? His accusatory words made her fall into a state of indefinite confusion. If you really were doing it for me, then why in the recording that Su Xiaoming posted, could you say such vicious words? Her whole body trembled non-stop, and her mouth stuttered because she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Su Xiaoming recorded it? Yunlan took the opportunity when Su Hai didn't say anything more and took out her phone to check. Cold sweat poured out of her forehead, making Yunlan's appearance look less imposing. No, it's impossible. Since things had come to this point, she still tried to hold on to his hand to find some light at the end of the tunnel. Husband, listen to my explanation. But Su Hai was so tired that he also slapped her in the face, causing her neck to twist. You vile woman, you and your daughter want to kill me. The miserable image of Lin Ren just now was now transferred to Yunlan in an unexpectedly smooth way. Husband, it's not like that. It's all a misunderstanding, don't hit me. The only thing she cared about at this time was the news on the internet. My kind image is destroyed. The comments that had praised her before were now the snakes biting back, but still pretending to be saviors of humanity. Su Xiaoming is a vicious white lotus. It's so unlucky to be her sister, being tortured and framed. Vile woman, die quickly. Everything had not followed the script she had prepared, and it was going in a bad direction quickly, causing Linren to cry and smash her phone. This is not true. This is not true. Her face was full of hatred, to the point of almost becoming insane. The one who should be ruined is not me. Under the karmic retribution she had to receive, she screamed crazily as if she was very wronged. Su Xiaomeng, I must kill you. Kill you. A happy new day appeared again on the land of Yunshin's home. Xiaomeng obediently announced her schedule to Madame Liu. Mom, today I'm going out to see how the stores that you and Mom left me are doing. I'll be back in the evening. Hearing that, she didn't want to stop her and immediately agreed, okay. Looking at the back of her obedient daughter-in-law leaving, she was so satisfied that she had to secretly praise, Xiaomeng is very ambitious. Not bad. She stood blankly in front of a large house like a villa. This restaurant was also left to me by Mom. Xiaomeng entered and smiled friendly to the employees here. First, don't reveal my identity. I'll do a secret survey. As soon as she sat down, the female employee started her professional sales mode. What would you like to order? This is our new seafood hot pot, the taste is very delicious. Hearing the description was quite attractive, so she was moved and immediately ordered, thank you, give me one. While she was waiting, suddenly a sharp voice poured into her ear, Su Xiaomeng, is that really you? Lian Hao, with his old-fashioned 5-to-5 haircut, opened his mouth to sarcastically insult her. A poor person like you actually dares to enter such an expensive restaurant? His shrill voice drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant to look in this direction. Do you know how much a meal in Mingyue Mingzhu restaurant will cost? Enough for you to deliver goods for a few months. The weak girlfriend next to him leaned close to him and coquettishly asked, Brother Lian Hao, who is she? Seeing the beauty offering herself, Lian Hao proudly trampled on others with words. She is the former shipper girlfriend that I mentioned to you before. Hearing those words, she mocked in the same way as him, a shipper? Brother Lian Hao, you even took a fancy to this kind of goods? Seeing that Xiaomeng didn't say anything, the two of them just stood there laughing and joking as if this was an uninhabited place, initially just wanting to tease her. Xiaomeng silently endured for a while, waiting for these two crazy people to leave. But seeing them still acting like puppets, she coldly splashed a scoop of water on their faces. Hearing the laughter ringing throughout the restaurant, Lian Hao gritted his teeth and thought, are they laughing at me? The rising hatred made him raise his hand, wanting to commit violence in front of everyone. Su Xiaomeng, you want to die. But how could she let him accomplish that? Her slender hand gently grabbed his wrist. The plan to hit someone died prematurely and was caught by a girl, making Lian Hao feel ashamed to the point of revealing his attitude on his face. Being pressed down on the table, he kept yelling like a grown-up child, Manager, call the manager here. Kick this damned poor person out. The manager in the room suddenly heard the employee calling and slowly ran out. What happened? Why don't you quickly kick this poor person who hit someone out? Seeing a familiar person, he couldn't help but be surprised and stunned. You, Miss Su. He ignored the tense situation and only focused on talking to Xiaomeng. When did you come? What happened? Hearing his words, Lian Hao shouted in dissatisfaction, Manager, are you blind? She's just a poor shipper, and you're still being polite to her. The nerves on the manager's head twitched continuously because of his foul language. Sir, you probably have the wrong person. Miss Su is not a shipper. She's the owner of our Mingyue Mingzhu. At this time, Lian Hao, even in pain from his hand, had to ask in a daze, what? Xiaomeng threw him aside in boredom and ordered, kick him out. Forbid him from ever entering Mingyue Mingzhu. Receiving the order directly from the owner, he said, okay. Waiting until he was urged to leave by the security guards, Lian Hao still couldn't believe the truth that was unfolding before his eyes. This is impossible. She's a liar. Being carried out with his arms pinned, he still had the strength to shout, she's just a poor shipper, how can she be the owner of this place? Realizing that there was still another leech who hadn't left, she turned to threaten, what? Do you also want to be thrown out? Seeing the example in front of her too clearly, she grabbed her shoes and ran out of the restaurant quickly. After resolving everything, the manager said awkwardly to her, I'm sorry for the scare. Please come to the VIP room to sit. Xiaomeng, having her plan ruined, wasn't annoyed and even instructed, bring me the restaurant's books from these years later. Sitting in the senior management room, the manager asked her cautiously for her opinion, Miss Su, do you think the restaurant still needs any adjustments? On the surface, he looked loyal, but in his mind, he was a classic example of judging people by their appearance. Miss Sue is still young, and looking at the books is probably just for show. She quickly scanned the pile of books and quickly reminded in a firm voice, all aspects of the restaurant are quite good. You can find 2 young people to make PR videos and upload them on short video platforms. You can make advertisement videos with a youthful twist to increase the rate of young people coming to the restaurant. Hearing all her answers, he had to gape. Young people indeed rarely come to the restaurant. Miss Sue actually noticed the problem at a glance and came up with a method to change it. You're too good. Looking at Xiaoming's extraordinary temperament, he completely changed his superficial view before. The new boss is not bad, not like those useless second-generation rich kids. Leaving the restaurant, she ran into Lian Hao, who was still waiting outside the restaurant like a leech. Su Xiaoming. He still didn't give up his violent habits and grabbed her wrist tightly. You're lying to people, aren't you? How can you be the owner of Mingyue Mingzhu? The doorman hiding at the door quickly alerted everyone, Madam is being blocked by someone. But before they could do anything, they saw her throw the madman down. The superb martial arts scene made the group of bodyguards freeze. Madam's martial arts are too strong. Should we tell the young master that Madam doesn't need bodyguards? Being thrown to the ground like a stray dog without an owner, he angrily yelled at her, Su Xiaoming, you. But he was shattered by Xiaoming's generous words, if you dare to be like a fly buzzing around in the future, I'll hit you every time I see you. Seeing her resolutely turn around and leave, except for the bodyguards pretending to be passers-by, only Lian Hao was still not any wiser and shouted, you. The next day, at the courtyard of Yunshin's house, Xiaoming looked at the garage in the front yard, amazed. Why are there so many cars parked at the door? Entering the house, she was still confused by the indescribable noise coming from everywhere. Why are there so many relatives here today? The helper was the first to run over to inform her. Madam, good news. The news was so shocking that she had to cover her mouth, hiding her flustered expression from the guests. Young master was awake, but the doctor said he might still be disabled. She took every word to heart, happiness overflowing from every cell in her body. Lu Yunshin was awake? Good, even if he had to use a wheelchair for the rest of his life, it didn't matter. Xiaoming weaved through the crowd, watching the rare scene. Yunshin's radiant face was so beautiful that when it caught her eye, it was like a Greek god statue. Her heart suddenly fluttered, her face flushed. Why was she so nervous? She remained silently hidden behind the crowd, lost in the emotions she had just experienced. Seeing her, the first madam gently said, Xiaoming, why are you only back now? Even your husband has woken up, and you didn't know. Wan Hong seized the opportunity to lecture her in front of the relatives, Xiaoming, why can't you be more settled? Instead of staying by Yunshin's side, you're running around everywhere. Hearing such unpleasant words, Lu Madam couldn't hold back and immediately retorted, Xiaoming isn't a nanny. Of course, she has her own things to do. Not stopping there, she continued to poke at Wan Hong's sore spot, doubling the pain. Every day, all you do is buy clothes and go to beauty salons. You definitely wouldn't understand someone with ambition. When her eyes turned towards Xiaoming, her voice naturally softened. Xiaoming, come here. Lu Madam kindly handed the wheelchair to her. Yunshin needs to rest. Push him back to his room. Knowing this was a way out offered by Lu Madam, she quickly took it. Yes, madam. The second madam approached with a tray of drinks. Yunshin, you must be thirsty after sitting for so long. Her saccharine voice was full of hidden barbs, just like the steaming hot cup of water. Quick, have some water. Seeing the petty trick, Xiaoming stepped forward and blocked her. The water is too hot to drink. Being called out so directly, the second madam shamelessly refused to give up. It's fine to drink, it's not hot at all. Her eyes swept down to the legs neatly covered by the blanket on the wheelchair, a clear malicious thought forming. I'll see if you're really paralyzed. A slight stumble and a terrible, 18th tier actress level of feigned act helped her spill the entire cup of water towards Yunshin. Lu Madam, heartbroken for her son, rushed to his side instinctively. Yunshin. Xiaoming shielded Yunshin from the hot water with her body, wincing in pain. He stared blankly at his wife, who he was meeting for the first time and who had sacrificed herself for him. Lu Madam rushed over anxiously, calling her name, Xiaoming. She quickly pulled her out of the crowd of spiteful relatives. Quick, rinse it with cold water. While cooling down the burn, Lu Madam didn't forget to urge, "Doctor, call the doctor here now." Xiao Ming bit her lip tightly, not daring to make a sound while Lu Madam helped her rinse with water. The housekeeper brought the first aid kit but knew better than to look directly at them. "This is burn cream, madam. Please apply it for madam, I'm not comfortable doing it." Lu Madam gently pulled down the zipper of her dress. Seeing the red patch on her back, Lu Madam felt distressed. "It's such a bad burn." She hesitated before speaking. "Xiao Ming." Xiao Ming quickly comforted her, "Mom, I'm okay, it doesn't hurt anymore." Xiao Ming pushed Lu Madam out of the bathroom. "Mom, go take care of Yunshin first, I can change myself." Having no other choice, Lu Madam could only respond, "All right." In her heart, Lu Madam felt nothing but gratitude. Xiao Ming was seriously injured but still worried about Yunshin. Just then, the person who caused all the trouble came to feign reconciliation. "Xiao Ming, I'm so sorry, I just sprained my foot." Lu Madam, without a word, slapped her across the face. Wan Hong cried out in alarm, "Mom." Not stopping there, Lu Madam pointed at the second madam's face and scolded, "You wicked old woman, do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" Clutching her cheek, the second madam tearfully complained, "Third sister, how can you say that? I was just trying to be nice." Lu Madam, her blood boiling with anger, immediately snapped back, "You're still acting. You took boiling water for my son to drink, and you're still pretending to be pitiful." Being exposed on the spot caused the second madam to distort her face. Since they had already torn down all pretenses, she quickly regained her composure. "It's just burning a poor, lowly daughter-in-law, is there any need to be so angry?" Xiao Ming, just as she stepped out, heard her finish the sentence. Lu Madam, her blood boiling, shouted, "If you dare say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart." Yunshin finally spoke up, "Housekeeper Zhang." Although he was sitting in a wheelchair, it didn't affect his decisive decision. "From now on, terminate all business cooperation with second uncle's family." Housekeeper Zhang accepted the order. "Understood." Xiao Ming stared intently at Yunshin, stunned. After processing the information, the second madam exclaimed, "What?" Now she knew fear, and immediately knelt down to beg. "Yunshin, you're joking, right? How can you be angry at your second aunt for an outsider?" He looked directly into her eyes, enunciating each word. "Su Xiaoming is not an outsider." Yunshin declared bluntly in front of the relatives, "She is my wife, the mistress of the Lu family." The second madam stood up in disbelief. "How can that be? How can Su Xiaoming have such a high status in the Lu family?" Housekeeper Zhang stepped forward at the right moment, gesturing to see her out. "Second madam, you're not welcome here, please leave." Wan Hong anxiously reminded her, "Mom, Lu Yunshin seems serious, we're done for, Dad will definitely beat us to death." In her heart, the second madam was furious but dared not say a word. How dare a cripple like him, who had just woken up, do this? When surrounded by bodyguards, she became flustered. "What are you doing? Let me go." She abandoned all pretense and rushed to beg Yunshin. "Nephew, second aunt knows she was wrong, please don't terminate the cooperation." Seeing the chaotic atmosphere, the group of cousins wisely left. "Third aunt, I have something to do, I'll go first." Me too, me too." In her heart, Xiao Ming was still worried. If it were so easy to terminate cooperation with second uncle's family, it would have been done a long time ago. Unable to figure it out, she asked directly, "Will terminating the cooperation affect you?" Yunshin calmly replied, "It's not a big deal." The housekeeper ran back again to deliver the medicine. "Madam, burn ointment can easily stick to clothes, remember to reapply it every 3 hours." Lu Madam smiled gently, suggesting, "Xiao Ming, sleep with me tonight, I'll help you apply it." Yunshin suddenly interjected, "I can apply it for her." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law froze simultaneously, their eyes wide with shock at hearing the earth-shattering words from him. In her heart, Xiao Ming was in a flurry. He was going to apply it for her? Lu Madam wisely agreed for her heart filled with joy. Yunshin wasn't rejecting Xiao Ming, it seemed she could have a grandchild soon. With the sleeping arrangements of the newlyweds settled, the maid respectfully announced, "Madam, young master, madam, dinner is ready." A table full of colorful and fragrant dishes was set before everyone. Lu Madam thoughtfully picked up food for her daughter-in-law. "Xiao Ming, eat more." She replied with a smile, "Thank you, Mom." Yunshin also put a piece of food in her bowl. "Since you have a burn, eat something light." Xiao Ming glanced at her husband, secretly delighted. He was concerned about her? Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside, interrupting her thoughts. Yunshin. Chi Xia came uninvited but still thoughtfully asked, Yunshin, you're finally awake. Lu Madam narrowed her eyes, confirming, Chi Xia. Ignoring everyone, she rushed to hug Yunshin, sobbing. You're really awake, thank goodness. With tears streaming down her face, Chi Xia held his hand and recounted, for the past 3 years, I've always prayed for you to wake up, heaven has finally opened its eyes. Lu Madam looked at this scene, unsure of what to say. This child, Chi Xia, really loved Yunshin too much. Yunshin politely interrupted her spring and autumn of grief, have you eaten? Chi Xia wiped away her tears and replied, not yet. He thoughtfully suggested, eat first. She happily giggled in response. Yunshin, you're so good to me, always caring about me. Xiao Ming looked at the two of them, lost for words. Lu Madam, sitting opposite them, called the maid. Aunt Lu, add another set of dishes. Turning from guest to host, Chi Xia kept picking up food for someone else's husband. Yunshin, I remember you like this dish the most, eat more. He politely replied, okay. Yunshin also reciprocated, reminding her, if you're hungry, eat more. Being favored, Chi Xia covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes crinkling. Yunshin, you're so good. Xiao Ming could only silently chew and swallow while listening to their pleasant conversation. At this moment, Yunshin noticed his wife. Don't just eat rice, eat some dishes too. Looking directly at her, he gently instructed, except for the spicy ones, you can eat everything else. Receiving concern from her husband, Xiao Ming quickly regained her cheerfulness. Okay. Chi Xia, sitting opposite her, was secretly jealous. Why was Yunshin being so good to this poor woman? Did he have feelings for her? She was just a nanny in this house. Unable to hold back any longer, she began to act like a green tea. Xiao Ming, thank you for taking care of Yunshin for me during this time. She gave her a black card, feigning gratitude. I really want to thank you. Feeling uneasy, Lu Madam hesitated to speak. Chi Xia, this. Pretending not to understand, she continued to emphasize her purpose. Aunt, Xiao Ming took care of Yunshin for so long, I must thank her. Seeing no one spoke up, Chi Xia continued to say more enthusiastically, Xiao Ming is short on money now, don't be polite with me, this is the money you deserve. Xiao Ming couldn't bear it any longer and stood up abruptly. Miss Chi Xia, you're really joking. She straightforwardly poured cold water on her, causing Chi Xia to turn pale. Taking care of my husband is my responsibility, I don't need your money. Chi Xia's face darkened with anger, inwardly cursing her. How dare this damned woman call Yunshin her husband, shameless, didn't she see that I'm back? Having said everything she needed to say, Xiao Ming said goodbye to her mother-in-law. Mom, I'm done eating, please enjoy your meal. Lu Madam said okay as an agreement. In her heart, Lu Madam was a complete mess. How should she handle this? Xiao Ming loved Yunshin and was his legal wife, but Chi Xia had saved Yunshin's life. Xiao Ming stood in the bathroom, muttering to herself. She really admired this Chi Xia. 2 days ago, when Lu Yunshin was in a coma, she didn't want him. While applying lotion, she exposed Chi Xia's fake tricks. Now that he had woken up, she ran over to declare her ownership. Suddenly, a click sounded outside, signaling someone was coming in. Seeing the person she disliked, Xiao Ming immediately questioned, what are you doing here? Chi Xia shamelessly said, it's late, of course I'm here to take a shower. Xiao Ming irritably reminded her, the guest room has a bathroom. She naturally stood in front of the mirror, acting like the mistress of the house. I'm used to using this bathroom. Having reached this point, Chi Xia didn't mind tearing down all pretenses. On the contrary, don't be so presumptuous and think you're really Yunshin's wife. Xiao Ming was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed, and immediately snapped back, we're married, if I don't see him as my husband, then what am I supposed to see him as? Chi Xia pushed her out of the bathroom and emphasized, you're just a tool for a celebratory marriage, Yunshin and I are truly in love. Understanding the general situation, Xiao Ming immediately wanted to fulfill their wishes. Okay, I'll leave, I'll go tell mom now, you want to marry Yunshin. However, Chi Xia hurriedly grabbed her hand. What are you doing? Furious, she vehemently denied it. When did I say I wanted to marry Yunshin? Xiao Ming shook off her hand and questioned, if you don't want to marry Yunshin, then why are you saying so much unnecessary words in front of me? In her heart, Chi Xia had unspeakable suffering. How could I not want to marry Yunshin? In reality, she was calculating much more. But even if he's handsome and rich, what's the use? He's a cripple, how can I marry someone who's disabled and will never be able to stand up again? Jixia gave an order, I don't want to say unnecessary words with you, Yunshin is awake, you two can't sleep in the same room anymore. She slapped away the hand pointing at her face and retorted, is there something wrong with your head? Why should I listen to you? Jixia angrily cursed, you damned woman, you really need to be taught a lesson. Seeing her reach for a box of cosmetics, Xiaomeng warily asked, what do you want to do? Without a word, she tossed everything onto the ground. Then she sat down and started crying loudly, Xiaomeng, don't hit me. She was so shocked by this situation that she could only stammer out one word, you. Lu Madam arrived just in time, asking, Jixia, why are you on the ground? Hearing the noise, Yunshin also quickly arrived. What happened? Jixia immediately threw herself into his arms and complained, Yunshin, I was just telling Xiaomeng how to take care of you, and she hit me with something. Both Yunshin and Lu Madam were stunned by this information. Xiaomeng shouted, feeling wronged, I didn't. Relying on her backing, Jixia turned to accuse her. Su Xiaomeng, even now you want to blame me? Lu Madam stepped forward to comfort her. Jixia, don't get agitated first. Being given an advantage, she cried even more miserably. Aunt Lu, I really didn't expect Su Xiaomeng to be this kind of person. She turned to Yunshin, adding fuel to the fire. Su Xiaomeng is so vicious, she will definitely poison you in the future. After watching the performance, Xiaomeng couldn't help but applaud. I think I've seen you clearly, you're really a master at turning black into white. Jixia ignored her and continued to incite him. Yunshin, quickly kick Su Xiaomeng out, I'm really scared. The response was an abnormal silence from him. Having had enough of holding back, Xiaomeng immediately put her hands on her hips and retorted, I asked you before, if you still love Lu Yunshin, then I'll leave and you two can continue your relationship. It was you who didn't agree. Hearing her expose her, Jixia turned pale, but now you're using this method to drive me away, you're really too despicable. She flusteredly turned to explain. I really didn't, Yunshin, you have to believe me. Even more skillful, she started acting sick. Headache, I have a headache. Housekeeper Zhang anxiously asked, Miss Jixia's old illness has recurred? And Yunshin was startled and called her name. Jixia. Seeing the situation was not right, Lu Madam wisely advised her daughter-in-law. Xiaomeng, come out with me first. She skillfully pulled her back to her room with the reason, the burn on your body hasn't healed yet, sleep in my room tonight so I can take care of you. Xiaomeng looked directly into her eyes and asked, do you believe me? Lu Madam could only say one word, Mom, and then fell silent. Disappointed, she secretly blamed herself. Why did I ask such a stupid question? Jixia and Lu Yunshin have had feelings for so many years, no one will believe someone who has only been married for a few days like me. Seeing that she had misspoke, Lu Madam quickly tried to make amends. Don't think so much, try to get some rest. Xiaomeng decisively refused her. The burn isn't that serious. I'll sleep in the guest room. Lu Madam hesitated to explain to her son, Yunshin, tonight Xiaomeng turned back and gave her a reassuring smile. I know he has to take care of Jixia, I won't bother you. In her heart, Lu Madam was also very confused, had she really misunderstood Xiaomeng? Just as she lay down on the bed, her phone rang with a call from an unknown number. As soon as Xiaomeng answered, the other person spoke bluntly. Hello, Miss Su, are you free tomorrow? Startled, she quietly distinguished, this was Lu Xian's voice, Lu Rui's sister. Xiaomeng frankly asked, Miss Lu, is there something you need? Over the phone, she only gave a vague answer. There are some things I need to talk to you about in person. Meet at the restaurant in Building D at 8 a.m. tomorrow. After the other person hung up, she murmured softly. What does Lu Xian suddenly want to talk to me about? Early the next morning. As soon as Jixia saw her, she sneered. Putting on your shoes so early, are you planning to scram? She crossed her arms and said viciously, then conveniently take all those tattered things of yours with you. Xiaomeng turned back and responded bluntly, this is my house, why should I leave? Jixia angrily shouted, your house? You're so shameless. Jixia shot her a provocative look. Didn't you see Yunshin taking care of me last night? Xiaomeng was waiting for that, and immediately gave her a title. Then you're just a mistress. Qi Xiao watched her retreating back and shouted, "You, Su Xiaoming, just you wait, I want you to see with your own eyes that the person who isn't loved is the third party." Xiaoming quickly arrived at Building D. She didn't hesitate and went straight into the lobby of the building. As soon as she saw Lu Xian, she spoke, "Miss Lu, I don't know what you want to talk to me about." She seemed rather calm, "No need for formalities, sit down and eat something first." Not wanting to waste time, she urged again. "Miss Lu is so busy, she wouldn't make an appointment with me just for a meal, you can speak directly." Finally, Lu Xian didn't drag it out any longer. "Since you're being so straightforward, then I'll be straightforward." She put down her cup and praised her first. "What you did to fight back against Su Linyan and Lin Yanlan online, you did very well, what they did was too cruel. It's their fault for being discredited, their reputation in the industry is terrible." After the preamble, Lu Xian got to the main point. "But that disgusting thing Su Linyan dared to use the child in her belly to act pitiful, clinging back to my younger brother." Xiaoming listened in surprise as she confessed, "My younger brother used death to force him, preparing to get engaged to Su Linyan. I hope you can help me ruin this." Feeling like she was wasting her time on something meddlesome, Xiaoming stood up immediately. "Sorry Miss Lu, this is your family matter, I don't want to get involved. Although I hate Su Linyan and her mother very much, the child in her belly is innocent, I won't interfere in her affairs anymore." Waiting for her to finish, Lu Xian dropped an even heavier bomb. "The child in Su Linyan's belly was secretly aborted by her, you don't need to worry about these things. If you don't ally with me, you'll lose the only chance to take revenge for your mother." As expected, Xiaoming's attention was immediately drawn. "What do you mean?" Lu Xian slowly dug up the past. "In the past, our two families were very close, you were still young at that time, there were many things you didn't know." She coldly revealed a shocking secret. "Your mother didn't die from depression and jumping off the building, but was pushed down by Lin Yanlan." Xiaoming rushed to deny it immediately. "Impossible, my dad said himself that my mother." Lu Xian coldly enlightened her. "Your dad was already having an affair with Lin Yanlan before you were born and neglected your mother, he would naturally believe Lin Yanlan's one-sided story. The reason she was so confident was that she herself was a living witness. At that time, I was upstairs and saw it with my own eyes." Lu Xian pushed a stack of documents in front of Xiaoming and suggested, "If you don't believe me, go investigate a nanny named Zhang Tianhe. Besides me, she was also there and saw your mother being pushed down by Lin Yanlan. She thoroughly exposed the tricks of her stepmother. Lin Yanlan threatened the nanny Zhang Tianhe not to tell, and gave her a large sum of money." Lu Xian said more and more, and each piece of information was more shocking than the last, but not long after Zhang Tianhe took the money and resigned, Lin Yanlan hired someone to stab her to death in a traffic accident. After finishing her presentation, she concluded, "I have money and connections, allying with me, you won't lose out." 2 lines of tears streamed down Xiaoming's face, she choked out, "Mom." Xiaoming began to reminisce. She had just returned from school and heard Aunt Tianhe's voice, "Madam, you're not feeling well, let me wrap them, you go and rest." At that time, her mother gently refused her. "Little Meng likes to eat dumplings that I wrap the most, today is her birthday, I want to wrap them myself for her to eat." But before long, she covered her mouth and coughed. Tianhe saw the blood-stained handkerchief and cried out in panic, "Madam." Hearing the noise, Xiaoming also rushed in, anxiously calling, "Mom." She hurriedly hid the handkerchief behind her back and greeted her as usual, "You're up?" Xiaoming sweetly asked innocently, "Mom, are you all better?" She sat down and gently stroked her hair. Xiaoming thought that the silence meant agreement and hugged her mother, cheering, "That's great, Mom can go out and play with me." Before long, a plate of dumplings was placed on the table. Her mother quietly sat and watched her daughter eat happily. Xiaoming happily turned to praise, "The dumplings you wrapped are so delicious." She wiped her mouth while promising, "If little Meng likes to eat them, Mom will wrap them for you every day." She looked at her empty bowl and hesitated to ask, "Mom, why aren't you eating?" Xiaoming scooped up a piece and suggested that she eat with her. "It's delicious, Mom, eat together." She nodded in agreement, but tears welled up in her eyes. When the moon was high in the sky, Xiaoming tentatively asked, "Mom, does Dad not like us? Why doesn't he come home every day?" She stroked her head and immediately denied it, "If Dad doesn't like you, then Mom likes you, Mom loves little Meng the most." Xiaoming continued to press, "If I wasn't born, then you wouldn't be sick." She exclaimed in panic, "What? Why would little Meng think like that?" She didn't hide anything, and Aunt said, I'm your burden. Saying this, Xiaoming began to cry. If it wasn't for me, Mom wouldn't be trapped. She held her in her arms, comforting her, silly girl, you're not my burden, you're my little son. Her mother gently affirmed, even if I chose again, I would still marry your dad, because I want to see my little Meng. Although she was sick, she still tried to comfort her daughter. Little Meng is all the motivation for me to live. With little Meng by my side, I will definitely get better and better. That night, it rained very hard. Xiaoming had just returned home and immediately looked for her mother. Mom, I'm back. But looking at the crowded room, she became confused. What was going on? Why were there so many people at home today? When the photo caught her eye, Xiaoming froze and cried out, Mom. Yunlan pretended to wipe away tears and lamented, Xiaoming, poor child, how could your mother bear to leave you like this? She was so shocked that she couldn't speak, letting the old woman embrace her. When she came back to her senses, Xiaoming immediately screamed, No, that's impossible. Where's my mom? She wailed and tried to rush inside. Mom, I want my mom. Yunlan held her back tightly, trying to stop her. Xiaoming, be calm. There are so many relatives here. Don't make a scene. Just then, old Master Su's cold voice rang out, those who can't bear the pain of illness seek death. What are you crying for your mother for? He ignored the inappropriate circumstances and continued to criticize, both you and your mother are useless. Ending the memory, Xiaoming gritted her teeth and made a promise, I will investigate thoroughly. If what you say is true, then I will cooperate with you. Lu Xian contentedly handed over an envelope. This is the invitation to the engagement ceremony the day after tomorrow. I believe you will definitely cooperate with me. As soon as Xiaoming returned, she saw Chu Xia whispering to her husband, Yun Shen, look, the tulips are blooming. They're so beautiful. The man in the wheelchair hummed in agreement. Yun Shen readily promised his ex-lover, as long as you like them, I'll take you to see them every day. But as she passed him, she was lost in thought. Did Su Xiaoming cry? Chu Xia asked softly, Yun Shen, what are you looking at? He vaguely replied and then politely declined her, it's nothing. If you have something to do, go do it. I have butler Zhang to take care of me. In her heart, Chu Xia was fairly certain. After the framing incident last night, Yun Shen must hate Su Xiaoming. She secretly resolved to embellish herself. Even if I don't marry you, I'll still be the girl you care about most. Having calculated enough, Chu Xia turned to Yun Shen and instructed, then you must take care of yourself, otherwise, I'll worry. Even when saying goodbye, she tried her best to promise, if you miss me, call me. I'm online 24/7 for you. Night quickly covered the entire space with a layer of dark mist. Xiaoming uncomfortably rubbed her blurry eyes. Yun Shen pushed his wheelchair into the room without warning. What's wrong? Do you need my help with anything? When he saw that she wanted to get out of bed, he quickly stopped her. You don't need to get up. Yun Shen handed her a handkerchief and showed concern. Were you too tired today, or did something unpleasant happen? You don't need to dwell on what happened yesterday. He looked directly into his wife's eyes and spoke up for his ex-lover, I believe you. Chu Xia can be a little childish sometimes. I apologize for her. Xiaoming was a little confused, so she directly asked, why do you believe me? She leaned close to Yun Shen's face and vehemently denied, you shouldn't. Anyone else wouldn't believe me, right? When the distance was close enough, both of them suddenly became flustered. Yun Shen leaned back slightly and ordered, take off your clothes. Xiaoming exclaimed in alarm, what? She crossed her arms in front of her chest in a defensive posture. Take off my clothes? What do you want to do? Yun Shen took out a medicine box and looked very upright. Your burn isn't healed yet. You need to apply medicine. Xiaoming stuttered as she refused, it's okay, I can do it myself. He stubbornly insisted on helping her. It's not convenient for you to apply it yourself. It could leave a scar. Let me help you. Xiaoming was stunned by his persistence. Finally, she blushed and compromised. Then, thank you for your trouble. Xiaoming shyly lifted her shirt, revealing the gruesome wound. Yun Shen's heart was shaken. It's burned this badly. He deeply admired this wife in name only. But at that time, when she stood in front of me, she didn't make a sound. He applied the medicine while reproaching her, are you stupid? He looked at the wound and asked irritably, why didn't you dodge? Xiaoming didn't hide anything. At that time, I didn't know why. Maybe I was afraid you'd be hurt more. Yunshin lowered his eyes and instructed her, if there's danger in the future, protect yourself first. When he saw that she was silent, he continued to question, why aren't you answering? Xiaoming softly confirmed, are you caring about me? This sudden question flustered Yunshin. He quickly denied it. No, it's just your imagination. When he saw her awkwardly leaving, Yunshin immediately grabbed her hand. Sleep here tonight. Xiaoming blurted out the key question, isn't Chi Chuxia coming tonight? He provocatively retorted, do you want her to stay here? She immediately denied it. I don't. Yunshin contentedly suggested, then you should rest quickly. Butler Zhang had just entered when he heard him express his concern. You're injured, so you should try to rest. Even as he left, he tried to say it one more time. If there's anything uncomfortable, tell me immediately. Xiaomei was a little annoyed, so she quickly agreed. She watched his retreating figure and murmured softly, although Lu Yunshin speaks a little coldly, he's still a good person. Xiaoming quickly fell asleep, showing no signs of being uncomfortable in a new bed. When Yunshin came over, he secretly chuckled. Why does this silly girl kick off the blanket again? A dreamless night quickly passed, and a brilliant new day began. As soon as she came downstairs, Madame Lu spoke up and asked, Xiaoming, are you going out again? She couldn't explain clearly but still tried to reassure her. Mom, I have something to do. If anything happens, just call me, and I'll come back right away. In Madame Lu's heart, a fierce struggle was taking place. This child has been through so much in the past 2 days, but she's still gentle with me. Maybe I really misunderstood her. She was sitting and reading a newspaper when a cold voice interrupted. Aunt Lu. Madame Lu raised her head and greeted, Chuxia, you're here. She entered with 2 exquisite gift boxes in her hands. Chuxia put the gifts on the table but didn't forget to take credit. Aunt, this osmanthus cake is one that I went to 4 blocks to buy for you, and quickly have some. Madame Lu happily replied, oh dear girl, you're still so polite. She tried hard to coax her until she lost her sense of direction, as long as Aunt likes, for me, no matter how far is not too far. After taking care of Madame Lu, she began to act weak, this osmanthus cake is also for Xiaoming. Although she is very jealous of me, I can understand. Madame Lu spoke up to mediate, Chuxia, Aunt feels that there was a misunderstanding that night between you and Xiaoming that caused her to. Seeing her wavering, she immediately rushed up to smear her rival, Aunt, do not let her deceive you, she grew up with that kind of evil woman like Su Linyan, how could she be a good person? Chuxia, to increase her favorable impression, even pulled out her trump card. Aunt thinks, I used to save Yunshin even if I did not even need my life, how can I harm him? Madame Lu, who listened to her, had become agreeable, Chuxia, Aunt did not mean that. She lied and didn't hesitate to raise her hand to make a poisonous oath, I swear, Su Xiaoming is an evil woman, Su Xiaoming wanted to harm me and Yunshin at that time. Madame Lu was still struggling one more time, but that girl. Chuxia cried anxiously, if Aunt believes Su Xiaoming will definitely harm Yunshin in the future. Madame Lu was showing hesitation, is that really so? On Xiaoming's side, she was listening to the guide's introduction, Miss Su, this is where the former maid Zhang Tianhe used to live. She said nothing, just quietly followed the other party. He pointed to the boy sitting blankly in the yard and introduced, that idiot is Zhang Hao, the eldest son, the only living person in Zhang Tianhe's family. Xiaoming listened to his story and was stunned. That year after Zhang Tianhe had a car accident, her husband, son, and daughter also had a car accident. In that car accident, only the eldest son, Zhang Hao, survived, but he turned into an idiot. She took out her fee and thanked the other party. I know, thank you. He smiled brightly to maintain the relationship. If Miss Su needs any information in the future, you can find me in the black market. As soon as Xiaoming turned back, derogatory voices rang around Zhang Hao, he's an idiot, you look at him, he's like a dog. She was annoyed and shooed away the naughty children, what are you doing? What kind of education are your parents giving you? Zhang Hao mechanically raised his dirty face. Xiaoming gently patted his shoulder to comfort him, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Looking at his unstable mental state, she became even more angry. Lin Yanlan, you killed someone's mother and it's not enough, you even killed their whole family. Zhang Hao heard her mention the familiar name and suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. Lin Yanlan, you are really evil to the extreme. Xiaoming held out a stack of money and instructed Zhang Hao, if you're hungry, take one to buy food. She patiently explained to him, don't let others see it usually. Xiaoming even demonstrated like a teacher, put it in your pocket like this, do you understand? Zhang Hao quietly followed suit obediently. He watched Xiaoming's back, his heart was as clear as a mirror, unlike his current performance. Who is this woman? Why does she know so clearly about the cause of my family's death? The car carrying Xiaoming was speeding on the mountain road. Xiaoming looked at her phone and smiled. I said, Miss Liu, I agree to cooperate with you, meet me at the engagement party tomorrow night. Suddenly, the tire burst with a pop, forcing the driver to brake hard. Xiaoming was startled by a shock. The driver said in a panic, what happened? After that, the car stopped, and both of them got out to check the damage. The driver said worriedly, how could the tire suddenly blow out when everything was fine? He saw several sharp nails scattered all over the ground and cursed, who's so immoral to spread so many nails on the road like this? Suddenly, Xiaoming shouted in panic, run. But it was too late. She and the driver were surrounded by a group of armed people. One of them said, we finally caught you, Su Xiaoming. Looking at the young man in front of her, Xiaoming immediately recognized him, Chen Wei, the dog beside Su Linyan. This young man Chen Wei had dyed his hair green, and even his eyebrows were dyed green. He laughed loudly, today, I will ruin your reputation. I'll film a video and upload it online to see what kind of merchandise this little thing is. Chen Wei stood on the side and ordered the people holding machetes beside him, take off her clothes for me, record a video and upload it online, to see what this little thing is. Xiaoming hurriedly avoided the blows from the men in front of her. Her mind was racing, what should she do? Even if she was good at fighting, the other party was too numerous. Unexpectedly, Xiaoming grabbed a steel bar from them. With her other hand, she had to block the sneak attack from the young man in yellow behind her. She thought to herself, there are very few people passing by on this mountainous highway. Even if I call the police, it will be too late. Just waiting for the moment when Xiaoming was busy with his underlings, Chen Wei rushed over with a steel bar, Su Xiaoming, don't even think about struggling. Otherwise it won't be as simple as taking nude photos. Caught off guard, she thought she would directly eat a few hits from them. Xiaoming's face wrinkled in panic. Suddenly, a few people grabbed Chen Wei and dragged him aside. How dare you bully our madam, you really want to die. Two bodyguards stood in front of Xiaoming. Madam, are you okay? She didn't recognize these two people, and was a little puzzled. I'm okay, who are you? The young man with the black glasses quickly replied, Madam, we are bodyguards sent by young master to secretly protect you. Hearing the words young master, Xiaoming thought of her handsome husband. Did Lu Yinshan send you here? Bodyguard number 1 continued, young master really has foresight, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaoming felt more at ease, she smiled, thank you, are you guys hurt? Bodyguard number 2 showed a confident smile, raised his thumb in a like gesture, Madam, rest assured, we are bodyguards who have been trained since childhood. These little guys are only enough for us to warm up. Then, the others had already cleaned up the thugs. Bodyguard number 2 spoke, Madam, you must have been frightened today, why don't you get in the car and rest for a while first? The driver who was previously beaten up by those guys was in a mess. Xiaoming kindly ran over to help him up. I'm very sorry today, this is the repair money and car money for you. The driver smiled and took the money in his hand. Miss, you gave too much money. Xiaoming handed all the money to the driver. She also explained, you were also frightened, the remaining money is compensation for your mental damage. The driver happily replied. Thank you kind girl. At this time, Xiaoming was protected by the bodyguards and taken into the car to go home. Suddenly a strange number called, a strange number. Xiaoming curiously answered the phone, hello. Suddenly, there was a scolding from the other end of the line, Karma, Su Xiaoming, you dare to block my phone number again. That person cursed even harder, I am your father, do you have a little filial piety? Hearing these words from her father, Xiaoming frowned and replied, how did you treat me, have you forgotten? Her words didn't even reach his ears. Xiaoming now had to receive a verbal attack from her own biological father. Now I don't want to talk nonsense with you. You immediately upload a video of clarification online, saying that the recording you posted was using high technology fabricated about Lin Yan's mother and child. Seeing his father trying his best to protect his small family, Xiaoming sneered. She was uncomfortable, her voice became colder. You knew that they used my mother's ashes to threaten me, you not only protected them, but also asked me to bear the blame for them. My mother was wholeheartedly devoted to you when she was alive, is your heart really made of stone? Xiaoming's father on the other end of the line was no longer in human form, he was tired of the chaos around him, he shouted loudly, don't pull that dead person out to talk to me. I give you half an hour to upload a video of clarification or else. Before the words could be finished, the other end of the line hung up, a long, cold beep sounded, causing Xiaoming's father to feel a bit dumbfounded. Despised and humiliated beyond words, he frantically pressed the phone and roared, "Damn karma, she actually dared to hang up on me." Lin Yan walked in from the outside, seeing Xiaoming's father angrily gnashing his teeth. She curiously asked, "Dad, who are you talking to on the phone? Why are you so angry?" He slammed the phone on the table. "That damn karma, no matter what Dad says, she won't listen." Chen Wei frowned and asked, "Dad, were you talking on the phone with your daughter?" Xiaoming's father angrily replied, "Who else is so rebellious besides her?" Hearing this, Lin Yan's face turned pale. Perhaps she knew that the plan had failed. How could that be? *tch Su Xiaoming still have the opportunity to talk on the phone. Recalling what she had instructed Chen Wei, according to the plan, she should have been humiliated by that group of hooligans Chen Wei by now. Not believing that her plan had failed, Lin Yan boldly asked again, "Dad, did you really talk to your daughter on the phone?" Xiaoming's father lost his temper and shouted, "Are you deaf?" In extreme anger, someone suddenly stood out to drive him crazy. He casually pointed his finger at Lin Yan's face and scolded, "And you, from when did you become so evil? If it wasn't for you and your mother causing that incident, could Dad become a laughingstock? Could I be provoked by that karma?" Lin Yan retreated a step in fear. She spoke to clarify her actions. "Dad, Mom and I were forced by her. At that time Mom and I only did that to take back the shares for you." At this time, seeing that Xiaoming's father had softened, Lin Yan again acted a bitter trick. "Mom and I were thinking for you." He turned his face away, blue veins directly bulging on his neck. Talking about shares is infuriating. That damn animal actually didn't return the shares. Lin Yan next to him grinned, "Dad, don't worry, when I get engaged to Lu Rui tomorrow, I will have the Lu family as a backer. Finding her to get back the shares will be as easy as turning over my hand." Night had fallen, the lights from the Lu family were lit everywhere. Inside the villa, Chu Xia was sitting next to Madame Lu. She spoke up and asked, "It's getting dark, why hasn't Xiaoming come back yet?" Again, another character is casting a net, Chu Xia lightly says. Her eyes are filled with sadness, showing worry for Xiaoming, but in the sentence full of words to say that Xiaoming doesn't know her limits, going early and returning late. Even if being young madam is very leisurely, she can't be out playing all day. "Aunt, you must manage her." Madame Lu next to her frowned with worry rather than blame. Xiaoming said she has something to do. Probably the work is quite a lot, so she is coming back late. Seeing the softness in Madame Lu's words, Chu Xia spoke out to oppose. "Aunt, you are too indulgent with Xiaoming. If she doesn't go to work, what can she have to do? She is not putting this family in her eyes." Madame Lu took Chu Xia's hand. Her eyes looked far away, "But I feel that Xiaoming is not such a person." Chu Xia then used sweet words to seduce. "That is because Xiaoming's methods are too high to make you have such an illusion." Suddenly, outside, the maid happily greeted Xiaoming, "Young madam, you are back." This word attracted the attention of Chu Xia and Madame Lu. Chu Xia smiled slyly. She immediately stood up. Coming to Xiaoming's face, Chu Xia pointed to the watch on her hand and questioned, "Xiaoming, look at what time it is now. Where is the wife like you?" Xiaoming then took out her phone. She looked at the watch and calmly said, "It's a bit late, it's 7 p.m. now. It's strange that you are still at someone else's house at this hour." She casually put the phone into her pocket and looked at the girl in front of her, flaunting her power, and reminded her, "On the contrary, it's you. Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't come to my house to cause trouble for a day?" Chu Xia was said to be hit right in the heart. She was a little angry. I am kind-hearted to care about Yunshin." Xiaoming frowned and acted like the second madam of the Lu family. "Now Yunshin is my husband. As his wife, I will take care of him. Don't need an outsider like you to gesticulate." Hearing these words, Chu Xia was immediately angered. She pulled out the sweet past with Yunshin to say, "Am I an outsider? Do you know how much Yunshin and I loved each other before?" Xiaoming turned back and asked lightly a question that made her face turn green, and she couldn't answer. "Then are you willing to marry him? If you are willing, I will withdraw." Ignoring the ignorant girl behind her, Xiaoming hurried to Madame Lu. She softly said, "Sorry Mom, there was a little thing today, so I came back a little late." Suddenly there was the clatter of a wheelchair coming. The person who had just appeared was Yunshin. He was sitting in a wheelchair that was being pushed out by butler Zhang. Seeing the situation in front of him, Yunshin then spoke to call out, "Su Xiaoming, you come to the room." Seeing him say that, Xiaoming was a little stunned and looked at him. Chu Xia was standing next to them observing Yunshin's attitude. She was secretly pleased. Yunshin is frowning so tightly, he wants to teach Su Xiaoming a lesson. Satisfied with what she had predicted in her heart, Chu Xia smirked disdainfully. I can't miss this good show. After that, she directly ran to Yunshin's face and acted spoiled. Yunshin, Xiaoming is really a little too playful, you can teach her appropriately. Ignoring Chu Xia's sweet and coquettish words, Yunshin only coldly ordered Butler Zhang, take Chu Xia back to rest. Chu Xia was suddenly stunned. She froze for a few seconds and then asked, Yunshin, do you mean to tell me to go back to my house? Pretending not to see Chu Xia's changed face, Yunshin only explained indifferently, it's late, if you are still at my house, it will not be good for your reputation. Realizing that Yunshin was subtly hinting for her to leave, Chu Xia's face darkened with embarrassment. She thought to herself, I'm his Baiyu Guang, yet he wants to send me away. Chu Xia glanced at Xiaoming, and her mind conjured up other scenarios. I understand now, he must want to teach Su Xiaoming a lesson, that's why he's telling me to go home. Thinking of this, Chu Xia's mood suddenly improved. She smiled brightly and said, thank you, Yunshin, for your concern. Yunshin, you must take care of yourself too. After that, she even ran over to hold Xiaoming's hand and instructed her, Auntie, I will take care of Yunshin. Please don't listen to Su Xiaoming's temptations anymore. With that, Chu Xia was taken home by Butler Zhang. As for Yunshin, he was pushed to his room by Xiaoming. While walking, she explained, something came up today. So I was late. I'll come home earlier next time. Yunshin gave her a cold glance, then took off his clothes to apply medicine. Yunshin picked up the bandage and said gently, you argued so fiercely just now, the burn must have cracked open. He looked at Xiaoming, who was standing there blankly, and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Xiaoming started to feel dizzy. She rubbed her temples and said a little shyly, I thought you wanted to lecture me for being late, but you're concerned about whether I'm in pain. Yunshin took her hand and reminded her, stop being bashful, quickly apply the medicine. This guy in front of you doesn't know what romance is. Xiaoming pouted, feigning anger. A moment later, Xiaoming had taken off her clothes, revealing the red and swollen wound on her stomach. Yunshin applied the medicine himself, exclaiming softly, it's this serious? Xiaoming replied calmly, it's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Xiaoming looked at him and smiled, thanking him, thank you for sending bodyguards to protect me secretly. They almost saved my life. Yunshin blushed and avoided her gaze. He carefully applied the medicine to the old burn, saying, tell me if you have any difficulties in the future, I'll help you. Once again, Yunshin caught Xiaoming staring intently at him. Why are you staring at me like that again? She blushed and smiled, although we are technically in a contract marriage, it feels really good to be protected like this. Yunshin's heart skipped a beat when he saw her innocent smile, and his face flushed. Don't bear everything alone if something happens. Xiaoming didn't want to trouble Yunshin. So she said, I just need to borrow your bodyguards for a few more days, I can handle everything else. After she finished speaking, the atmosphere fell silent again. Xiaoming glanced at the young man applying medicine for her and thought to herself, so many people want to harm him. How can I distract him by asking for his help? Thank you for caring about me. After applying the medicine, Yunshin said, I have to go to the rehabilitation center later, you should rest early. Xiaoming put her feet down from the bed and looked at him worriedly, do you need me to go with you? Yunshin refused again, acting like a domineering CEO, and demanded of his little kitten, you obediently rest and heal your wounds. Butler Zhang will go with me. Elsewhere, this place was almost a hidden corner of the city, with no lights, few people passing by, looking like an abandoned area. There was a scream, spare me, don't hit me anymore. At this moment, Butler Zhang opened the door for Yunshin to step out. Young master, the people who bullied Madame are all here. Taking the wooden stick from Butler Zhang's hand, Yunshin slowly walked to the front of Chen Wei and his group. Butler Zhang said from the side, this is Chen Wei. Chen Wei was like a tattered dog at this moment, crawling on the ground and begging, please, please, please spare me. Ignoring his pleas, Yunshin directly hit Chen Wei repeatedly on the body and head with the wooden stick. His body was covered in bruises, and he knelt before Yunshin, clasping his hands. Big brother, I don't know where I offended you. I'm sorry, I apologize to you. Please, please spare me. I'll give you as much money as you want. No matter how pitiful Chen Wei's pleas were, Yunshin wouldn't tolerate anyone who dared to lay a hand on his wife, and directly kicked him to the ground. Yunshin slung the wooden stick over his shoulder and said to the person beside him, "Butler Zhang, break his legs." Understood. Chen Wei was terrified when he heard this. He looked up at Yunshin. "No, don't. Help. Help." In another place, it seemed to be a high-class party, even the wine was expensive and exquisitely decorated. Wealthy people were gathering here today. The Yunlan mother and daughter were also present at this party. Yunlan looked around anxiously and whispered, "So many noble and famous people are here tonight. The Lu family actually has such power." Lin Yen, standing beside her, wore a bright red bodycon dress. She whispered into Yunlan's ear, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have called off the engagement. It took such a roundabout way to really break into the upper class." Lin Yan looked at Yunlan worriedly and said softly, "Mom, I'm a little worried. Lu Xian hates me so much, will she bring that bitch Su Xiaoming here to cause trouble?" Yunlan was surprisingly confident, as if she had everything arranged. "I already thought that Lu Xian might bring Su Xiaoming to cause trouble, so I arranged for someone to stop her beforehand." Slightly curling her lips disdainfully, Yunlan instructed her daughter, "The engagement ceremony will begin later. If she hasn't arrived yet, she must have been stopped." Outside on the road, several cars sped along the street. Suddenly, an accident occurred. A black car was blocked by a yellow car. The bodyguards in the car shouted loudly, "What are you doing? How can you hit someone while parking?" The young man in the passenger seat frowned worriedly. "Hurry, follow them. Madam's car has gone too far." However, not giving them a chance to leave, the people in the yellow car started causing trouble. "How are you driving? Are you driving drunk and still want to run?" The young man in the passenger seat cursed, "What the hell are you talking about? Who's driving drunk?" The bodyguards in the car were all worried. "This is bad, we can't catch up." On Xiaoming's side, her phone suddenly rang repeatedly. There was the sound of brakes screeching on the road, and Xiaoming's eyes widened in shock. It turned out that another car had blocked Xiaoming's car. Seeing the group of men getting out of the car, holding steel pipes in their hands, and walking towards her menacingly, Xiaoming guessed that these thugs had been lying in wait here for a long time. Sun Tzu said, "Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best." Xiaoming followed the teachings of her predecessors, threw open the taxi door, and ran for her life. The group of men paused for a moment, then shouted, "Catch her." Looking at the group of people chasing behind her, Xiaoming started to worry, "What should I do?" They stood in front of her, blocking her way. One of them threatened, "Su Xiaoming, you can't escape." Another ordered, "Catch her for me." Suddenly, a hooded young man appeared from nowhere and hit the man in white on the head with a stick. Xiaoming looked at the young man who had just saved her, her face pale with fear. "Who is he?" Not giving her time to react, the young man grabbed her hand and pulled her away. "Run." The group of thugs from just now was also running close. A motorcycle was waiting for them in front of her and the man in black. "Damn it, we absolutely can't let them escape." The man in black got on the motorcycle first. He held out his hand to Xiaoming. "Get on." Xiaoming stepped back, full of doubt. "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" The man frowned, his voice a little urgent. "Hurry." Xiaoming was a little surprised. "It's you? Why are you here?" In this urgent situation, Zhang Hao directly pulled her onto the motorcycle and sped away. Zhang Hao saw that she was frightened and reminded her softly, "Hold on tight if you don't want to die." The two of them sped off. Those thugs were smart enough not to chase them by car but by running. Xiaoming's focus was now on Zhang Hao. Am I seeing things? Looking at his current appearance, Xiaoming didn't expect that the person who saved her was Zhang Hao, the remaining foolish son of Zhang Yunha. Time gradually passed. The building where the engagement ceremony was taking place was already very lively. A person standing on the stage said happily, "It's our Lu family's honor that everyone could come here today." Lu Xian stood in a corner, constantly making phone calls. She worriedly murmured, "The engagement ceremony has already started, why isn't Su Xiaoming answering her phone?" Not receiving a reply, Lu Xian stared at the phone screen. Could something have happened? Standing next to her, Yunlan had her own thoughts. She frowned maliciously, "Su Xiaoming, do you think you can fight me with your little tricks? You're too naive." At this time, General Manager Lu happily introduced the main characters of the ceremony to the guests. Today are my son Lu Rue and his future wife. Before he could finish speaking, the doors of the hall suddenly swung open with a loud bang. The person who appeared was Xiaoming and Zhang Hao. She said loudly, "I object to this engagement ceremony." Yun Lan's face turned pale when she saw Xiaoming's unexpected appearance. How could she still be here? She stepped forward and reminded, "Su Xiaoming, today is your sister's important engagement day. You can't say nonsense out of jealousy." Then, Yun Lan ordered the security guards to seize Xiaoming. "Guards, take her out." Lu Xian stood in front of Xiaoming, protecting her. She frowned, "Auntie Lin, what's the rush?" "Since she dared to come here to disrupt the engagement ceremony, I want to hear what she's basing her objections on." Lu Rue, at this moment, tightly grasped Lin Yan's hand, his voice full of earnestness. "Sister Xiaoming, I really love Yan Yan. Please don't separate us." Lin Yan, beside him, also had to act well. "Sister, we already have a baby. Please don't frame me." Seeing her daughter crying so hard, Yun Lan couldn't help but add a few words. "Su Xiaoming, do you have any conscience? Do you know how pitiful a child born into a single-parent family is?" Regardless of how much those people were acting, Xiaoming presented a report. She said, "Lu Rue, your child was secretly aborted a long time ago. Are you still pretending? To provide the best evidence, it's better to give it to the person involved." She handed it to Lu Rue, who was standing to the side, dazed. "This is the hospital's abortion agreement. You can investigate it yourself. Moreover, the child is not yours." Lin Yan's face turned pale. She tried to snatch the paper from Xiaoming's hand. "No, this is fake. She's framing me." She directly tore up the paper and scolded, "Sister, I've treated you so well. How can you frame me? Even if you're jealous that I'm better than you, you can't do something so unethical." Chu Xia, beside them, also pretended to be sarcastic. "Xiaoming, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person." She stood in front of her and slandered, "You bully, and frame your own sister. How are you worthy of being a sister?" Another person looked at Chu Xia with a red face and praised, "Is she a celebrity? She has so much charisma." The girl in the yellow dress beside her smiled, "You don't even know Chu Xia, the second young lady of the Qi group?" All attention was now focused on Chu Xia, and the people around her started praising her. "Is she the Chu Xia who is often mentioned as a great philanthropist? I remember she's also the head of the Association for Protecting Women's Rights in Traditional Families." At this time, a girl in a blue dress spoke, criticizing Xiaoming. "To be criticized by such an upright and kind Chu Xia, Su Xiaoming is intentionally framing her sister." The young man next to her echoed, "I see her sister crying so pitifully." Lu Xian stepped forward to speak for Xiaoming. Chu Xia, this is our family matter. We don't need you to make things more chaotic." Chu Xia tossed her hair lightly and said, "CEO Lu, you may not care about your brother, but I'm helping your brother win happiness." This sentence angered Lu Xian. She shouted, "You." Just then, Xiaoming pulled her hand back and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Xiaoming walked up to Chu Xia. She looked at her with cold eyes. "I know you don't like me, but is it necessary to come and stir things up without distinguishing right from wrong?" Chu Xia immediately reacted, "You're incorrigible. You're really embarrassing the Lu family." Chu Xia even grabbed Xiaoming's hand, wanting to drag her away to be punished. "Come with me, I have to let Auntie see you clearly. A vicious woman like you is always doing bad things." But Xiaoming wasn't easily manipulated by others. She yanked her hand out of Chu Xia's hand and reminded her, "We're not close, don't touch me." Embarrassed in front of the crowd, Chu Xia was furious. "You damned bitch, how dare you embarrass me in front of so many people here." After that, she raised her hand in anger, intending to slap Xiaoming. "You damaged the Lu family's reputation so much. Today, I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of Auntie." Suddenly, her pupils contracted as if she had seen something terrifying. Her hand had been grasped tightly, held in midair. Immediately, a blow landed. It was Xiaoming who had just slapped Chu Xia, without a hint of leniency, only coldness radiating from her eyes. Chu Xia was slapped in front of everyone. She stunned, touching her cheek, wondering if she had just been hit. The anger of being humiliated was almost pushed to its peak. Chu Xia looked at Xiaoming with eyes full of hatred, like thousands of daggers. "This damned bitch actually dared to hit me in front of So many people. Yunlan also pointed directly at her face. Su Xiaoming, are you crazy? You even hit Qi Chuxia, such a kind person. Are you even human? Xiaoming brushed her hand away, turning the situation around and questioning, can she hit me, and I can't hit back? Chuxia lost control and was about to say something, but Xiaoming interrupted. Qi Chuxia, what relationship do you have with me? What are you basing your claim to teach me a lesson on? Chuxia's face darkened. Su Xiaoming, don't be ungrateful. I'm teaching you how to be a good person. Xiaoming didn't give in either. Then can I ask you to be a good person and not run to my house every few days? She added, if you really love my husband, then I will withdraw and let you marry him. These words seemed to trample on Chuxia's reputation. She hurriedly rushed to clarify. You, what nonsense are you talking about? The people around her immediately had a different view of the cute, noble lady in front of them. Qi Chuxia often seduces Su Xiaoming's husband? That's impossible. Qi Chuxia is the head of the Association for Protecting Women's Rights in the Family. How could she intentionally ruin other people's families? The two people who had criticized Xiaoming earlier now turned to criticize Chuxia. If it wasn't true, how would Su Xiaoming dare to hit her? Others shouted. Oh my God, if I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I really wouldn't have believed it. These words made Chuxia's face turn red with anger. Like the last straw, Chuxia lost her composure and raised her hand to hit Xiaoming again. Su Xiaoming. Xiaoming then showed her what it meant to be someone who knew martial arts. And as expected, she was slapped, balancing both sides of her face. Chuxia sat down on the ground. Xiaoming asked, are you worthy of being the head of the Association for Protecting Women's Rights with a family like this? It's really ridiculous. Xiaoming's talent for sarcasm was no less than Chuxia's. However, her words were all true, once again stirring up the guests. I didn't expect her to be this kind of person. She's a mistress, how can she shamelessly be the head of the Association for Protecting Women's Rights in the Family? Today's display of embarrassment had reached its quota. Chuxia hurriedly ran out of the party, adding another tally mark of dead in her heart. Su Xiaoming. You dare to make me suffer such humiliation. You're finished. Running outside, she started calling her ex-boyfriend, Yun Shen. Xiaoming is crazy. She not only came to my sister's engagement party, she also hurt people. She pretended to be wronged, and she kept hitting and bullying me. Please come here quickly, I'm about to be beaten to death by her. Inside, Xiaoming continued with the unfinished story. Xiaoming said, I know you can do anything for Su Linyan, then can you accept that she also has several boyfriends? Yun Lan's face turned pale and said, Su Xiaoming, how dare you talk nonsense? Because of her agitation, Lu Xian had the security guards hold her down. Furthermore, she ordered the people outside, bring some of Su Linyan's lovers in here. A bunch of young men were escorted in, 3 or 4 of them looking distressed. One of them called out, Yen Yen, save me. These subordinates are too strong. A young man in a white shirt knelt down and said, Lin Yen, let's break up. I don't want to be ruined. Another young man was even more outrageous. He hugged Lin Yan's leg and begged, Yen Yen, you said you wanted to marry me. I can't live without you. Overwhelmed by this group of people, Lin Yan could only deny, get out. Get out. I don't know you. Lu Rui looked at her with suspicion. Who are they? Lin Yan panicked and grabbed his hand, explaining, this is slander, President Lu, please believe me, all these things were Su Xiaoming's fabrication. Lu Xian stepped in front of them, coldly looking at Lin Yan, I'm sorry, these men are people I personally investigated. Then, Lu Xian also threw a pile of Lin Yan's indecent photos in her face. Why? President Lu, it's all a misunderstanding, President Lu, please believe me. Lu Rui couldn't bear it anymore. His trust and feelings had been trampled on by a despicable person like Lin Yan. He cursed, get out of here, I don't want to see you again. Yun Lan, at this time, acted out a self-inflicted injury scheme, showing a pitiful look and watching Xiaoming, Su Xiaoming, my feelings for your mother are like sisters. After she died, I treated you as my own daughter. Bringing up her mother was her limit. Yun Lan directly received a slap from Xiaoming, who cursed, you robbed my mother's husband and pushed my mother downstairs to her death. The more she spoke, the more agitated Xiaoming became. Now you still dare to say these shameless words? The people in the hall were once again in shock. What, Yun Lan is a murderer? Yun Lan angrily pointed directly at Xiaoming. You are slandering me. Zhang Hao, next to her, took off his mask and said coldly, Yunlan, I am the evidence of your murdering others. The mask was completely removed, revealing Zhang Hao's handsome face. Yunlan was stunned, unable to speak. How could it be you? Lin Yan, standing next to her, was also equally surprised. Aren't you an idiot? Zhang Hao explained everything to the group of evil people in front of him. If I didn't pretend to be an idiot, how could I have lived until today? Zhang Hao clenched his fist, watching Yunlan with hatred. Yunlan, this is only the beginning. He continued, you killed my whole family, I will definitely make your life worse than death. The girl in the blue dress stammered, am I hearing things wrong? Killed, the whole family was killed? The young man next to her was also stunned. Yunlan is too vicious. The people around them talked in hushed tones. General Manager Lu could only stand there in a daze. It was a good thing that today's engagement ceremony was not completed yet. Otherwise, after the news of the Lu family's alliance with a murderer came out, the stock would definitely fall to the point of bankruptcy. Yunlan refuted, I didn't kill anyone. Immediately, she was seized by the security guards. Yunlan screeched hysterically, let me go, it's all slander, it's all Xiaoming's framing. Not only did they arrest the mother, but they also arrested the daughter. The security guard went to seize Lin Yan. Based on the arrest warrant, Miss Su has to come with us to assist in the investigation. Her face paled and she said, what does this have to do with me? Let me go, I didn't kill anyone, neither did my mother. Betrayed and cheated on Lu Rui, but she still hoped for his help. President Lu, save me. Lu Xian watched the young man Zhang Hao in front of her, and thought to herself, Su Xiaoming is really powerful, she actually found Yunlan's death card. Then, she turned to look at Xiaoming, I'm starting to look at you with different eyes, Su Xiaoming. Xiaoming smiled, I'm going first. Seeing Xiaoming leave, Lu Xian said, I'll send someone to take you back. Xiaoming replied, no need. Outside, Chu Xia was still waiting for a savior, she was peeking and observing every direction, why hasn't Yunshin arrived yet? It's inconvenient to move around in a wheelchair. But it's been so long, he should be here by now. Suddenly, her eyes became excited. Outside the door, police cars were waiting. Yunlan and her daughter were both escorted into the car at the same time. What's going on? Why were Yunlan and them arrested? Chu Xia pressed her phone and muttered, damn it, how can I let Yunshin see Xiaoming bullying my sister Lin Yan later? Chu Xia called Yunshin, where are you? Xiaoming is causing a scene here, I wanted to persuade her, but she beat me again, my face is still swollen, it hurts so much. But the concern and anxious rush she had imagined didn't happen. Instead, Yunshin simply said, I already know about the engagement. I'm sending someone over to take you to the hospital. Chu Xia suddenly realized that Yunshin meant he knew everything. Looking at the darkened phone screen, Chu Xia guessed everything. Didn't that mean he knew she had made the first move? Looking inside, Chu Xia saw Xiaoming and Zhang Hao walking out together. She cursed inwardly, shameless bitch, daring to steal my man. Chu Xia started making trouble again, Su Xiaoming, I advise you to be honest. I once saved Yunshin's life. No one can replace me. Xiaoming moved closer to Chu Xia and said through gritted teeth, you're insane. Chu Xia angrily wanted to slap Xiaoming again. And once again, her arm was grabbed, but this time not by Xiaoming. Zhang Hao held Chu Xia's arm and warned, if you dare hurt her, I'll break your arm. As soon as he finished speaking, their eyes suddenly met. Chu Xia quickly pulled her hand away from Zhang Hao's. Watching them leave in peace, Chu Xia harbored a deep hatred in her heart. Damn it, where did this reckless thing come from? Why is everyone protecting that bitch Su Xiaoming? By then it was already dark, and the moon was high in the sky. Zhang Hao sat on the motorcycle while Xiaoming stood and advised, you should hide first. Although Lin Yunlan has been arrested, she hid the evidence long ago. At most, she'll only face public criticism for today's events, but there's probably no easy way to convict her. Then, Zhang Hao snatched the phone from Xiaoming's hand and instructed, you should worry about yourself. The Lu family is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. As he entered his phone number into the phone, Zhang Hao said, those who are hungry and thirsty to seize the Lu family's assets will definitely make a move against you. Then, he handed it back to her, his words both a reminder and a tease, before I can completely get my revenge, don't get killed by others. With that, Zhang Hao sped off on his motorcycle. Watching his figure disappear, Xiaoming thought to herself, he seems to know a lot. Suddenly, her phone rang. Xiaoming answered the phone, hello, Butler Zhang. Butler Zhang announced, Madam is feeling unwell and is in the hospital. Can you come and take care of her for the night? She quickly looked for a car to go to the hospital. Okay, I'll be right there. It was getting darker, and in the distance, there were a few rays of light from the street lamps. The maidservant, holding a bowl of porridge, greeted Chuxia, Miss Chuxia. Chuxia looked at her and asked, Is Auntie already asleep so early? The maidservant said with a worried expression, Madam's old illness has relapsed. Butler Zhang and Madam have gone to take care of her. Chuxia was a little surprised, so, Yunshin is home alone? Then, she pretended to cover her nose and asked the maidservant, There's a strange smell. It seems like something is burning in the kitchen. For some reason, the maidservant looked panicked and gently placed the bowl of porridge on the table. She left, leaving Chuxia alone. Chuxia took a secret medicine from her bag. This drug, no matter how strong-willed a man is, he won't be able to resist after drinking it. Inside was a carefully wrapped bag. Yunshin already owed her, and after tonight's wedding night, he would definitely have to marry her. She directly mixed the medicine into the bowl of porridge in front of her, thinking smugly, Su Xiaomeng, don't even dream of competing with me. Kicking you out of the Lu family will be as easy as turning over my hand. To make the medicine dissolve faster, Chuxia picked up the bowl and stirred it a few times. Just then, the maidservant came out smiling, Miss Chuxia, you might have smelled it wrong. The soup in the kitchen is all cooked very well. She replied, maybe I felt it wrong. Then, Chuxia directly took the bowl of porridge in her hand. She smiled and instructed, Yunshin must be very tired now. Mama Lu, quickly bring it to Yunshin to drink. The maidservant smiled and replied, Miss Chuxia, you're so thoughtful. After handing the medicated soup to the maidservant, she went to the door of the room and called out loudly, Young master, drink the ginseng soup and rest. Yunshin softly replied, Outside, Chuxia prepared to tidy herself up before going to seduce someone else's husband. Seeing that the bowl of medicine was brought out by the maidservant without a drop left, Chuxia smiled triumphantly, he drank it, huh? Without waiting for anyone's permission, she took the initiative to push open the door to Yunshin's room. Inside, Yunshin was feeling an indescribable headache. She pretended to rush over and asked worriedly, Yunshin, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Yunshin's condition was not very good at the moment. His face was flushed red, and his body was itchy and uncomfortable. Yunshin immediately chased the maidservant away, Go, get out. Ignoring his words, Chuxia calmly ran over and touched Yunshin's sensitive body, Yunshin, you look very hot. She also whispered, deliberately breathing on Yunshin's face, let me help you take off your clothes. Then, Chuxia even shamelessly reached out and unbuttoned Yunshin's shirt, her face flushed with shyness, constantly cooing, Yunshin. Immediately, her seduction was thwarted by Yunshin, who pushed her away. Seeing his strong reaction, Chuxia muttered angrily, why so pretentious? You're already out of your mind, and you're still pushing me away? In the process of falling, her phone accidentally fell out, and it was ringing loudly. Why was Jiang Xiaoyan calling at this time? Chuxia immediately transformed into a cute little rabbit, her voice soft and sweet, Xiaoyan, do you miss me? But on the contrary, she didn't hear his usual voice but someone else's. Chuxia, your boyfriend is drunk. Come to the VIP room of Hai Shangming Jian to pick him up. Hearing these words, Chuxia was extremely angry. She glanced at Yunshin's burning body, the meat is at the cat's mouth, but it's covered by a cage. Really, why drink, ruining my time? Having no choice, Chuxia immediately packed up and left. She hoped that bringing Jiang Xiaoyan back would still leave her time to return to the Lu family. She had to hurry back in time. The sky grew darker, and the moonlight and stars shone even brighter. Just as Chuxia was getting a taxi, Xiaomeng also returned home from the hospital. The first person she met was the maidservant. Xiaomeng said, Mama Lu, my mother is in the hospital and needs clothes. Where are her clothes kept? The maidservant gently replied. They're all kept deep inside the wardrobe. After asking the maidservant to get some clothes for Lu Yunlan, Xiaomeng also returned to her room to pack some clothes for herself. I have to take 2 more sets. She opened the bedroom door and was very stunned. Lu Yunshin. Looking at Yunshin's sluggish state and flushed face, Xiaomeng felt very worried. What's wrong with you? She hurried to his side, patted his chest and asked, why did you fall to the ground like this? Are you hurt anywhere? Get up quickly. Suddenly, her pupils contracted, and her arm was tightly grasped by Yunshin. Yunshin's face darkened, and he directly pulled her down onto him. In a moment of surprise, Xiaoming's face flushed red with embarrassment. It couldn't be better when Yunshin gave Xiaoming a passionate kiss. She felt a little uncomfortable and groaned a few times. Then, he let go of her and said softly, "Don't go." Xiaoming blushed, and her shoulder strap slipped down. She looked at his uncomfortable face and asked, "Lu Yunshin, what's wrong with you?" Without time to answer her question, Yunshin directly forcefully kissed Xiaoming. Then, he helped Xiaoming lie down on the bed, their warm breaths mingling together. Yunshin whispered, "Xiaoming, I will take responsibility for you." And so, eyes closed, hands intertwined, their souls wandered to the land of moon and stars. 2 hours later, Xiaoming turned over and woke up. She quickly picked up the dress on the bed. After putting on her clothes neatly, Xiaoming pulled the blanket over her beloved husband. So his legs had already recovered long ago. Then, Xiaoming tried to get out of bed, but her body, which had been working hard all night, staggered a bit. Xiaoming blushed, the feeling below was still there, painful, too painful. After preparing her things, she hurriedly carried 2 large bags and took a taxi to the hospital to watch over Lu Yunlan. At 3 a.m., the car carrying the maidservant was speeding down the road. Sitting in the car, Chu Xia was restless. She cursed Jiang Xiaoyan inwardly, that Jiang jerk can't stay quiet even when he's drunk. Regaining her gentle and refined appearance, Chu Xia entered the Lu family's house. Chu Xia quickly smiled, "Sorry to trouble Mama Lu to open the door for me. I'm really embarrassed. I came to bring some clothes for Yunshin." The maidservant replied, "Miss Chu Xia, you're too polite." Continuing with her despicable plan to climb into someone else's husband's bed, Chu Xia naturally opened the door to Yunshin's room. She thought to herself, "It's only 3 a.m. now. Coming back at this time isn't too late." However, things had gone too far when Xiaoming returned just as she was leaving, and the two of them had gone to the land of moon and stars. Looking at him sleeping soundly on the bed, she was stunned. Why is he already asleep? Did the drug wear off so quickly? Looking at the red mark on Yunshin's lips, Chu Xia suddenly realized, that's not right. Coming closer to take a closer look, Chu Xia confirmed one thing, there are faint lipstick marks. Clearly, some little bitch broke in here. The only person who could come in here is that damn Su Xiao. Meng. Regardless of whether Yunshin had just finished a few rounds with Xiaoming, she shamelessly climbed onto the bed and lay next to Yunshin. Fortunately, the drug I used was strong enough. As long as I insist that I was with Yunshin last night, no matter how that hateful Su Xiaoming explains, Yunshin won't believe her. But no matter how she thought about it, she was still bitter and resentful. Chu Xia clenched her fists so tightly that her nails could break at any moment. It's really too good for that damn Su Xiao. Meng. The next morning, sunlight shone through the window of Yunshin's room. He slowly opened his eyes. "Yunshin, are you awake?" Yunshin startled and looked at the naked person next to him. "Why is it you? Why are you in my bed?" Chu Xia pretended to cry, her face flushed red. "Last night, I just wanted to stop by and visit you, but who knew you would do that to me?" As she spoke, she deliberately portrayed herself as the victim. "Yunshin, you don't have to feel embarrassed. I know you didn't mean to, and I don't blame you." Yunshin softened and placed his hand on the hair of the girl next to him. He wiped the tears from her eyes and comforted, "Don't be sad, I will take responsibility for you." Chu Xia was stunned, pretending to be surprised. "Really? What about little sister Xiaoming?" As soon as Xiaoming was mentioned, Chu Xia again acted like the most moral person in the world. "I don't want to ruin your marriage." Yunshin looked sad, and he remembered Xiaoming's bright smile, and softly said, "She." Yunshin continued, "I have never touched her. There is only an agreement between us." At the same time, in the hospital, Xiaoming was diligently taking care of Lu Yunlan. Lu Madam held Xiaoming's hand and said, "Xiaoming, it's been hard on you. You've been busy all night. Go and rest." She gently replied, "Mom, I'm not tired." When she walked out of the ward, Butler Zhang was already waiting. He made a suggestion, "Madam, why don't you go back and rest first? Let me take care of Madam." Xiaoming smiled and looked at him. She rejected the suggestion, "I'm fine. It's too late already, Butler Zhang, go home first." Suddenly, Xiaoming's steps faltered a bit. Butler Zhang quickly supported her and said, "But you look too tired, and your legs are trembling. Speaking of this, she remembered the night of passion with Yunshin yesterday. Unconsciously, Xiao Meng's face turned red with embarrassment. She stuttered and pretended to be strong. "Uncle, you're mistaken. My legs are very healthy." Then, Xiao Meng left, still remembering Yunshin's firm words. "Xiao Meng, I will take responsibility for you." In the next few days, Xiao Meng diligently took care of Lu Madam. Her condition had improved a lot. Today, the doctor allowed her to go home. Lu Madam was helped out of the car by Xiao Meng. She said, "These past few days have really been hard on you." Xiao Meng smiled gently. "Mom, these are all my responsibilities." Lu Madam looked at the thoughtful daughter-in-law in front of her, and felt love in her heart. Xiao Meng is indeed a good daughter-in-law. Suddenly, seeing Xiao Meng's flushed face, she asked curiously, "Xiao Meng, your face is too red. Are you not feeling well anywhere?" Xiao Meng was caught off guard and stiffened like a robot. "No, I'm fine. Mom, let me help you inside." Then, she went into the house, with many thoughts in her heart. Standing in front of that room, Xiao Meng felt a little shy. "I'm about to see Lu Yunshin, I feel too nervous." The person inside spoke after her knock on the door. "Come in." Inside the room, Yunshin was working on the computer. Xiao Meng came in just in time with some pastries in her hand. She happily said, "I heard Mom say that you liked the pastries from this shop when you were young. I stopped by to buy some for you to eat." But contrary to expectations, Yunshin didn't even glance at her, and even said in a cold voice, "You don't need to bother with such trivial matters in the future. Take it away." Xiao Meng was stunned by his strange behavior. "Did I do something wrong?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, "Little sister Xiao Meng is back. It's been hard on you these past few days." From inside, Chu Xia was only wrapped in a small bath towel. She was still drying her hair. Xiao Meng then asked, "Why are you here?" Chu Xia hurried to Yunshin's side, deliberately placing her hand on his shoulder. "I have to take care of Yunshin, so of course I'm here." Then, she deliberately teased Yunshin. "Yunshin, you've been working too long. You need to rest a bit." As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Meng's angry attitude and smiled with pleasure. Seeing the box of pastries on the table, Chu Xia casually picked it up and asked, "Did little sister Xiao Meng buy this?" She picked it up and was about to throw it away for the reason, "It's too sweet, not good for your teeth." Seeing that Yunshin didn't have any resistance, and no longer stood up to protect her, Xiao Meng was a little disappointed in him. Even Yunshin's about-to-be spoken words were like a small knife, piercing deeply into Xiao Meng's heart. "Take the pastries away, from now on you sleep in the living room." A sad look was evident on Xiao Meng's face. She took the box of pastries and softly replied, "Okay." On the contrary, Chu Xia was very smug. Looking at Xiao Meng's lonely little figure leaving, Yunshin felt something in his heart wanted to keep her. Stepping out of the room, Xiao Meng's tears, which had been suppressed for so long, began to flow out. She secretly blamed, "What do you mean you'll take responsibility for me? Jerk." Xiao Meng put the box of pastries on the table. Suddenly, a loud voice made her a little startled. "Relying on you, you want to fight with me? A toad wanting to eat swan meat, ridiculous." At this time, Chu Xia was wearing Xiao Meng's pajamas. She complained, "The pajamas of that little bitch are too poor in quality. Yunshin, you have to take me to buy the best pajamas tomorrow." Then, Chu Xia faced Xiao Meng. She said in a challenging tone, "So what if you married Yunshin?" Moving closer to Xiao Meng, she also said the evergreen slogan of the green tea bitch, "The one who is not loved is the third party." Then, she left, leaving a very angry Xiao Meng. Quick as lightning, Chu Xia had again become Lu Madam's obedient daughter-in-law-to-be. She leaned on her shoulder and acted coyly, "Auntie, your complexion looks much better." Lu Madam, who was being pleased, praised, "She's really a good girl." Chu Xia folded her hands in gratitude. "I thank heaven and earth for fulfilling my prayers a few days ago for Auntie's health." Lu Madam, sitting next to her, was also a little pleased. "This child, your heart is so good." Then, she turned to look at her and said, "Auntie, I feel like I must have a guardian angel behind me. I have always prayed for Yunshin over the years, and finally Yunshin has really woken up." Lu Madam placed her hand on Xiao Meng's shoulder, secretly comforting, "You have worked hard these past few years." The lovey-dovey between the two was captured by Xiao Meng. She could only stand in a corner at this time, watching them be as close as a family, feeling like she had become redundant again. The next morning, at the Lu family villa. In the living room, someone opened the door with a creak. Lu Madam, who was reading the newspaper outside, was startled when she heard the movement. Seeing that the person who came out was Xiao Meng, she was a little surprised and asked, "Xiao Meng, why did you come out of the living room?" Xiao Meng softly replied, "I slept in the living room last night." Lu Madam then looked a little sad, "So last night?" Xiao Meng smiled and reassured her precious Lu Yunlan, "Mom, don't worry, Miss Chi is with him." Without saying much about what happened last night, Xiao Meng said to Lu Madam, "Mom, I'm going out to handle the research project from before." She replied, "Okay." Seeing her small, lonely, but always pretending to be strong, Lu Madam couldn't control the emotions in her heart. Xiao Meng must be very uncomfortable in her heart. What should I do? Today, it was raining, and the chrysanthemum bushes outside had not been washed for a long time. Xiao Meng held a blue umbrella and walked alone on the side of the road. A person driving a car next to her called out, "Xiao Meng." Lian Hao quickly ran down, holding Xiao Meng's hand in the rain. "Xiao Meng, I finally found you." She coldly threatened, "If you don't want your bones broken, get lost." He looked guilty, placing his hand on his chest, "I know all about you." Suddenly, he realized that the person he had abandoned before was actually a kind-hearted pearl. "The woman I dumped before, let's get back together." Hearing Lian Hao's shameless words, Xiao Meng lazily turned her face away. She even scolded him, "Are you sick?" Being scolded like this, Lian Hao turned his cards up. "What status do I have to apologize to you? You're not ashamed." A thud rang out behind Xiao Meng. Lian Hao was kicked to the ground by Zhang Hao, and he added, "Where did this scum come from?" Without waiting for an answer, Zhang Hao took out a lollipop from his pocket and said, "All right, gloomy face." Xiao Meng took the lollipop, feeling a little happier, and he advised her, "Don't be sad because of people like this." Looking at the lollipop in her hand, Xiao Meng felt a little grateful. She silently looked at the young man in front of her, stammering, Thank you." Lian Hao had also gotten up at this time. He pointed his finger straight at Zhang Hao's face and scolded, "Where did you poor and lowly thing come from that you dare to hit me? Do you want to die? Men don't talk, they take action." Zhang Hao directly gave Lian Hao another punch in the face as a greeting gift. Then, Zhang Hao led Xiao Meng away, leaving Lian Hao sitting in the rain scolding incoherently, You people." Tearing open the lollipop and sucking on it, Xiao Meng curiously looked at Zhang Hao, "Why did you come here?" Zhang Hao's face was a little bored, "The evidence is not enough. Lin Yunlan has been released. I have something to discuss with you." Suddenly, he glanced at Xiao Meng. At this time, she had used her umbrella to shield him. Xiao Meng gently said, "You're getting wet." Looking at the caring girl in front of him, he remembered some things in the past. That day was also a rainy day. At that time, he was bullied by classmates, they despised his family background, just the son of a helper. "You dare to score higher than us? Next time you dare to be a good student, I'll beat you to death." After Zhang Hao was beaten up, he dragged his battered body home. On the way, a little girl followed him and held an umbrella for him. "Brother, walk slowly, you're all wet." He directly pushed the little girl's hand away and said, "Don't bother me." That little girl was Zhang Hao's own sister. Being rejected by her brother, she could only cry in the rain. However, an unfortunate thing happened. Because of the events of that day, his own sister was hit by a car and died. Returning to reality, seeing Zhang Hao's distracted face, Xiao Meng said, "If you're not used to holding an umbrella, then forget it." He took the handle of the umbrella and looked at her. "It's okay, let me hold it. Where are you going now?" Xiao Meng softly replied, "Going to the Dongqing building to discuss a project." The two walked and talked, not noticing that there was a car behind them. Zhang Hao said, "That place is mixed. It's not safe for a girl to go alone. Let me take you there." The person in the car was Yun Shen. He folded the pile of documents in his hand. Looking out the window, he saw the familiar figure of a girl, Su Xiaomeng. The car drove past. He also saw that Xiaomeng was not only alone but also with another person, who was the young man next to her. Some time later, at a luxurious KTV in the city, Zhang Hao said uncomfortably, "My asthma is blinding. It seems that your project today will not be easy to negotiate." The man who saw Xiaomeng said, "Boss Su, you're the last one to arrive. You have to punish yourself with 3 glasses." Xiaomeng replied, "Sorry, I've kept everyone waiting." Sitting down on the bench, the man poured a glass of wine and invited her. "Boss Su, what's the hurry? There will be many opportunities to talk later. Let me pour the wine." Boss Su must drink it dry. Xiaomeng looked at the glass of wine in the man's hand. Her complexion turned pale. "If I drink a glass, I'm afraid I'll get drunk." He took advantage of the situation. How can you get drunk with just one glass, or does boss Su not want to give me face? Seeing Xiao Meng in a difficult situation, Zhang Hao next to her directly took the glass of wine and drained it in one gulp. I'll drink it for her. The man frowned uncomfortably. What are you relying on to drink for her? Zhang Hao immediately replied, my sister is not good at drinking. It's normal for me to drink for her. The man couldn't say anything else, he could only accept it. Alright, then you drink for her. He was not an ordinary person either, and forced Zhang Hao to drink several bottles of strong wine in a row. Xiao Meng worriedly grabbed his arm. Zhang Hao, you've drunk too much. She quickly turned to look at the rest of the people and said, sorry everyone, I have something to deal with, so I'll go first. Everyone have fun, I'll pay the bill. As she spoke, she intended to help the drunk Zhang Hao out. Before she could leave, the man just now hurriedly grabbed her wrist and asked, where do you want to go? Xiao Meng yanked her hand away. She frowned and reminded, Boss Zhang, please be respectful. With a clang, the sound of a broken wine bottle came from the table. The man angrily pointed straight at her face and said, to tell you the truth, if you don't drink with me to your heart's content tonight, don't even dream of getting the cooperation contract. Hearing the insulting words of that guy, Zhang Hao couldn't help but punch him, you bastard. Another person also picked up a broken bottle and intended to smash it on Zhang Hao's head. Do you want to die? Xiao Meng conveniently kicked him. Get lost. The man then ordered his subordinates, hit them hard, break their dog legs. Xiao Meng then quickly pulled Zhang Hao's hand away to leave. Suddenly, a few people attacked the two of them. Zhang Hao couldn't resist. Damn, the strong wine is making me unable to stand steady. Xiao Meng screamed, careful. At the same time, a young man also wanted to take care of her. He carried a big stick and struck. Suddenly, a man appeared. The wooden stick in his hand accidentally hit the young man's head. It was Yun Shen. Seeing the savior appear, she was a little surprised. Xiao Meng stood there looking at Yun Shen walking towards her. Lu Yun Shen, why is he here? He loudly glanced at Zhang Hao. You care about him so much? Xiao Meng replied confusedly, what? Then, he directly grabbed Xiao Meng's hand and dragged her away. Yun Shen coldly said two words, go home. Zhang Hao was drunk at this time but still grabbed Xiao Meng's hand, don't take her away. This three-way situation was making Xiao Meng very embarrassed. Looking at Yun Shen's unhappy face, she thought to herself, is he upset? Xiao Meng quickly pulled her hand out of Zhang Hao's hand. She instructed Zhang Hao, you go back first, don't worry about me. Then, Yun Shen took Xiao Meng's hand and left this chaotic KTV, leaving Zhang Hao alone watching. Outside the car, it was still raining. Yun Shen was opening the door for Xiao Meng to enter. The atmosphere inside the car was really stuffy. Xiao Meng spoke to break the silence. Today, thank you. Yun Shen removed his glasses and said coldly, the person you should thank is him. Xiao Meng spoke to explain, you misunderstood, there's nothing between me and him. Yun Shen directly interrupted her, no need to explain, it has nothing to do with me. His cold words once again made her heart ache. Suddenly, Yun Shen spoke again first, regarding the matter of building a career, if there is anything inconvenient, you can hand it over to Butler Zhang to handle. Yun Shen avoided her gaze by using his phone, and also reminded her, don't attend such dangerous drinking parties like today in the future. Xiao Meng softly replied with an Yun Shen answered a phone call, hello. The person on the other end of the line informed him, Master, it's not good. Your eldest uncle is planning to take the old master out to sea tonight. They're likely preparing an accident at sea to harm him and prevent you from inheriting the will. Yun Shen was a little stunned. What? Suddenly, the call was cut off. Yun Shen requested Xiao Meng, stop the car. Get out of the car immediately. She asked in surprise, what? Yun Shen said sternly, immediately. Leaving the little girl with the green umbrella on the roadside, Yun Shen's car hurriedly left without stopping. Xiao Meng stood there, feeling wronged and angry. It's fine if you don't take me with you, but why are you being so grumpy? Suddenly, her phone rang. Could it be Zhang Hao calling? Xiao Meng answered the phone, hello. The person on the other end spoke urgently, quickly go to the northernmost pier to save Lu Yun Shen. Xiao Meng was stunned. She asked with great concern, who are you? What, save Lu Yun Shen? He was just with me. The person on the other end only said the key point. Someone has set a trap. Lu Yun Shen will fall into the sea and die. Then, the person hung up. Xiao Meng still didn't understand what was happening. What trap? Explain clearly. Hello? She stared at the phone in her hand, her intelligent mind racing. Just now, after Lu Yun Shen received the call. Should I call the police? But would the police believe me? Without time to think, she quickly hailed a taxi immediately. She said hurriedly, "Driver, can you go faster? I'll pay triple." The driver, seeing a good deal, immediately complied. "Okay, girl, hold on tight." The car sped along the road, with heavy rain pouring outside. The driver stopped the car. "Girl, we're at the pier." Xiao Ming hurried out. She ran a few steps and heard a loud explosion, a gunshot. Realizing that Yunshin was in danger, she thought, "It's over, Lu Yunshin." Before her eyes, a group of people holding guns shot at a body on the bridge, which fell into the sea. Yunshin was directly engulfed by the seawater, and blood flowed out even more. Only then did he realize that he had been framed. His eyes gradually closed, and Yunshin's brain gradually lost consciousness. Before his eyes, there was only a blurry figure approaching. Who was it? Xiao Ming clasped Yunshin's hand. She quickly gave him some air. At this moment, Xiao Ming vaguely recognized the person in front of her, Su Xiaoming. Xiao Ming now saw that Yunshin's body still had reactions. She quickly planned to escape from this place. Luckily she had made preparations earlier. After a while, she successfully pulled Yunshin's body onto the surface of the water. There would definitely be people on the shore checking if Lu Yunshin was dead or not. She quickly pulled him to the side, absolutely not daring to be near the shore. Seeing the group of people on the bridge shining lights to search for the body, Xiao Ming even heard them say loudly, "We've searched several kilometers already. Do we still need to search?" Based on the speed of the current, if Lu Yunshin is still alive, he will definitely come ashore around here. Xiao Ming hugged Yunshin's body tightly, trying to call him, "Lu Yunshin, wake up. I put in so much effort, you can't die." Half an hour later, the two were still lying on the cold water, and Xiao Ming's body could barely endure it. Her mouth moved slightly, cold, so cold, extremely cold. After drifting for a while, Xiao Ming finally found a lifeline, a nearby islet, finally finding a place to set foot. She hurriedly pulled Yunshin onto the water. Supporting him with one hand, she tried her best to shake Yunshin awake. "Lu Yunshin, Lu Yunshin." Pulling open his blood-soaked shirt, she saw that the bullet had passed through the area below his right collarbone. She couldn't help but worry, the wound is too deep. And he's been soaked in cold water for so long. Xiao Ming's trembling hands placed on Yunshin's nose. "Don't tell me he's already dead." Fortunately, she knew that he was still breathing. Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. "He's still alive, thank goodness, thank goodness." After that, Xiao Ming carried Yunshin to find rescue. She stood in front of a nearby villa, calling out loudly, "Is anyone there? Help!" Seeing that no one answered, Xiao Ming hurried faster. "Is the villa abandoned?" But unfortunately, she tripped over a stone on the road. Losing her balance, Xiao Ming fell heavily, and Yunshin's heavy body also unconsciously pressed down on her. Seeing Yunshin losing consciousness, his breathing becoming even lighter, she thought, what to do? Lu Yunshin is about to die. With no other choice, she picked up a large stone by the road. Then she directly threw it at the glass door of the villa in front of her. After that, Xiao Ming helped Yunshin inside, continuously reassuring him, "Lu Yunshin, please bear with it a little longer." Inside the house was dark. Xiao Ming tried to turn on a nearby piano. Luckily there was still electricity. Then, she searched everywhere and finally found it. In her hand were some first aid kits. After reading through them, Xiao Ming hesitated. The medicine is about to expire. Will the effectiveness be greatly reduced? Pulling open his white shirt, the wound on his shoulder was no longer bleeding. She muttered, the bullet passed through his shoulder, no wonder he couldn't swim. After fumbling for a while, Xiao Ming bandaged Yunshin's wound. She looked at him worriedly. Everything inside has been thoroughly disinfected, try your best not to get an infection. After that, the small girl sat huddled in a corner because she had been soaked in water for too long. It's so cold. Suddenly, she looked at the trousers on Yunshin. His clothes are all wet too, it would be troublesome if he catches a cold or fever. Immediately, Xiao Ming shyly turned her face away and took off his pants for him, considering it a greater good. Then, she temporarily used a towel to cover Yunshin. It's a pity the bedroom door can't be opened, otherwise I could have looked for a blanket to cover him. The hole in the glass door from earlier was now a suitable place for the cold wind to pour in. Xiao Ming sat wrapped in a towel, lying curled up next to Yunshin. Suddenly, she heard a soft groan, cold, so cold. It was Yunshin's voice. Xiao Ming hurried over and grabbed Yunshin's arm. What's wrong? Oh no, why is your hand even colder? She tried to check Yunshin's pulse. His pulse is too weak, an imbalance in body temperature could also lead to danger. After that, in order to save his life, Xiaoming used her body to warm him. She laughed silently. Isn't this just like hugging an ice cube? Looking at his tired appearance, she couldn't help but remind him, look how tired I am. Please be a little more polite when talking to me in the future. Suddenly, Yunshin mumbled, Su Xiaoming. But seeing that he didn't react, she could only press her forehead against his and fall asleep. Why did he call my name? Could it be he was dreaming about me? The next morning, the rain outside had stopped. Just like people often say, after the rain comes sunshine. Yunshin opened his eyes with difficulty. He frowned uncomfortably at the person next to him. Suddenly realizing that the face close to him was his beloved wife, Su Xiaoming. He touched the bandaged wound, thinking in his heart, did she save me yesterday? After a while, looking at the scattered clothes on the ground, Yunshin tried to recall his memories. Yesterday, she jumped into the sea to save him. Yunshin blamed the little cat in his heart. It was so obviously dangerous. Why did you save me? Pressing closer to her face, he felt a little uncomfortable. Looking at her flushed face, Yunshin gently touched Xiaoming's forehead. So hot, does she have a fever? Yunshin carefully checked the medical kit. There was only the trace of one pill having been taken. It was so cold yesterday and she fell into the water, and she hasn't eaten anything. He hugged the little girl into his arms. Why are you so silly, only caring about taking care of me? Xiaoming moved slightly. Yunshin reminded her affectionately, be good. Suddenly, Yunshin took her hand, his eyes suddenly flashing with a stunned expression. This is... Looking at every wound on Xiaoming's body, Yunshin couldn't help but feel heartache. You suffered so much hardship because you saved me yesterday. Applying medicine to her wounds, he scolded, silly girl. After that, Yunshin gave Xiaoming medicine. She slept soundly until almost evening. At this time, Xiaoming woke up. She opened her eyes with difficulty. Where is this? Suddenly realizing Yunshin's disappearance, she panicked and jumped up, calling out, Lu Yunshin. Looking around and seeing no one, Xiaoming muttered, where is he? Suddenly, a warm voice sounded from behind, don't be afraid. Yunshin held up the basket of fish he had just caught, saying affectionately, I won't leave you behind. Xiaoming's emotions surged to the point that her eyes started to well up. She couldn't restrain herself anymore and hurriedly ran towards Yunshin. But even though they were only a few centimeters apart, she couldn't dare to believe it. This feeling, am I not dreaming? Fortunately, that gentle and calm voice reassured her. Of course you're not dreaming. As soon as she received confirmation, Xiaoming's tears immediately overflowed, causing Yunshin to be startled. Why are you crying? In front of him, she could comfortably release all her emotions. I didn't see you when I woke up, I thought you were dead. Her sincerity touched him, making him want to embrace and protect her for the rest of his life. I'm still alive, you did very well. After the sadness passed, Xiaoming suddenly regained her usual rationality. Wait, weren't my clothes all soaked and taken off? Yunshin calmly turned away and replied like an abstinent president, you were in a coma and freezing, so I put them on for you. This answer immediately made her fair face turn as red as a tomato. You put them on? His reaction was completely opposite to the shy and reserved emotions of a young girl. It's not like I haven't seen it before, what's so surprising? Xiaoming still felt uneasy, but Yunshin didn't continue to answer but skillfully prepared the fish. She felt a little sorry that she could only stand and watch. You're injured, let me do it. But she was rejected. No need, you go rest. Seeing that she was still standing here, he wondered, what's wrong? Unexpectedly, Xiaoming suddenly smiled brightly like a flower, praising herself, making his cheeks slightly blush. So this is how you care about others. Although she praised him, she still insisted on taking over. Let me do it, otherwise I'm afraid you'll blow up the whole kitchen later. Night gradually fell, making the crescent moon a highlight in the sky. Finally, the delicious and nutritious fish soup was completed. Xiaoming smiled and comforted him. The seasonings here are all expired and can't be used anymore. The soup has no taste, please try to eat some. A president like Yunshin was so easygoing in front of her, Even his sense of taste seemed to be filtered. This taste, unexpectedly it could be made so delicious. Seeing him pause slightly, she misunderstood, is it too hard to eat? Although he was very captivated in his heart, he still tried to appear calm, it's okay. Xiaoming didn't think much and shared her portion, this bowl of mine hasn't been touched yet. Yunshin didn't take it immediately but was a little puzzled, She explained gently and kindly, your body is weaker, so you need to eat more to recover. How could he let a girl give way, so he quickly refused, you're also very weak, you eat it. The other side also pushed back and forth, no need, you eat a little more. He still maintained his sincerity, even sharing his portion with her, I want you to eat more. Such a caring gesture was enough to make countless girls dream, not just her. Xiao Mei was both shy and wanted to understand the emotions through his expression. What kind of person is Lu Yunshin after all? Xiao Meng's obvious gaze made him a little unnatural. Why are you staring at me? She hurriedly denied it and tried to be as natural as possible. No, nothing. I'm just a little curious what kind of person you are. But he pushed the question to the other side. The one who should be curious is me. Why did you save me? The reason she gave was also very ordinary. Because you are Lu Yunshin. The situation at the time was so dangerous, no fool would forget about their life for money. Everything seemed to be driven by subconsciousness. Thinking about it carefully, I don't know why either, I just remember that I didn't want you to die. That sweet sentence was like Cupid's arrow piercing straight into his heart. While Yunshin was still immersed, he heard Xiao Meng's worries. I don't know if Steward Zhang can find this place. He had estimated it early on, so he was quite calm. Based on the distance and location, he will find us soon. In the room with the warm fireplace, everyone lay quietly on two separate sofas. She was about to fall asleep when she suddenly noticed his coughing. Immediately, the sleepiness in her flew away and she only remembered to care for him. So hot, oh no, he has a fever. Xiao Meng didn't think much and quickly took off his clothes to change the medicine for him. Lu Yunshin, you must endure it, absolutely don't let the fever get infected. There were only two of them here, and her worries couldn't be relieved. What to do? His body is so hot, what if he gets a stupid fever? So she decided to wrap herself in a blanket and stay by his side. No, I can't sleep. The late night completely covered, and the clouds covered the sky, not letting in a bit of moonlight. Yunshin, who had fallen into a coma, gradually woke up. Just as he removed the towel on his forehead, he saw the figure of the girl right next to him. An unbelievable but still very reasonable thought flashed through his mind. Don't tell me she has been guarding me all along? Emotions overwhelmed his reason, making him want to hug her as his heart told him. That gentle hug made Xiao Meng wake up in confusion. You, what are you doing? He gently advised the other party, the floor is cold, go sleep on the sofa. Just as the atmosphere was very pink, it was interrupted by his subordinate, Master. Steward Zhang, whom they had both been looking forward to, had finally arrived. Finally, I found you. As soon as Xiaochu saw him, she immediately threw herself into his arms, crying even louder than the injured person, Yunshin. In her eyes at that time, there was no one else but the only person she wanted to be close to. I thought I would never see you again. But going too far was the same as not going far enough. Because of her selfishness, she accidentally tore his wound open. Seeing this, Xiao Meng immediately reminded him worriedly, be careful, his shoulder is injured. Only then did Chu Xia notice her presence. Su Xiao Meng, what are you doing here? Just a little brainstorming was enough for her to write 300 scripts, these past 2 days. Could it be that only the two of them were together? But on the surface, she still had to maintain her virtuous image. Little sister Xiao Meng, why are you here? Before she could answer, Yunshin stood up to explain for her. It was thanks to her that I was able to survive. Steward Zhang also echoed at the right time, making her even more jealous. Madam, are you okay? You are truly the lucky star of our master. However, this offensive power was not enough to break Chu Xia's industrial smile. Thank you for saving Yunshin, saving the father of my child. Just one sentence contained shocking news, causing her brain to be overloaded for a while. Child, father. Even the father in her mouth didn't know anything. Are you pregnant? Chu Xia continued to play the role of a good wife and mother. Recently I have been feeling nauseous. I think that's probably it. But Steward Zhang once again made a series of achievements in sabotaging her intentions. Master, the boat has docked. As soon as they went out, the obvious one-sided concern made the expressions of the two people like two opposite colors. Su Xiaomeng, it's so cold, you. Before she could answer, Chu Xia seized the opportunity to use a green tea trick. Cold, so cold. As a gentleman, he had to put his coat on her shoulders. Yun Shen, let's get on the boat quickly. I'm afraid I'll catch a cold. She led the way as she wished. The two left without paying any attention to Xiaomeng behind them. Finally, everyone got on the luxury yacht. She was lying in a warm quilt on a soft mattress but still tossed and turned unable to sleep. At this time the phone rang. Knowing that the caller was her father, she did not hesitate to hang up. But unexpectedly this scene was caught by Chu Xia and deduced in another direction. Just returned and hurriedly calling the man out there? When it was just the two of them, she immediately took off her fake mask. Look at her eagerness. Xiao Meng could not accept being wronged by such a person. What nonsense are you talking about? You are dirty, so you see everyone as despicable as you. What she said was too true, to the point that the other party was guilty and ashamed. You. But Chu Xia did not act in a hurry but first closed the door. I see you have been acting too arrogant recently, not taking anyone seriously. Then she rushed forward and raised her hand to teach her a lesson. You have been messing around with Yunshen for the past 2 days. You are truly shameless. But Xiao Meng was not a weak white lotus who would let people trample on her. Were you deaf just now? I did that to save Lu Yunshen. She was still fixated on her own point of view. With your cat scratch skills, you want to be Yunshen's benefactor? Ridiculous. Then she acted quickly and grabbed the hair behind her head, saying, What did you two do in the wilderness for the past 2 days? Xiao Meng's scalp ached, but she still had to resist. Let go. But it only stimulated Chu Xia even more. I'll beat you to death, you despicable thing. When the devil claws were about to hit her, she finally pushed them away forcefully. The sudden increase in force made her pale because she couldn't react in time. Her high-heeled feet also staggered and could not stand firmly. As expected, she fell to the floor, but the first thing she noticed was her beauty. I'm injured, I'll have a scar. Just a small trace was enough to make her make a fuss. You dare to hurt me, you are dead. After showing off successfully, it was time for the weak and fragile song, Help me, Yun Shen. Soon he rushed into the room with a worried expression, Chu Xia. He quickly helped her up and asked, What's wrong? She immediately complained, Yun Shen, I kindly came to visit Xiao Meng, but she was jealous that I was pregnant with your child, so she attacked me. His expression became clearly contorted. His sharp gaze made her even more nervous. She's lying, she attacked first, her high heels are too high. Because of this, she fell into a disadvantage before her forceful words, then see if you are injured, and you are still falsely accusing me of attacking first. Su Xiaomeng, do you want to force me to die to prove your innocence? Facing her was a weak defense. You are still here reversing black and white. Yunshin did not investigate the source and determined everything. Don't say any more, apologize. Xiaomeng was stunned and could not believe what she heard. Ask me to apologize? He still insisted on standing up for Chu Xia. Have you made enough trouble? Only by standing from her perspective could she see through that arrogant and fake face. She did not say anything more but was deeply hurt. Yunshin seemed very disappointed but first comforted her. The boat is about to dock, I will take you to the hospital later. She was very proud but still had to squeeze out a few tears to continue acting. I'm okay, I'm used to being beaten by Xiaomeng, I'm just worried that she has violent tendencies. Will she attack Auntie later? Hearing those biased words, he put pressure on Xiaomeng again. You still haven't apologized? This time the hope in her had completely collapsed because of that ruthlessness. Lu Yunshin, don't you have any trust in me? His eyes looked at her full of implied emotions, but she no longer had the heart to guess. He decided to not need that concession and took Chu Xia back. First, let's see if you are injured anywhere. She was very obedient, yes, but secretly turned around and smiled triumphantly. After the two left, Xiaomeng completely let herself sink into grief. It was almost dawn, but all the rooms of the villa were still brightly lit. The image of that person being cared for and supported was completely opposite to her lonely figure when she got out of the car. Lu Foran greeted her warmly. It's good that you're back. Chu Xia is pregnant, she needs to rest more. She continued to win her over and secretly winked. Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of the child of me and Yunshin. At this time, she noticed Xiaomeng and took her hand affectionately. Xiaomeng, you have worked hard these past few days. She behaved very understanding. I'm okay. Auntie doesn't need to be embarrassed. I'm a little tired, I'll go to rest first. Although Lu Foran also felt very sorry, she could not do anything else. I'm really sorry, Xiaomeng. The second person who was in pain here was Yunshin, who had to live against his will. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she was awakened by a harsh voice. If you don't let that evil girl come out today, I won't go anywhere. Yunshin still tried his best to persuade him. Su Xiaomeng is already asleep, please don't disturb her, and don't insult your own daughter. But his words were like water off a duck's back to Su Hai. Do I need a junior like you to manage how I call my daughter? She did not want her affairs to involve anyone else, so she quickly went out. Su, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Just one sentence was enough to push his anger almost to the top. You wicked creature, what are you calling me? Xiaomeng also poured all her resentment on him. You forced my mother to die, forced me to marry in her place, what else can I call you? His dirty hand had not even approached before he grabbed it. protecting her behind him. She is now my wife, even if you are her father, you are not allowed to hit her. The title that Yunshin said with his own mouth made her shy and surprised. Wife. Suhai kept grimacing like a failure. You, let go of me. As soon as he was released, his mouth started working at full power. Su Xiaomeng, I warn you for the last time, if you don't go online to clarify the reputation for your sister, I will personally come forward to prove your evil deeds. She was not a soft persimmon that people could squeeze at will, well said to force me to take the blame. Yunshin wiped his hands without concealing his disgust. Dare to bully my wife like this. It seems that the Su group is not necessary to exist anymore. At this time he realized that he had gone a little too far. What? His mind spun around and immediately played the family card. Lu Yunshin, no matter what, I am your father-in-law, how can you do this? But his point of view was very clear. Loving my wife is being a father-in-law. Of course, the reverse is a direct threat. Bullying my wife is making an enemy of me. Suhai's heart trembled, but for the sake of face, he had to make an excuse to leave. I won't bother talking nonsense with you people. The arrogant guy left, so he quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid. She politely replied, thank you. Yunshin dropped a bombshell without warning. Tomorrow, I'll be working at the Lu Corporation as a new employee. This completely caught Xiaomeng off guard. Why? Unexpectedly, the following words were like rubbing salt into her wound. Chi Chuxia is pregnant. I will marry her later. You can start your own business. You have to familiarize yourself with business operations beforehand. She seemed to have accepted her fate and said indifferently, okay. The light of dawn shone on the fresh flowers. As soon as Xiaomeng stepped out of the train station, she met Zhang Hao. Why are you here? His words were as annoying as ever. Seeing if you're dead yet. She was in a bad mood, so she wasn't in the mood for jokes. Then you can rest assured. I'm still alive. After speaking, she looked at the lollipop with a puzzled expression. What's this for? I'm not a child who eats candy every day. His comfort was simple but sincere. If you're not happy, obediently eat a lollipop. Xiaomeng peeled the candy wrapper while wondering, does my face show my unhappiness so clearly? Zhang Hao calmly confirmed, yes. Even though she accepted his kind gift, her attitude was still grumpy. Why are you still following me? The reason he gave was perfectly reasonable. You've offended so many forces. If I don't protect you and you get assassinated, what should I do? Hearing this, she comforted him instead. You don't have to worry. Lu Yunshin has assigned a secret guard to protect me. Who knew that he would utter a sentence that would stir up the pain in her heart? The guard he assigned to you before was taken away by Chi Chuxia. Xiaomeng was stunned to receive such important information, but it came from someone she wasn't very close to. Even she couldn't help but sigh in frustration about her future. Now, she could only reluctantly suck on the candy and let Zhang Hao follow behind. She walked while complaining, Lu Yunshin really has no sense of loyalty at all. After a long day of work at the company, Xiaomeng felt completely drained. I'm so tired. As soon as she walked out of the door, she saw him waiting next to her. Oh, why are you still here? Have you been here all day? Zhang Hao confirmed indirectly, I've been hungry all day. Treat me to a meal. This time, she had to be impressed by his persistence. No way, have you really been waiting all day? He didn't want to continue this topic, so he changed the subject and asked, how was your first day at work? Sure enough, she immediately forgot what just happened. Speaking of it gives me a headache. I feel like everyone in the team is making things difficult for me. The cameraman standing in the distance captured the moment of the two people walking closely together. Then, he smiled triumphantly and sinisterly. This time, Miss Ji will praise me again. The news was quickly forwarded to Chu Xia so that she could continue her work of sowing discord. Yunshin, look, Xiaomeng is in love. On the phone screen were the backs of the two people, looking intimate from this angle, without any gap between them. She still pretended to be relaxed, in contrast to his pensive expression. Xiaomeng didn't say it sooner, so I always misunderstood that she liked you. Chu Xia felt that the time was ripe and began to seduce him. You've been working for a long time. Take a break. I heard that the early stages of pregnancy can also be. But in return, she only received a dismissive gesture and a cold refusal. I want to work. You go and rest. This made her constantly speculate in her heart, am I just imagining things? I feel like Yunshin is avoiding me a little. But then she quickly reassured herself, I must be overthinking it. I've already gained his trust, so how could he avoid me? It seems that the family can be notified to close the net. Elsewhere, Xiaoming led Zhang Hao to a restaurant and asked, you don't like to eat this kind of thing? He didn't pick up his chopsticks right away because it felt a little unexpected. I thought you would take me to a cheap, popular restaurant. She readily explained the reason behind it. I'm not as poor as I used to be. Besides, you're protecting my safety. It would be too much to take you to a roadside stall. While the two were chatting happily, Zhang Hao was the first to notice Yunshin's appearance. She was still completely unaware and showed proper concern as a friend. Eat more. Suddenly, a figure from behind blocked the action, startling her. Lu Yunshin. Xiaoming couldn't believe it and wanted confirmation. Is it really you? He was a little speechless and didn't know how to react. Or who else would it be? She casually asked the reason. What are you doing here? He only answered with 2 words, eating. The other 2 stared at him, making him feel uncomfortable. Don't eat? What are you looking at me for? Xiaoming had to stand up and ease the awkward atmosphere. Everyone, eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold later. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunshin thoughtfully and carefully picked up a delicious rib for her from afar. But his words were the opposite of the affection in his heart. You're too thin. Eat more meat. She only thought it was a courtesy. Oh, thank you. This polite attitude only made him unable to restrain himself. Especially when she cared about another man in front of him. This is very delicious. Eat more. The other party readily held out his plate. Okay. Seeing the 2 of them interacting made Yunshin feel like he was being force-fed dog food. I'm full. Xiaoming didn't understand and was very surprised. You're finished so quickly? Zhang Hao's question hit the nail on the head. Is CEO Lu angry? She replied innocently, which was the second arrow that struck him. No, he always eats so little. After this meal, the distance between the 2 of them was less awkward than it was this morning. You treated me to such a sumptuous meal today. To thank you, I will protect you home. Before Xiaoming could answer, a domineering voice spoke up. No need to trouble you. I'll take her home myself. She was confused by Yunshin's unusual behavior. Are you still here? Don't tell me you've been waiting here all this time? Zhang Hao didn't hesitate to mock him. I thought CEO Lu was with Miss Chi at this time. But his mood was no longer impulsive but very calm and mature. Thank you for protecting my wife these days. You don't need to anymore. Xiaoming also sensed it but didn't dare to confirm it. Lu Yunshin, why does this feel like a declaration of sovereignty? The car slowly returned to the villa. After getting into the car, she wondered, I don't understand a bit. Why did you come to find me today? His reason was very vague. I was passing by. Obviously, that wasn't enough to fool her. That place isn't easy to find. Was it really a coincidence? But then Xiaoming decided to give up chasing the answer. Never mind, I don't want to think anymore. I'm too tired. The next day, early in the morning, a loud call suddenly rang out in the villa. Xiaoming. Chu Xia ran after her while stopping her. Xiaoming, wait. For the first time, she spoke about a serious topic when it was just the 2 of them. Today, Yunshin has a very important meeting about a big project. This USB drive is the key. She naturally asked for her help as if they had never had a conflict. I was curious and took a look at it last night. When I put it back, I accidentally took the wrong USB drive. Please help me quickly bring it to him. Xiaoming didn't agree right away but was very vigilant. Why don't you take it yourself? She had prepared a reason for this situation. My identity is unclear. High-level security won't let me in. Then, she acted agitated, with tears welling up in her eyes. The data in this USB drive is related to the fate of the entire corporation. I'm not comfortable entrusting it to someone else. Seeing that Xiaoming had answered the phone but couldn't connect, Chu Xia advised, you don't need to call to confirm. Her tears fell as she spoke. The Oscar-winning actress almost owed her a trophy. He and Butler Zhang are in the Lu Corporation's meeting room, competing for a $1 trillion project with a rival company. You can't call them. She even went so far as to kneel down and cling to her, begging her to help. Please help me. Quickly take this to him. The reason Chu Xia gave also made Xiaoming waver. If he fails to win the trillion-dollar project, Yunshin will have to bear a huge debt and will never be able to recover. In the end, she decided to take it and leave quickly to get rid of this burden. When the taxi stopped, the outside of the company was crowded with countless reporters. Xiaoming was new here, so she didn't know what was going on. What's happening? Why are there so many reporters? So she quickly asked the closest person. What are you all gathered here for? He looked at her as if she had just come to the city from the countryside. Have you not seen the sensational news that just went viral? The Lu Corporation's confidential documents were leaked online. The content that followed made her even more confused. I heard that CEO Lu Yunshin will have to bear a trillion-dollar debt and go to jail. Xiaoming almost wanted to block her ears and ignore the news she just heard. How could this be? Why is this happening? She was stunned for only a few seconds and then decided to rush in. But unexpectedly, before she could enter the door, she was stopped by the security guard. You can't come in. At this time, she calmly explained and presented her identification. I'm an employee of the Lu Corporation, and I'm also a family member of CEO Lu. I have something urgent to do. But the other party was adamant in not letting her in. I'm sorry, the Lu Corporation is currently sealed off. No one is allowed to enter. Xiaoming began to panic and didn't know what to do. It's sealed off? Now even if I send the USB drive in, it won't work. Why did it become like this? She hurriedly took out her phone and dialed from her contacts. Unfortunately, the voice on the other end was from the operator. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. She became increasingly anxious and nervous. It's still switched off. What exactly is going on? Xiaoming continued to try calling Butler Zhang, but the result was the same as before. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. At this time, she couldn't find a breakthrough in her mind. What should I do? I can't get through to anyone. She gradually calmed down and pieced things together. Could it be that Chu Xia leaked this? But she already has Lu Yunshin's child. Why would she want to harm the child's father? Finally, the taxi took her back to the villa. Xiaoming was startled by the new information when she hurried back. It's the Lu family relatives. Does everyone already know about this? The matriarch led the group as if they had been waiting for a long time. Su Xiaoming is back. Of course, Chu Xiao's performance was indispensable. Su Xiaoming, what exactly are you doing? She tried hard to explain to everyone. I went as fast as I could to bring the USB drive there, but when I arrived, the other party didn't need to hear her finish and slapped her hard to reprimand her. Su Xiaoming. Then, she skillfully criticized her morality. The Lu family treats you so well. How could you harm Yunshin? Xiaoming firmly retorted. I didn't. I never harmed him. Chu Xia didn't care and only wanted to put all the blame on her. I personally handed the confidential USB drive to you, but immediately after, it was leaked online. You still say you didn't harm him? Next, she put on a show of being so hurt that it harmed her body. After all, Yunshin is your husband. How could you treat him like this? The matriarch also comforted her. Yunshin's mother fainted from anger. Chu Xia, you can't fall. As soon as Xiaoming heard this, she stood up anxiously. Mom fainted? But in return, she only received even more scathing criticism. Get away from me. How dare a wicked woman like you call her mom? She could only defend herself helplessly. I didn't harm Lu Yunshin. It wasn't me. The relative next to her took the opportunity to push her hard. Get out of here. You wicked, evil woman. Even the secondary child was already holding a stone as if preparing to throw it at her at any time. He threw the stones one by one at Xiaoming's face with an arrogant attitude. The Lu family doesn't need a daughter-in-law like you. Get out now. Chu Xia secretly rejoiced when she witnessed all of this. Even if I don't want you, you can't have him. She had to leave according to her plan. She didn't choose to rest but went back to the company to observe the situation. The security guards are getting more and more numerous. Even if I sneak in, I won't be able to succeed. Xiaoming fell into a problem with no solution. How can I meet Lu Yunshin? As the night gradually fell, only the light from the electric lights shone. She had long since fallen asleep leaning against the stone pillar from exhaustion and stress all day. At this moment, a light shone, causing her to wake up immediately. Xiaoming quickly recognized it and approached the car. That's Lu Yunshin's car. She tried her best to chase after it and called out in a broken voice, Lu Yunshin, wait. Because she ran too fast, she even sprained her foot and fell to the ground. Xiaoming could only force herself to sit up with a disappointed expression. But then, taking advantage of her being completely unguarded, a mysterious person stuffed a towel soaked with drugs over her mouth. The next day, at a simple construction site in the suburbs, a calculated voice sounded, everything is ready. We're just waiting for Lu Yunshin to take the bait. The group of people watched over Xiaoming while discussing animatedly, it's time for the livestream to start. Everyone will see Lu Yunshin risking his life to save the illegitimate child. Choosing to let his wife fall down the mountain and die. Sinister laughter echoed throughout the room. That way, his reputation will be ruined, and he will never be able to recover. She also became much more sober because of it. Livestream? Are these kidnappers the ones who want to harm Lu Yunshin? The accomplice suddenly put forward a different scenario. But what if Lu Yunshin doesn't give up his wife in front of the camera? The other one rubbed his gun and affirmed confidently, don't worry, Qi is not only Lu Yunshin's sweetheart but also carries 2 of his children. A clear contempt appeared in his eyes. The legally married wife is just for good luck. Lu Yunshin will definitely abandon her to save Qi Xia. Xiaoming began to struggle violently, wanting to resist. So this is their goal. Lu Yunshin, you must not come here. The person who made the move immediately noticed the commotion on this side and became interested. Why did this girl wake up so quickly? But to be honest, she looks quite appetizing. Fortunately, the accomplice barely salvaged his crumbling sanity. The mountaintop is ready. Take her over there. The 2 of them slowly left, one carrying the person and the other leading the way. It looks like that kid Lu Yunshin is coming soon. In a dangerous terrain with high rocky mountains and rapid currents, cameras had been secretly placed in the bushes. Soon, they led Xiaoming to the gathering point. The person who made the move also evaluated her while walking, as if examining a piece of meat. This girl is so light. It's easy to carry her. Qi Xia didn't bother to hide her vicious nature. To be able to be used by me before you die, Su Xiaoming, you really know how to bring out your value. She smiled triumphantly at the end of Xiaoming's life. The livestream has started. It seems that Yunshin has arrived. As soon as the camera turned on, she went into her colorful top-notch acting state. Please, let Su Xiaoming go. If you want to kill, just kill me. Qi Xia saw him coming and shouted, Yunshin save me. The person who needed to come also came. The kidnapper immediately went straight to the point. Lu Yunshin, 2 ends of the seesaw have a point of equilibrium. He reached for the 2 women and set out the difficult question, you save one, the other will fall because of imbalance, who are you going to save? She was sure of it, Yunshin thinks I have his child in my stomach, so he will naturally save me, even if he saves anyone, the rope on my side will not break. Thinking this, on the outside she still tried to act the part of the weak girl, her eyes full of tears pretending to be kind, Yunshin, don't worry about me, just let my sister Xiaoming go. While Xiaoming was being blindfolded and gagged, she could only complain in her head, Lu Yunshin will definitely not save me, will I really die here today? The sound of expensive leather shoes suddenly stopped right in front of her. A strong hand slowly took off her blindfold. The first figure that appeared before her eyes was none other than her legal husband. Xiaoming's eyes were filled with tears, movingly calling his name in her mind, Yunshin. He looked at her with concern mixed with love, gently wiping away the tears on his wife's face. I'm sorry, I scared you. Seeing the 2 of them so affectionately, Xiaochu couldn't help but turn pale. How could this be? She turned back to look at the camera that was filming secretly over there, frowning angrily. Damn it, if Yunshin doesn't choose me, how can I make him lose his reputation? Having a premonition that the plan was about to fail, she tried to salvage something by acting pathetic. Yunshin, Sister Xiaoming is your official wife, and she will also give birth to children. For you in the future, you don't need to worry about me. But over there, the person who needed to hear was busy taking care of Xiaoming beside him, not knowing if any words had fallen into his ears. Seeing Yunshin calmly pick her up, Xiaochu spoke up to attract attention, you. Yet he still ignored the beauty, and turned away abruptly in the woman's urgent cry, Yunshin, what are you doing? Do you know that if you save her, I will have to die? Hearing this, he turned back coldly and asked a fatal question, then have you died yet? She choked and struggled to find words. Maybe the rope had an accident, maybe I'll fall down and die later. He looked at Xiaochu with a disappointed look. Things have come to this, are you still pretending? She couldn't believe her ears, her face went stiff and denied. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. He continued to expose the true face of this green tea. Before, the people from the family harmed me in a car accident, even though the evidence was in front of my eyes. I still didn't want to believe that you were also involved in that. Yunshin's criticisms were like hands tearing apart Xiaochu's fake mask. I gave you a chance, but you still lied to me, and harmed me. Then he turned around. Before leaving he didn't forget to turn his head back and express, thank you for once blocking the knife for me, but, between us, we can consider it paid off. Hearing this, she was extremely distraught, tears fell in drops. What do you mean, you don't love me anymore? She tried to hold on to the other party in vain. I am your life-saving benefactor, how can you abandon me? The soft approach didn't work. Xiaochu immediately switched to a hard one. Lu Yunshin, do you know that this is a live stream? She stiffened up and lied, even if you save your wife, your abandonment of me and the baby in my stomach will also be condemned by everyone, but the next second she froze. Butler Zhang, what's going on? Because he was kicking the camera away with a straight leg. She gritted her teeth and interrogated, didn't you take the blame for Lu Yunshin and get locked up in prison? Over there, the 2 kidnappers were also arrested. He frowned and looked at the traitor in front of him, conveniently praising his boss, Miss Chu Xia. You have underestimated our young master too much, the heir of the Lu Corporation. How can he be defeated by a small USB? Xiaochu's face turned ashen, and she asked in disbelief, that USB is fake, immediately receiving a firm nod, that's right. Xiaoxua changed her tactics again, using a suffering ploy to regain trust, but I'm pregnant with his child. Even if I'm wrong, he can't just abandon me. However, Butler Zhang didn't seem worried at all, calmly admitting that when she took the opportunity to drug our young master, he was indeed not in his right mind. Before she could rejoice, he leaned close, untying her while whispering in a low voice, but our young master isn't an ordinary person. Even if you evade all surveillance, he can still find out the truth. Xiaoxua was shocked to hear this, realizing everything. So he knew all along that the person with him that night was Su Xiaoming. Even without a confirmation, she knew she was about to be done for. It's over, it's over. She furiously lunged to attack him. Su Xiaoming, what is that cheap slut? However, before she could touch a single hair on her head, Butler Zhang caught her. Then he kicked her straight, causing Xiaoxua to cry out in pain. Ah! He threatened the woman through gritted teeth. Miss Xia, please have some self-respect. Our young master is educated and doesn't hit women, but that doesn't mean I won't. Even in such a disheveled state, she still acted arrogantly, scolding Butler Zhang. You dog, how dare you hit me? I'll tell my father to chop you into 100 pieces. Not long after, Yunshin's car had already driven some distance. He carefully wiped the blood from the corner of Xiaoming's mouth, tenderly instructing, it'll hurt a little, bear with it. Then, he delicately opened a bottle of water and handed it to her, drink some water first. Only then did she have time to sort out her thoughts, wondering, you knew everything all along? Seeing Xiaoming's eyes welling up again, he couldn't help but feel sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't want you to get involved. She suddenly hugged Yunshin tightly, bursting into tears of grievance. The fear poured out like a flood. I thought I was going to die. He gently embraced her, whispering comfort, don't be afraid, that day will never come. At the same time, in a luxurious villa of the Su family, Lin Yan was sitting, glued to the TV screen, switching channels while grumbling irritably, why hasn't the livestream of Su Xiaoming's death started yet? It's been over 3 hours. Thinking of something, she angrily threw the remote control on the ground and shouted, don't tell me that damn Qi Shuaxia is deceiving me. Yunlan came out and saw her daughter in such a rage, picked up the remote and advised, how many times have I taught you, impatience ruins everything. She panicked, nearly tearing her hair out, her voice full of resentment, how can I not be anxious? To help Qi Shuaxia gain influence, I've gotten close to so many disgusting old men these past 2 months. Unable to wait any longer, Lin Yan decided to call Qi Shuaxia. I want to hear the news of that Su Xiaoming's miserable death right now. But alas, the phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. She frowned and cursed, damn it, why can't I get through? She flew into another rage, simply throwing her phone away, bitch. Seeing that her teachings were like water off a duck's back, Yunlan quickly stepped forward to stop her daughter. Are you deaf? I told you to calm down. However, Lin Yan couldn't restrain herself any longer, and tears began to fall. How can you tell me to calm down? Every time I think of those stinky old men touching me, I feel like vomiting. She recounted her wasted efforts. I sacrificed so much, and now you tell me the plan has changed. Little did she know, someone behind her had heard everything. That person was none other than Suhai. Before hearing an explanation, he slapped her. What are you saying, you idiot? The slap made Lin Yan's cheek burn. As a mother, Yunlan hurriedly defended her daughter. Lao Su, if you hit her like that, you'll kill her. But a brute like him wouldn't listen to reason, slapping her across the face. Get out of here. Feeling like he hadn't hit enough, Suhai unbuckled his belt. How have I taught you all these years? Then he whipped his daughter hard and cursed fiercely. You're trying to disgrace the Su family, aren't you? Lin Yan screamed in pain. Ah. But he still didn't stop. I told you not to provoke the Lu family, but you wouldn't listen. Now you dare to do such a shameful thing. His strength was so great that she could only gasp repeatedly. Ah, it hurts so much. Her screams echoed throughout the house. Don't hit me anymore, Dad, I know I'm wrong. Late at night, Lin Yan was having her mother help disinfect the wounds on her back. She gnashed her teeth and cursed Suhai. That damned old man, how dare he hit me like this? Yunlan frowned and repeated her advice. I told you to calm down. She cried loudly, determined to take revenge. I want to go find my real father, and ask him to deal with that old man and that Su Xiaoming bitch. Again, her mouth moved faster than her brain. She quickly covered her foul mouth. You useless thing, what are you shouting about again? Then she leaned in close and whispered, before your real father comes to take us away, we absolutely can't reveal that you're not Suhai's daughter, understand? Such beatings had long tired Lin Yan. She eagerly inquired, but when will my real father come to take us away? I can't take it anymore. She also didn't want to live such fearful days. So she soothed her daughter. Soon, the old lady of the Jiang family just had heart surgery, one fall and she's dead. The next morning, while Xiaoming was still half awake, she heard someone talking. Being able to marry Xiaoming is truly your blessing. A familiar voice filled with grievance rang out. Grandpa, I never bullied her. She slowly walked downstairs, suddenly noticing something in the distance. On the long sofa, there was a new face, making her wonder, who is that old man? Looking at his happy face, she marveled inwardly, this is the first time I've seen Lu Yunshan smile so happily. He suddenly called out to her kindly, good granddaughter-in-law, you're awake? Come here. Knowing she was unfamiliar, he introduced, Su Xiaoming, this is my grandfather. She repeated in surprise, grandfather? He turned to poke him, reminding him, you stinky brat, hurry up and help your wife over here. Yunshan frowned in protest, grandfather, she's not a child, she can walk herself. Hearing this, he hit him on the head with his cane, scolding, our family has been single-line descent for 3 generations, only you don't know how to cherish your wife. Leaving him helpless, grandfather, hitting me on the head again. Even so, he went over to take Xiaoming's hand and led her to everyone. She exclaimed in surprise, you. Yunshan's grandfather happily urged, good granddaughter-in-law, come sit down. Xiaoming smiled and obeyed, sitting down, thank you, grandfather. He first comforted her, you've had it hard lately. Yunshan only created this situation to save me. Then, his eyes suddenly shifted 180 degrees, sharply looking at his grandson, making him shudder slightly. Without a word, he hit him again. He could only endure it, grandfather, hitting me again? Grandfather pointed at Yunshan and questioned, you don't even know how to talk to your wife properly? Xiaoming hurriedly intervened, to avoid ruining the mood, no need. He suddenly felt like teasing, now the whole family is on your side. Making her face flush red, not knowing how to respond, I. Just then, a servant announced, sir, madam, young master, young mistress, breakfast is ready. Grandfather then turned to instruct, Yunshan, take Xiaoming to wash up. No one is allowed to eat until Xiaoming comes out. She hastily declined this kindness. Grandfather, everyone eat first, don't wait for me. But he remained firm, insisting on waiting. Then, he suddenly gave her the ring he had worn for many years, instructing, Xiaoming, you should wear this. No one will dare to bully you anymore. As a family member, Yunshan understood the significance of that ring better than anyone. He asked a little worriedly to make sure, grandfather, you're giving this to her? While she was a little dazed, this is? Grandfather dismissed it, not intending to reveal the truth, only warning his grandson, what is it? If you dare to mistreat Xiaoming in the future, I'll break your dog legs. From their words, she vaguely guessed the value of the ring and politely declined, thank you, grandfather, this is too precious, keep it. Yet Yunshin didn't let her be nice. Snatching it from her hand, if grandfather gave it to you, then just accept it. Then he took her hand to put it on, carefully reminding her, this isn't an ordinary thumb ring, remember to keep it safe. Looking at that face, he smiled faintly, his eyes full of affection. Her cheeks flushed red, it was so interesting. At this time, Xiaoming had changed clothes and was washing her face to wake up. Yunshin suddenly spoke up, inviting, move to the master bedroom later, okay? She immediately asked defensively, share a room with you? Not hearing a rebuttal, she understood and bluntly replied, I refuse. He froze, shocked to the core, and blurted out, why? She calmly recalled the past, holding it firmly in her heart, you were the one who told me to move out before. Yunshin approached, taking her hand, his tone a little excited, still jealous? Yet she acted annoyed, who's jealous? He gently touched Xiaoming's delicate face, firmly asserting, I said, I'll take responsibility for you. She didn't indulge in these sweet words, but very soberly questioned, do you love me? Waiting for a while without a response, she pushed away his strong hand, her words extremely cold, no answer probably means no love. He was unwilling to give up and held her hand, whispering, that doesn't matter, I said I'll take responsibility for you, and I'll definitely do it to the end. But Xiaoming frankly refused, no need, shocking him, what? She even drew a clear line between them, we got married because you were unconscious then, and my mother wanted to keep an heir for you. But now you've woken up, there's no need to be bound to someone you don't love anymore. She even used a calm tone to utter those thorny words, if you meet someone you like in the future and want a divorce, just say the word, I don't need you to take responsibility. Yunshin stubbornly wanted to compensate her, but what happened that night was really unfair to you. However, Xiaoming didn't care about that night? Just consider it a free experience of Yun Chang's #1 beauty. This time, he was out of tricks to keep her, standing still to digest her words, free? Some time later, at a beautiful building in the city. Xiaoming was observing from the outside, considering, if I put the headquarters of the beauty salon here. But she immediately dismissed the idea, no, this area is too crowded, customers will have trouble finding parking. Suddenly, someone handed her a bottle of water and said, drink some water. Seeing this familiar face, she greeted happily, Zhang Hao. Then she smiled and expressed her gratitude, thank you for helping me last time. Xiaoming's smile made his heart flutter, blushing, but he still tried to remain calm, replying, there's no need for thanks between partners. Then, the two walked and talked, are you here to protect me today? She looked around and explained to him, Lu Yunshin has arranged a few more bodyguards for me recently, reporting the situation to Lu Yunshin every hour. He leisurely took out a lollipop to eat, his expression not very convinced, if there's an emergency, they can't protect you, I'm not at ease. Suddenly realizing he had said too much, he quickly covered it up, I mean, you've offended too many people recently. Only if you're alive can I avenge my family. Xiaoming had to coax, I know. Yunshin was sitting in his office, reviewing documents when his phone suddenly vibrated. Inside was a picture and a message from the assigned bodyguard, young master, 3 p.m., young mistress's condition is completely stable. Yet he frowned upon seeing these lines. It turned out that what caught his attention was the young man with Xiaoming in the picture, it's him again? Just then, Butler Zhang spoke up, asking, young master, are you planning to go out? He reminded him a little awkwardly, young master, after the USB incident was clarified, the project has grown rapidly. There are 3 important meetings this afternoon. If you don't run them, there will be problems. Then the sentence abruptly bent 90 degrees to an unrelated topic, young master, are you in love with the young mistress? This sentence made the expression on Yunshin's face suddenly change, full of hidden meaning and incomprehension. But just a second later, he angrily shouted, are you crazy? Butler Zhang had his reasons for saying that, it feels like you care about the young mistress very much. If you express your feelings. The anger passed, and he sat back down in his chair, his mouth still stubbornly denying, it's just a bond of interests. But his heart was in turmoil. Seeing the person behind him being a little gossipy, Yunshin irritably teased, and you have nothing to do? Butler Zhang was stunned, stuttering in reply, yes, young master. After he left to work, he also turned off his phone to avoid further distractions. At the city hospital, Xiaoshua's voice sounded very resentful. Xiaoyan, I'm injured, when are you coming to visit me? She was busy calling her boyfriend. Then she questioned, it's been over a day since I got hurt, and you haven't even made a phone call. Suddenly, the other end of the line suggested, let's break up. This word stunned Xiaoshua, thinking she had misheard. What did you say? Break up? He didn't bother to hide it anymore, bluntly scoffing, we were just playing around anyway. Did you really think it was serious? She angrily shouted over the phone, Jiang Xiaoyan, you're such a scumbag. The other party wasn't easy to deal with either, replying without any restraint, so are you. Being hung up on, she angrily threw her phone, damn it. Xiaoshua was determined to blame others to the end, gnashing her teeth and harboring more hatred. Su Xiaoming, it's all that Su Xiaoming bitch's fault. Returning to the two people's walk, Zhang Hao suddenly turned in another direction and announced to Xiaoming, I'm a little thirsty, I'm going to buy a drink. She was absorbed in taking pictures and commenting to find a prime location for her beauty salon. This building is near the commercial district and has ample parking, quite convenient. Inside that building, someone quickly reported the news to the handsome man sitting in front of him, young Master Jiang, you really are charming, there's even a little girl secretly taking pictures of you. Xiaoyan frowned, curling his lip in disdain, I hate these kinds of women the most. Then he slowly walked towards Xiaoming. Without saying a word, he just snatched her phone. She uncomfortably reached out to take it back, hey, why are you snatching my phone? But he criticized her with dissatisfaction, I hate these kinds of women who are like flies, secretly taking pictures. Xiaoshua was confused upon hearing this, her head full of question marks, secretly taking pictures? She immediately explained, you must have misunderstood, I wasn't taking pictures of you. Yet he doubted her words, not taking pictures of me, then who are you taking pictures of? The building? Then he opened the phone himself to look, his words as if he knew everything, the proof is here, still want to deny it? But Xiaoyan immediately slapped himself in the face, because there were indeed only photos of buildings in the album, how could this be? Xiaoshua quickly snatched back her phone, raising her voice to complain, I already said, I didn't secretly take pictures of you. Embarrassed into anger, he pointed at his face and said nonsense, look closely at my face, with a face like mine, you're saying you didn't secretly take pictures? Hearing this made her want to burst with anger. She looked at the other person as an evolutionary failure, saying, do you have a problem? Zhang Hao, who went to buy water, also happened to come back, asking about the commotion, what's wrong? Xiaoshua saw an ally and pulled him away, not forgetting to mock the person left behind, just ran into an extremely narcissistic guy, let's go. His face darkened, his expression as hateful as could be, me, narcissistic? He turned his head to observe the person behind him who was fuming with anger, and at a glance, he recognized the other person's identity, isn't this young Master Jiang Xiaoyan? The Jiang family's darling? After walking for a while, Xiaoshua smiled happily, sharing her achievements today, the temporary location of the headquarters has been determined, thank you for your hard work today. Zhang Hao didn't respond, but changed the subject, are you busy with anything tonight? Although she didn't understand, she still honestly replied, no. He suddenly dropped a bombshell and extended an invitation, today is my birthday, can you go to the amusement park with me? As if to gain more goodwill from the girl next to him, he didn't hesitate to reopen the old wound, before that car accident, I once refused to take my sister to the park to play. Xiaoshua indeed fell for this trick, her heart softening. His sister died in that accident, it seemed this was his issue. She held out her hand to him, lend me your phone for a moment. She took the phone and raised it up, this turned out to be purposeful, because today is your birthday, there has to be a little ritual. Then she took a photo of Zhang Hao, come on, smile. After taking the picture, she handed the phone back to its owner, Xiaoshua even subtly praised him, quite photogenic too. She eagerly wanted to fulfill his wish, asking, which park do you want to go to? Let me look up the directions. But she didn't notice that the young man next to her was immersed in endless happiness. He turned to answer immediately as if he had a plan from the beginning, Beihai Amusement Park. In his office, Yunshin was still being lectured by Butler Zhang, young master, you just went through 3 important meetings in a row, so take a break. If the young mistress sees you working non-stop, she'll definitely be heartbroken. He calmly stopped that useless game, it's just a contractual relationship, my business doesn't need to be reported to her. Just then, a message with a picture was sent to his phone, young mistress is fine. Yunshin pondered while looking at the picture for a long time. Then he resolutely stood up and left. Butler Zhang was surprised to see him so hurried, asking, "Young master, where do you want to go?" He casually replied, "To rest. At Beihai Amusement Park." Xia Shua didn't know where she got a strawberry cake, bringing it in front of him. Birthdays have to have cake. Zhang Hao was very touched to see her prepare so thoughtfully for him. "Thank you. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile," he continued to push. "Can you personally say happy birthday to me?" She felt it wouldn't cost her anything, smiling and agreeing, "Of course I can." Then that sentence rang out, "Happy birthday," but it didn't come from Xia Shua's mouth, but from the person who just arrived. Yunshin coldly announced, "I'll say the greeting for her." She was surprised that he suddenly appeared without warning, not knowing why he was there. Although her eyes were still fixed on Zhang Hao, her mouth could still fabricate a lie, just passing by. Then, Yunshin deliberately showed affection as if to mark his territory in front of the person trying to dig a hole in his wall. "Where are you two planning to go?" She was a little unaccustomed to this, her voice hesitant. Zhang Hao has never played the Ferris wheel, so he wanted to try it. He then pulled her up and suggested, "Then let's go together." Zhang Hao was given the cold shoulder, silently watching their backs. In the waiting area in front of the Ferris wheel, Yunshin bluntly criticized the other person. The smell of vinegar was strong, taking advantage of her kindness, using her birthday as an excuse to have her go with you. "Don't you think it's too much?" He wasn't the type to be easily bullied either, retorting through gritted teeth, "CEO Liu and Miss Su are just in a contractual marriage, aren't you meddling a bit too much?" Su Xia had also bought the popcorn and returned, successfully stopping the endless bickering. "It's freshly made, very delicious, you two should try some." Zhang Hao took the box of popcorn and gallantly took on another responsibility. "Thank you, let me go buy Ferris wheel tickets first." Even with private space, Yunshin only talked about dry work matters. "If you have difficulties at work, just call me, no need to worry whether I'm in a meeting or not." She didn't care much, nodding perfunctorily, "MMM." He finally came back, waving the tickets in his hand and apologizing, "Sorry CEO Liu, there are only 2 tickets left." He had no shame as he calmly requested, "In that case, let me and Su Xiaoming go up." As expected, Zhang Hao felt very dissatisfied, determined to demand justice for himself. "But it's my birthday today, I also want to go up there." Hearing this, Su Xia didn't want an argument to occur, so she came up with an idea, "If everyone wants to go up, then you two should go." She hurriedly pushed the 2 of them in. "The Ferris wheel is coming down, hurry up." Under her insistence, Yunshin had no choice but to condescend to comply. Really. The 2 men who were originally rivals in love unexpectedly became riding partners on the Ferris wheel. Needless to say how strange the atmosphere was at this moment. Drops of water began to patter on the glass. Zhang Hao frowned and speculated, "It looks like it's going to rain heavily." Su Xia was still standing and waiting for the other 2, nibbling on popcorn while browsing her phone for entertainment. Suddenly, he appeared from nowhere, holding an umbrella over her. "Be careful not to get wet." She was slightly surprised. "Oh, you're down so quickly?" Yunshin also came to her side and urged, "It's raining too hard, let's go home." Seeing Su Xia shivering, he took off his coat and put it on her, making her a little unnatural. I'm okay." He didn't bother to explain, but held her shoulders tightly, "Wear it properly." Then he shamelessly snatched the umbrella from his love rival, making him uncomfortable and loudly saying, "What are you doing?" Then he handed it to Su Xia and suggested, "Take it, let me carry you out." She intended to refuse, no need. But Yunshin had already crouched down, insisting that she do as he said. "It's raining too hard, your shoes will get wet." Getting carried by her husband for the first time, she was shy like a young girl, her face blushing red. Thank you." Suddenly remembering the high wattage light bulb behind her, she turned her head to look. "Wait, the umbrella Zhang Hao gave me is with me, what about him?" He didn't even blink and made up a lie. "He still has an umbrella." He was furious in his heart but couldn't do anything about it. He could only stand there in the rain and curse, "Liar, I don't have an umbrella anymore." After settling comfortably in his car, Su Xiao worriedly reminded Yunshin, "Be careful not to bump your head." She glanced down, her voice a little surprised, "Your feet are all wet." Yet he remained calm, indifferent to everything. "It's okay." The car started and took the 2 of them home. Only then did she speak out the suspicion in her mind, "Sometimes I really don't understand you." He was driving and curiously turned to her. "What?" Su Xiao was a little embarrassed, but still sincerely expressed, "You being like this makes me mistakenly believe that you actually like me." Yunshin still hadn't realized his true feelings, stubbornly sticking to his original concept. "It's just the responsibility of a married couple according to the contract." Hearing this, she only indifferently replied, oh. 1 week later, at a high-end apartment building. Just as Su Xia was entering the elevator, she happened to run into a familiar face. The moment Jiang Xiaoyan saw her, he spoke as if catching her in an affair. What kind of excuses are you going to make this time? Looking at the ill-fated young man, she exclaimed in surprise, it's you. He frowned and retorted, still pretending. Feeling that something was wrong, she pointed at herself and asked tentatively, don't tell me you think I'm stalking you? He pouted and speculated about Su Xia's shady behavior. The secret photos from last time, you must have deleted them, right? Hearing this made her head hurt. She glared and firmly affirmed, I didn't. The elevator had reached the 12th floor. As he stepped out, he showed a disdainful expression, explaining his concealing, so thick-skinned. When things get to this point, no matter how much you explain, the other party won't believe you, you can only swallow your anger, you. Watching Jiang Xiaoyan swagger away, she tried hard not to rush up and beat him up, that narcissistic guy, really. Just then, a call came in. The other end of the line urged her to hurry, Miss Su, the director has arrived at the office, we can discuss the cooperation. Su Xia nodded in agreement, I'll be right there. It was already evening, and exquisite dishes were beautifully arranged on the table, waiting for people to enjoy them. A waitress quickly brought the drink, Mr. Jiang, your wine. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded perfunctorily, mm. Then he picked it up and sipped some wine. However, the way this waitress looked at him seemed strange, without any goodwill. After chatting for a while, Jiang Xiaoyan's friend noticed that he was a little abnormal and asked, Mr. Jiang, you don't look too good today. He helplessly complained, isn't it because of the girl who took secret photos last time? His friend had heard him mention this once before, but he still felt puzzled that it hadn't stopped. Could she be stalking you again? The mention of it made him annoyed. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyebrows furrowed as if they wanted to kiss each other, his tone full of disgust, like a fly, can't get rid of her. The restaurant was bustling with people coming and going. His short-haired friend was about to get up and leave first, but seeing that he was still sitting there, he kindly reminded, I heard that this area will have a power outage later. Aren't you leaving? He was feeling very uncomfortable, so he wanted to sit and rest for a while. You go first. Sweat poured down Jiang Xiaoyan's face, and he suddenly felt strange. Why do I feel so sleepy? Just as his friend had said, the lights in the restaurant all went out in an instant. With no other choice, he had to leave the restaurant and go to the basement to get his car. Jiang Xiaoyan looked around and didn't see any lights on, knowing that his friend was right. Indeed, there's a power outage. His complexion was getting worse and worse, and he had to lean on a nearby car to steady himself. Why do I get drunk so easily today? Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind him, with an evil smile. I've caught you. The person decisively struck Jiang Xiaoyan hard on the head with a stick, catching him off guard. My Mr. Jiang. In a nearby location, Su Xia was also using a flashlight to fumble down the stairs in the dark. I only closed my eyes for a moment in the restroom, but it's already so late. She anxiously checked her phone but received only disappointment. It's normal that there's no one in the building at night, but why is there no signal after the power outage? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyan flung open the door, and she was hit by it without paying attention. The next second, he staggered to the ground. She shone her flashlight on him and saw a familiar face covered in blood on his head. Isn't this that narcissistic guy? Seeing someone, Jiang Xiaoyan clung to her like a drowning man grabbing a straw, desperately saying, save me. Su Xia kindly helped him up while asking in surprise, what's wrong? He tiredly whispered, someone wants to catch me, quick, run. Just then, the waitress caught up, dissatisfied that someone was interfering. There's still someone here at this hour? She looked the newcomer up and down and speculated about their identity. The clothes you're wearing, are you a waitress here? As if hitting the nail on the head, she revealed an abnormal expression. Wrong, I'm a crazy fan of Mr. Jiang. She excitedly recalled her plan. I've been planning for today for 3 years. But then her tone immediately changed when she saw Su Xia's arm supporting him. The female fan's face darkened, and murderous intent flashed in her eyes. How dare you touch Mr. Jiang with your dirty hands? Then, she raised the stick in her hand high and rushed straight towards her, shouting, you deserve to die. Xiaoming straightforwardly leaned to one side to let the waitress fall freely. Not finished, the anger in her heart had prompted her to lift her knee into her stomach again. She gritted her teeth to look at the back of her leaving. This damn it was surprisingly strong. She ran quickly to pull Jiang Xiaoyan cats up the stairs. Run quickly, that pervert will catch up. Suddenly, his feet were so weak that he could not lift up, causing him to stumble over the stairs. He collapsed down, causing the pain to be drawn from both knees straight into his brain. Xiaoming saw this insecure situation, had the heart to visit, wondered if he was poisoned. Jiang Xiaoyan blurred mind only uttered a single word, She looked all around, her voice worried. At this rate it did not seem to escape then. Fearing that the girl would encounter an accident because of her, he opened his mouth under the bright moonlight. You go, leave me alone. But that was quickly ignored by her. Nonsense. She accidentally found an unused room and let him inside. You just quietly hide here. Putting a dazed guy in a wooden cabinet, she was a little worried but still had to grit her teeth and tell, after I distract the other party, you run away. Knowing that the girl in front of her was just doing her best, Jiang Xiaoyan was worried enough to ask by shortening the words, you. But before anything else, she had already squeezed out to attract the attention of chasing up high. That damn it, do not expect to run. Xiaoming looked worriedly behind her, her mind calculating enough ways. According to the terrain structure, there should be a spiral staircase outside the window of the 5th floor. It was safe to just get to the 5th floor. But seeing the only opportunity closed tightly, her face darkened because despair rose to her throat. Why was the 5th floor window locked tightly? The scary female servant waved the cane at her, but fortunately Xiaoming escaped. Want to run again? She reached out with a fist and was easily restrained, striking hard. The mouth of the female servant opened wide with horrific things to the bone, but unfortunately, I am stronger than you. In a panic, she missed her foot off the stairs. Her whole body was in the air as her screams echoed far and wide. The female servant saw this and joked mockingly, how can you win without weapons, huh? She carried a stick and stormed over, determined to blood this trip. Go die. Xiaoming was desperate and just closed her eyes to suffer. Suddenly Yunshin from where to resist the blow with the skull of his own. Before he could be dizzy, he turned around to push the crazy guy out. He gently asked her, are you hurt? Seeing the group of people in front of her, Xiaoming drooped her lips, hesitatingly, Lu Yunshin. Yunshin's forehead was bleeding, making her anxious. You are bleeding, ah. She hurried to the point of stuttering without knowing when she cried, sorry, call an ambulance quickly. The nursing area of a high-end hospital. Xiaoming worriedly gave the cup to the patient Yunshin, drink some water. Seeing that he was a little better, she opened her mouth to wonder why he saved me, but he was shy and did not dare to say his heart, responsibility only. She knew that those words were not the most correct, so she leaned her face to his to hit the psychological blow. I don't believe it, do you like me already or not? But he quickly showed his face to lower her prestige. Why are you so confident? The thing that made Xiaoming blush, retracted all her fangs, I am not confident. It was just that the situation was so dangerous at that time. Recalling the old things last night, her voice could not help but be emotional. You blocked the cane for me without hesitation. He did not care about anything and said things as rough as wooden piles. Protecting you is my responsibility, it has nothing to do with loving or not loving. Saying so much and he did not show his heart, she sadly replied, knew it. Using a toothpick to skewer a snack, she slowly brought it close to his mouth, eat some fruit. When he bent down to eat, his warm lips accidentally touched her hand, causing Xiaoming's face to blush, had touched his fingers. Being a 1,000-year-old sinner, but his voice was very innocent, pure. Why is your face suddenly red? Which was the reason why Xiaoming discarded the items. What is not? She hurriedly abandoned the items and regained the self-esteem that she had accidentally let fly away. Let me go back to get close for you. But as she got outside the door, she accidentally walked past a noisy scene in front of the ward. I am only worried about Yunshin's safety, let me in. Su Xia gritted her teeth and said with a vengeance, on what basis does that little bitch Su Xiaoming get to be with Yunshin to take care of him? Her eyes met her, without saying a word, she ran over crying and grabbing, Su Xiaoming, you are the third wheel, you will die without a good death. Seeing the boss being attacked, the bodyguards rushed to restrain her, causing Su Xia to shout again and again, let me go, I am your president's wife. She looked at her miserable appearance, her voice was as sharp as she wanted to slap the face of the person opposite her, regret a lot, right? Before walking past her, Xiaoming said with a grim voice to make it clear, it was so fun. Kneeling on the ground, Su Xia tried to reach out and say loudly in her ear, I am not wrong. But when she intended to complete her disgusting curse, she was gagged by the bodyguard behind her, it was that bitch who harmed me. Half a month later, at the building where Xiaoming's dream was held. She happily indulged in a dream come true to the point of talking to herself. Finally the contract was completed, in just a few days it can be opened. When the elevator opened, Jiang Xiaoyan stood in front of her making her almost soul. Why was he here? Xiaoming stood in the elevator with him and her heart was restless. I have moved to a new building to sign the contract and still meet him. Suddenly he spoke, "Are you Su Xiaoming right?" making her lose the filter to speak roughly like a lady of the wealthy. "What else?" He leaned closer to her and said with a deep artist's voice, "I am Jiang Xiaoyan, from today onwards, you can pursue me." The excessive narcissism made her stunned. What the hell? But Jiang Xiaoyan did not listen to her words at all, her hands still conveniently stuffed business cards into her hands. "This is my phone number, remember me then remember to call me." Xiaoming was annoyed and tore the small paper to shreds making him almost soul. "Why did you tear it?" The two people walked out of the elevator together and their mouths kept chirping and would not stop. "Do you know how many people want to get my phone number?" "Then what does it have to do with me?" He hurried to grasp her hand to confess, "You have saved me." But Xiaoming felt goosebumps to the point that she was not polite. Then so, unexpectedly the degree of narcissism of this name has reached the level of the crazy. Giving her the opportunity to pursue me, is to repay her. She tiredly held her head because of her awkward situation, her voice was so annoyed that she had to swear, "What the hell, your style is called taking revenge. The night that if it was someone else I would have saved them, no need to repay me." The leech named Jiang Xiaoyan still stumbled after her, "I like you," even though Xiaoming insisted on refusing, "I am married." His next words really exceeded the limit making her stagnate, "I know, it's just a contractual marriage, it doesn't count." Xiaoming turned to ask with an uncertain tone, "You investigated me," but he replied in an ambiguous and unpleasant way, "To understand the person in my heart then that is also normal." Knowing that she was inadvertently exposed, she hurriedly turned to leave. "My wife and I love each other very much, do not bother me." Jiang Xiaoyan still tried to follow forever not let go. "Do not deceive yourself." Every word of his was nothing but a thorn in her head. Qi Su Xia is the person in Lu Yunshin's heart. No one can replace her, even if she does many things that are too much. Lu Yunshin will forgive her. Waiting for the moment when the person in front of him was being shaken, he grabbed her hand, not forgetting to remind her, the person in the heart of a man forever is an irreplaceable existence. Jiang Xiaoyan kept talking long, making her show her dissatisfaction. "Think about accepting me." The annoyance quickly exploded as soon as he stopped his mouth. "Never, do not put this over here." Being hit and left to sit alone, he hugged his hand in meaningless doubt as he watched her leave. Why is this girl's hand so strong? In another corner of the building, the silence marked a new drama to begin. Su Xia from where hugging a red paint bucket ran over to her, "This bitch Su Xiaoming." Xiaoming was so tired that she had no patience at all and shouted, "What are you going crazy about again?" while she was busy rapping as if she was very wronged. "You are a shameless thing, you have taken Lu Yunshin and now you are flirting with my boyfriend." There was only a little red paint so she turned away, talking nonsense, which made her dissatisfied. "Bitch, you cannot go." Jiang Xiaoyan at the same time hurried to stop. "Qi Su Xia, what are you going crazy about?" Seeing acquaintances, her sweet voice suddenly coquettish, creepy. "Why are you fierce with me because of this bitch?" Su Xia began to use him as a top. "She was only to save you, I am your girlfriend," making him also tired to the extreme. "You less pull me in." Xiaoming quickly caught the main idea to wonder, "You are Qi Su Xia's boyfriend." Herself was misunderstood at the wrong time making his voice of defense become weak. "I am not, do not misunderstand." Speaking then he loudly questioned her, "You say yourself, how long have we broken up?" But Su Xia's different thinking had to make even the most shameless people worship. "The period of singleness is the respect for both sides, even if we break up for several months then you are still my boyfriend." Her philosophy was quickly exposed by him with no hesitation. "Just slept with me, just flirted with Lu Yunshin, you still dare to call me boyfriend?" Xiaoming accidentally was dragged into being a witness had to open her mouth to wonder, when you pretended to be pregnant with Lu Yunshin's child, you had a boyfriend already. The confused line of thoughts in her head made her more concerned than usual. Su Xia saw her smile and rushed up to hit like a crazy woman. "Bitch, you dare to laugh at me." Jiang Xiaoyan once again stopped her every action. "Do not go crazy again, if you continue like this, I will tell your brother," hearing the honorable name of that person. She was scared to hesitate. "You." The previous sentence was brother this brother that, but did not work out then she turned her face immediately. "Dogs, you two wait." When Su Xia fled the scene, he turned to look at her and asked, "I just helped you out, what are you going to thank me?" Not stopping there, he also used his beauty to charm Xiaoming. "Do you want to invite me for coffee?" But she was still very awake to push his face away and broke all the fantasies in Jiang Xiaoyan's head. "Clearly it was because of you that I was made difficult." Afraid that this stubborn leech would continue to stick to her, Xiaoming said with a grim voice, "Do not follow me, or else I will hit you." Hearing the sound of the footsteps getting further and further away, he laughed in the middle of holding the phone that was ringing on his hand. Is really an interesting girl. He lightly opened his mouth first. Mother, before anything else he was filled with one breath. Aunt Lu found a marriage partner for you. Remember to take the time to go home tomorrow. Remembering the sweet scent still lingering in the air, he calmly refused the proposal. No need, mother, I have someone in my heart. At night, Yunshin's mansion was still lit, with no sign of rest. Xiaoming stumbled into the house after a day of hard work and tiredness. Lu Wei stood in the way of the house, her voice was rude as if she wanted to demonstrate, you are Su Xiaoming. She still had a bit of basic cultural politeness and introduced herself before the person opposite her could ask, I am Lu Wei, Lu Yunshin's sister who just returned from abroad. Xiaoming's voice was confused and uneasy. He has a real sister. Looking at the clueless face opposite, she, even though she was a little dissatisfied, still answered honestly. I and he grew up together since childhood. Foster sister is also considered a real sister. Grasping all the necessary information, she replied gently, I understand. Knowing that this was her husband's family, she generously reached out her hand to get acquainted. Hello, Lu Wei. But she had destroyed the polite greeting and bluntly said, I am not easily deceived. Do not think that mother and grandfather like you, then I also like you. The sloppy way of speaking, without head or tail, caused her to be temporarily speechless. In my heart forever only has Su Xia as my sister-in-law. At that moment, Yunshin also just happened to return home. Wei Wei, Lu Wei saw the close relatives that she had not seen for a long time and lowered her voice to wonder. Brother came home early. Before going to the topic of talking, he stood in front of her and warned his sister, apologize to your sister-in-law quickly, causing her to be frightened to the point of being confused. Brother. Seeing that she was slow to speak, he took another step forward and radiated a heavy oppressive force. Quick.